All right.
There's no audio?
There's audio.
There's audio now? Oh my God, Shab! Shab is so unprofessional. Jesus.
I already went over this.
Shoot, shouldn't you know how to use OBS? I thought you stream for a living. I just do it as a hobby. You're streaming every single day.
Oh my
How unprofessional! Why don't you know how to use the software that you use on a regular basis? I barely ever use it. It seems like I know how to use Discord better than you. You better not drink excessively tonight, like last week. Dirt agreed that you got to control your damn drinking. Yeah. See, isn't Bill Hicks, isn't Shab terrible? We went down to 3 people again because of Shab. Bill Hicks,
and you 3 people aren't good enough.
Get everyone else in here. Shab is the I gotta stop paying Shab. You're fired, Shab.
You would have 0 people if it wasn't for me. Everyone's here for me, Gene.
Dude. Jesus, Shab.
Skibibi, Bill Hicks, Young Mind,
and there's no damn audio.
Remy. They love me.
God damn it. And then Negan was having it, so here, let's bring Negan back in. And then Negan and Crow are constantly going to be popping out.
You guys need to not be popping out, guys. We're all
and then Bill Hicks is all, like, talking, like, it cut out mid-rant when I was roasting Bill Hicks, because he's all like, hey, nice thumbnail, and it's like everyone is begging me to play video games with them, like Negan. Negan just won't stop DMing me every day, asking me to play Grand Theft Auto with them. And same thing with Dirt and Baldur's Gate. And I'm finally playing the damn video games. Everyone's like, when are you going to play, like Fallout 76 and on Baldur's Gate, all these, like, games? And I'm finally getting around to playing them and appeasing the community. I'm doing the weekly movie streams with Dirt, and then everyone's, like jumping down my throat because I'm pushing the stream back a little bit, doing it an hour later, and having a crummy thumbnail. Maybe I should take more time out of my day, like working full time, doing these streams and everything for you guys.
Maybe you should take more stimulants.
Appreciative audience.
I think you should take more stimulants, maybe.
Number 1, take more stimulants. Number 2, the people recognize you've been putting in a lot of effort recently, John, and it's clear that it's just not enough.
It's just not enough. I gotta try harder. Yeah. With all my fucking health issues and work, and then I'm giving all these people their damn free entertainment. Where are my damn StreamLabs? Where are my super chats? You guys need to pay up more. I'm giving you like 2 movie commentaries a week, and then I'm like playing these damn games with you, and then I'm doing like these 10-hour streams. Give me more fucking money.
Gene money forever. Gene Monk eggs.
I deserve more. I provide more quality content than this asshole who can't even run OBS when he does it on a regular basis. Motherfucker playing with toys when he's like 15 years old.
The age increases every time he says that.
Yes! Shab playing with toys when he's 21!
Yeah, he's 30. Yeah.
Well, anyway, what did we watch last night on Kick? Dirt.
Quiet on
Wait,
set.
You were there?
Yeah, all quiet on set. Yeah, I was there.
Oh.
Get some people talking.
I guess I like to imagine you weren't there.
Look at how slow Shab is.
I know Negan was there.
And he's like, huh? What?
You're trying to get some discussion going. I was going to say something in the beginning that was amazing. And that was like,
then say it. Say it.
It's too late now. You ruined it.
Stellar fucking rhetoric going on here.
He had a humble apology.
No, fuck that. I wasn't gonna apologize for shit.
That is funny, Dirt. That's the funniest thing Dirt ever said. Shab taking accountability? Wow. Now that's something.
It was Drunken Crow's fault.
Self-accountability? Oh my God.
He did it. Drunken Crow did it.
Associating with that with Shab, that is a knee slapper right there. I mean,
I'm sorry,
your
Shab.
knee. I'm just being an asshole.
Slap the shit out of your knee.
Anyway, apparently a bunch of people, they did a documentary, so a bunch of people in the Nickelodeon studio, the higher ups, all these evil white men doing their diddling towards children. Definitely not a nice thing to do. You're definitely
Hey, P. Diddy's not. Yeah. He's not white.
I don't know who that is, but anyway, these machinations
P.
are just done. Yeah, but apparently a bunch of the cast have come out in the last few days once the documentary went up, and there's been some drama. Apparently, Josh Peck has been defending Dan Schneider, and I think he spoke a little.
He was saying that Dan didn't.
I think he kind of spoke too soon before people really, like, he had a sense of what, like, all the details were. But here, so I guess we'll start with Amanda Bynes.
Gene, there's other people that are here.
Okay, go ahead.
It would be crazy if somebody else spoke for just like 30 seconds.
What do you have to say, Negan?
You even knew that they wanted to speak. Why don't you shut the fuck up and let people talk, Gene? What did you want to say, Negan?
What do you have to say, Negan?
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot. I know it has to do with Josh Peck.
Oh, you were talking about Josh Peck. We're talking about how he's defending Dan Schneider.
They're gonna say that they said that Dan Schneider was the only person there for them during some of this. Like that's what they said. Right? Okay. Right, Negan? Like,
well, that's what Drake Bell said.
Yeah, I didn't hear him completely defending what Dan Schneider's been doing and everything. That's the only positive thing I heard come out of Drake's mouth, I think, about Dan Schneider, was just he was there for me during this struggle I went through.
No, he did say, like, that Dan knew about it, but he didn't, like, the only thing he said is, like, if you ever need to talk about it, like, I'm here for you. Like, if you don't want to talk about it, that's perfectly okay. And Dan never helped him out, like, beyond that. And, like, you know, making sure that he still had, like, kept him working and stuff like that.
Dan was there for
But Josh Peck, what he said about Dan is, like, nothing ever happened to me inappropriately, and that he never saw anything that was, like, out of character or whatever. But he did say that, you know, he made it obvious who he liked and who he didn't like. That's what I was gonna say.
Okay. But yeah, Dan Schneider probably stopped supporting everyone once they hit puberty. Probably the cutoff. But let's they showed this on stream, and I didn't know Amanda Bynes was this young when she was on all that. I thought she was, like, a little bit younger than she was when she started the Amanda show. And it's kind of weird when you're an adult and you go back and watch this stuff. Like, you remember, usually they cast people that are, like, a few years older than the age demographic that watches the show. So you imagine them being a lot older and stuff, or, like, a lot more mature when you're a kid, at least, like, mentally, personality, not physically. That's yucky, but you imagine them, like, I don't know, being a lot older, and then you go back and watch them, it's like, whoa, they shrunk. It's kind of like when, do you guys notice if you go back to, like, your old, like, elementary school, or to places, like, relatives where you haven't gone to their house since you were a little kid, and it's like, whoa, it fucking shrunk.
Yeah.
You never notice that?
Yeah, when I go to my grandparents, I do notice. I remember, like, riding down the stairs on a pillowcase and, like, a piece of cardboard, and now, like, how did it seem like such a big set of stairs?
Because you were tiny. You were a little person growing into a big person.
What you said about, like, usually they cast people who are a little bit older, they did. Yeah. Amanda was 10 and their demographic was like I know. 5 to 6.
I'm just saying it's weird how when you go back and see them when you're a kid and they're a few years older, you view them as being remember them being a lot older, a lot taller and stuff than they really were. And here, I wanted to show some clips and stuff of Amanda when she's really young and cute, and then she grows up in the tragedy and so forth, so the downhill spiral. So I set it up like that. So let's see some young, like corrupted Amanda Bynes.
Johnson put together. When she steps on the stage, you know, there's a lot of future there. Please welcome, really? It's even more amazing. 10-year-old Amanda Bynes.
We told her Burns.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have skipped that 13th can bar.
Oh, she's so young and innocent.
My parents are always bugging me to slow down. Take it easy. Take a breather. Hang loose. Chill out. Take a break. Heck, why would I want to take a break at home? That's what I go to school for. Speaking of school,
the Sylvester sweatshirt.
Mad. I got my report card. I'm not sure what I got. Instead of a grade, my teacher wrote, "Daughter of the devil." Is that good? In the comment section, she wrote to my parents, "Have you ever considered giving Amanda up for adoption?"
What do you think of the humor here, Shab?
Some of it I kind of hard time following exactly her words,
Yeah.
but I like the way she's going here.
Kind of unintelligible.
Like her mom's. Yeah, they're being told to give her up for adoption. They should have. God damn it! What the fuck?
Do you remember?
They kind of
According
did.
to my parents, I don't know. She needs to learn to be more formal and stuff. She's too, too unhinged.
I mean, for a kid, this is
Rambunctious and stuff,
speaking.
and kids aren't supposed to act rambunctious. They're supposed to have the kind of level of professionalism you expect at an office space kind of environment.
Yeah, kids are known for being stoic.
And if that's not bad enough, the other day, I got a pimple. I'm not even a teenager yet, and I got a pimple. And that's not even the bad part. The bad part is, I got it inside my nose. I mean, how do you pop a pimple inside your nose?
No, I got quite a bit of pimples when I was younger. I never got one inside my nose. What do you think was the most, uncomfortable sort of, part of the body where you got a pimple?
Dude, I have had one right at the tip of my nostril here, and dude, that shit does suck. It's fucking uncomfortable. It's painful. It's not fucking fun.
Did you know people can actually die from popping pimples? That does happen occasionally. Kids will pop their pimples in just the wrong way, and they die of infections. Not that rare. So if you have kids, make sure. It's kind of people don't know oral hygiene with cavities. You can get a cavity and it can rot your brain, and then your kid's dead. Pretty tragic. So remember, once your kids start getting pimples at 11, 12, make sure that they don't go about the pimple popping the wrong way. They don't apply the right cadence, they're fucking dead. And you're dealing with a dead child. But, yeah. I don't want to talk about the weird places, uncomfortable places. I got some pimples because we are covering this, all quiet on set.
Got some anus.
I think it would be kind of yucky to discuss it in parallel with this stuff. So
yeah, to pop some anus pimples.
No, I said we weren't going to talk about it because it's too inappropriate and risque. Especially regarding what we're covering.
Yeah, anus pimples.
Bring
That's
that.
Fine.
Okay, never mind. Let's continue.
Looking down at me and saying, "Amanda's had it pretty easy."
Oh, she's so adorable. It's like a little human.
Give her a challenge. A pimple that she can't pop.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Whatever. Talented child comedian who can emote effectively.
Stand up here.
I want to go in the game, coach. Just give me a chance.
To be fair, it's if they weren't a little kid, and if there wasn't kind of the cuteness factor, I don't really think a lot of these jokes are that funny. But I'm just an asshole.
No, I mean, it's just kids say the darndest shit, Gene.
Yeah, kids say the darndest things.
You talking on me? You talking on me? You? Me?
That one for me.
Oh, she's so young and youthful and precocious and innocent.
You having a good time on all that?
Yes, it's very fun because everybody's very nice and very
Oh,
funny.
she's on all that now. So I'm guessing she...
Yeah,
So
she
wasn't
started when she was 10.
Yeah. When did they replace her or replace the other girl with her? Because the other girl, she was the baby on set. She was the youngest kid, and she was the one that Dan Schneider was all over. And then she hit puberty, and she just kind of Dan Schneider doesn't really like
They were on the
girls
show
once they
together.
hit puberty. What's that?
They were on the show together.
But they did discuss in the documentary that she was they pretty much casted her to phase her out. She was clearly the replacement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's
You're
good.
always laughing.
And thank you so much for entertaining our children because it gives us a little free time.
Sure.
But which All That member was? Okay, so here
Katrina
what's that
Johnson.
nerd? Who was it? The one that
The
she
girl-
replaced.
Katrina Johnson.
Yeah, and in all the All Quiet on Set, you could tell she had this kind of. It wasn't really about the trauma that she dealt with, like all the other cast members. With her, it's like all her trauma came from being replaced by Amanda, and she's like, yeah, and then she got her own show, the Amanda Show. Like, you could tell she's out for blood. She probably looked at the news and saw, like, Amanda having her little schizophrenic episodes, and she was probably like, yes, that's what she gets.
That
I
should have
don't
been me.
Stealing my love from Dan Schneider.
I don't
Stealing
think-
my place. What?
Amanda the new Lindsay? Wow, I hate asking that, but brand new reports say
What?
Nickelodeon star Amanda Bynes
Yeah,
is
Gene.
about to check into rehab.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I missed that part.
Okay.
It was towards the beginning. I don't think
Dirk showed up
she
later.
was. Yeah, I don't think she was like jealous or whatever. I think she was just kind of glad to be out of that environment once she figured out how it worked.
Sound familiar? Amanda is in a whole heap of trouble with the law lately. She's actually showing shades of a once troubled Lindsay Lohan. Lindsay herself even tweeted this: "Why did I get put in jail?" And Nickelodeon.
Is this the right interview? Because this is supposed to be like an interview, like right before.
Clearly
Yeah,
have your
right
act
here.
together. Let me go through my little checklist here. You haven't been to jail?
No.
No jail?
No, not yet.
Rehab?
No.
No rehab. Amanda Bynes, what kind of a starlet are you?
I know. What's wrong with me? I don't know. It's shocking how it's become popular to go to rehab, right? It's very odd, but...
Okay, so this is like 2007 and wasn't... Like, this is when Drake and Josh was a thing, so I'm thinking she's like a young adult now. Like, she's 19, 20, 21, so this is usually around the time adult stars start to go down their downhill spiral. They start to go through their little Shia LaBeouf phase and everything. So it seems like she hasn't really like hit this sort of I guess meltdown period yet.
I don't know. I guess I would say I'm very lucky. I have a great family, and I just have my eye on the prize, which for me is a long career, and I just...
She was on, like, wasn't she in Hairspray? And that's a musical I haven't seen. And I love musicals. Negan hates musicals because Negan, they didn't like Hairspray and so forth, so they hate it, or they didn't like La La Land, which is one of the best musicals out there in like recent history. So
You want to tell you what I got?
You got what?
I got chills. They multiplying.
Maybe for movie night, because of this this week, we should do Movie Mondays, Hairspray, Amanda Bynes.
What?
I don't.
John Travolta's
Actually,
also in that. John
well, I don't
Travolta plays a
know
woman.
what the feedback is from it, so I don't know if it's known for being good, if it's known for being shit. I just know that Amanda Bynes was in it.
I've seen
That's
Hairspray.
about
And
it.
I've seen it and it's garbage.
It's garbage. Okay.
Yes.
Well, maybe it would make for some good commentary.
I don't want to blow what I've worked so hard to achieve.
Well, that certainly is the right attitude, and I'm happy to hear you say.
Wait, Bill Hicks says cringe. Good job getting the whole video on screen, Gene. Teach Shabisky how to do that. Yeah.
I'm the one that has it set
I'm more
up.
professional than you. I do it better
Bill
than
Hicks.
you. What?
I'm
Yes,
the one
do you have the whole
producing
video
this.
on
That's
screen?
why it looks pretty on the screen.
Oh.
Not all stupid, like some idiots producing it.
Well, Bill
Okay.
Hicks, when I've been doing my gaming streams, how does it look and everything?
Like shit. That's why nobody sticks around. You need to do it set up in a right way, like I would do.
Music, okay, Brian, I'm gonna have to ban you from the community. You just said so. Bill Hicks has been saying dramas suck. People keep shitting on all the like some of my favorite movies and stuff. Like musical, we're gonna have to watch a bunch of musicals now. Now they're saying that musicals suck. I don't like Cats.
Oh, man.
Usually, fans of musicals and fans of Broadway hate Cats. So Cats isn't known for being really that great. But what you don't
let's
like?
watch the live action Cats
You don't
CGI
like
cat
Les
film.
Mis or Phantom of the Opera or like Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. You don't like West Side Story. I'm gonna have
Repo Man, the Genetic Opera.
Hancock. I'm gonna have to get
Rocky
you guys
Horror
to watch.
Picture
Cock
Show.
hand?
Or not Hancock. I'm gonna have to get you guys to watch Hamilton.
Hancock with Will Smith.
I had a flub. Fuck you. But I'm gonna have to get you to watch Hamilton. You guys keep refusing to watch it, and it's rap opera, Shab. It's like
whoa.
Look,
they
if Shab watches
getting
it,
down?
I'll watch it just to see Shab.
We watched a rap opera at one point, John, together. I don't know what it was.
Did you watch like Hamilton?
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, that's where people are rapping and stuff. Okay, I get that's probably what it is.
The American History one?
We watched it with Two Guns, and Two Guns liked it.
I must
saying
have
that,
been there.
yet I know that you must deal with a lot of the same pressures that somebody like Lindsay Lohan does, and you two are the same age. Britney Spears has a lot of pressures as well, and all these stars that we do see getting into trouble. Yet you've really managed to stay away from all of that and not fall into those traps. Yet I have to imagine you could see where that might be easy to do and why it happens.
Well, I agree to a certain point. For me, it's actually not that hard. To me, I get that if you go to clubs and you hang out with those people, that maybe it would be easy.
Those people.
Now here,
talking about black people here.
No, bad influences. I don't know. Maybe she is. No, let's not joke about that. But
hang out with those people.
But I do think here you can tell that she's actually can articulate her thoughts. So the word salad isn't kicking in yet, and that's when once they get into the disorganized speech, their speech is all incoherent. It's like, what are they trying to say? Like all the sentences don't really come together. That's when you can tell that schizophrenia starts to encroach. And before this stream, because I was doing everything last minute, stitching all the different topics together, I was trying to look for a video, like maybe like a 10-minute mini documentary of like, hey, this person was diagnosed with schizophrenia and stuff. Because usually the way it works is that it's kind of like autoimmune diseases where people don't actually start. It's not until your immune system completely develops where a lot of the autoimmune diseases trigger. So in the overwhelming majority of cases, people don't start dealing with the early onset symptoms of the immune diseases until they're in like their early to mid 20s. So schizophrenia, the brain stops developing around the age 25. So schizophrenia, it's very rare for children to have it. It happens occasionally. But in the overwhelming majority of cases, people don't develop it until they're in their late 20s. So when it comes to people that end up developing it, like they pretty much aren't any more or any less likely to deal with psychiatric disorders as a child growing up. So in most cases, it's like they're your average person. So you'll see stories of this young woman who it's like she's a medical student going into veterinary school. She's like moving. She has a boyfriend. They're engaged. Everything's going well. They never had any issues with them as a kid. And then all of a sudden they start disappearing. They start going out late. They start having issues with like drugs, doing all this stuff. And it's like their personality completely changes. People don't know what's going on with them. And then they end up getting diagnosed with schizophrenia. And a lot of the earlier symptoms are things like change in personality. They start to have issues with it's like idolia or something. Like they have issues with emotional blunting. And then what you start to see is it's just their personality completely shifts. They have issues with disorganized thinking. They have issues with like dressing themselves. They usually can function where they can keep their house clean and everything, make appointments. They're not making appointments. They're missing classes. They're getting fired. They're not picking up the phone. Their house is just a complete mess. It's just completely disorganized. There's a wellness check. They're in bed muttering to themselves in a pile of their own waste. And then they have schizophrenia. And then they seek treatment. A lot of the medication they put people on who have schizophrenia that address symptoms of psychosis. There's positive and negative symptoms. The positive symptoms are the symptoms of psychosis, like hallucinations, delusions. The negative symptoms are things like fatigue, lack of motivation, things like that. And it usually makes those symptoms worse. So it kind of turns them into a zombie. They have issues getting out of bed in the morning. And it is the Center of Disease Control, the CDC. They classify it as one of the most debilitating medical conditions out there. I think it's ranked the 12th most debilitating condition a person can have. So a lot of people don't really know how schizophrenia works. They think that it's just, and I mean, psychosis in general causes hallucinations and delusions. And lots of things can cause psychosis, like brain damage, sleep deprivation, certain drugs. People think that schizophrenia is just people having delusions and hallucinations. Much more complicated. Usually if you watch cases of people that have it, it's pretty traumatic and pretty depressing because they had all this potential and stuff, and then It's just now they have schizophrenia. Now they're just kind of like in a mental coma for the rest of their life.
Not interested in that. The club, the club scene and drinking doesn't appeal to me. So it's actually easier for me not to do it. I have no problem. I've never even been offered drugs. And people, when I
monologue.
I know because I don't go. I'm never. I mean, even if I'm there, I'm surrounded by people who aren't interested in that.
I like
Birds
how
of a feather
you finish that and play the video.
Yep. That's what we're here to do.
I definitely don't fly with that crowd.
Well, and certainly for a long time, you have had people around you. It comes with the business. People make your life more comfortable. And the thing that escapes a lot of people is the reason there are certain luxuries that stars are afforded is because of the work. We make sure this is taken care of, or you have a driver so you can do better at doing your job. But a lot of that gets into people's heads, and they have the wrong attitude about entitlement.
I agree.
And all of that. So
spoiled and shit. That's why these like teen stars do shit. I think maybe some of it is that because when you're a teenager, you got like, what is it, Pidgeot's theory of adolescent development, and there is the apparently with like adolescence, it's called like the illusionary audience. So teenagers tend to over predict just how much attention other people pay to, like how much people are paying attention to them. So that's why they get embarrassed easily. So if something happens, they tend to think everyone in the room is paying attention to it, and that's kind of normal for teenagers. So imagine having that kind of, I guess, facet of psychology that comes with being a teen, but you're a celebrity. And in a way, all eyes are on you. And you're dealing with that kind of complex that all teens deal with. So you could see how that could have a notable fucking like adverse effect on a person's development. And then we saw quite on set, even outside of like all the sexual abuse and all those scandals and stuff, just how the parents kind of use them for money. They're constantly working and stuff, and it is a job when you're acting and performing, and they're kids. They're not really supposed to be working. So you have all the issues of child labor laws and so forth. So there's that like kind of negative effect. But hey, they make a lot of money, and they're not starving to death in third world countries, so they're just spoiled shits. And I know a lot of assholes use that kind of logic to gaslight people who deal with hardships and adversity. If you're not, like, in the worst case scenario imaginable, you're not being tortured in some Somali prison, then you got nothing to complain about. You're just spoiled shit.
So
I think people take advantage of the opportunities and the things that people do give you. For me, I'm just grateful. I appreciate that people, and anything that anyone does for me. Maybe it's because I have parents who worked really hard to earn money. My dad was a dentist for 30 years. He went to USC and he wasn't given anything. His parents worked really hard to, he didn't grow up wealthy. So I saw, and my dad used to always teach me the value of a dollar.
Well, I must say.
Next hit. Just a few years later.
First game shot, records engagement, second degree, then right there. Step up, please, brother. Records engagement, second degree.
Do you notice the change in personality? Do you notice like the before and after effects I kind of described when it comes to the development of schizophrenia?
Her hair looks like mine.
Well, you can tell. So like the disorganized thinking, they can't like take care of themselves. Like they're not engaging in like proper care, proper hygiene.
Physical evidence and lawful possession of marijuana. Reasonable affidavit is
complete and total change personality. So yeah.
Yes. Please, please.
It's a matter of the people first move to a man or the amended defendant's name to reflect in the paperwork that his first name is man and last name Bynes. NICHOLL. It was justly based. But there no further notice that at the time of the requesting bail in the amount of $1,000 cash, the defendant deserved.
I like how now that marijuana is pretty much legalized throughout much of the United States, and it's on its way to being completely legalized in pretty much every state. Now it's like, hey, if a star's smoking weed when they're an adult, or even a teen, it's just like, whatever. They're doing what like all teens do. But I like how just a few years ago, in the early 2000s, it's like, hey, Macaulay Culkin got caught with weed. Oh my God, they're such an evil, terrible tyrant.
Well, I will say this. I'm looking at it on a pretty tiny screen here. But, it kind of looks like a wig, right?
Yeah.
Does it look like a wig? That's a wig?
Could
so,
be a wig.
I think she may have just been wearing that to try to blend in and not be recognized.
Well, she's been dressing like this for quite a while. It seems like she uses this. Yeah, but
I'm not an expert in it.
If it's not a wig, I think it might be like what is it where it's not a weave, but it's where they like you What's that?
I'm sorry. Can
It's
you hear
where-
that?
Yeah.
You
Oh,
mean
my bad.
extensions?
Well, not extensions. I don't know, where they like glue it on or something. Like you
Those
go to
are
a hairstyle.
extensions.
Oh, I guess. Maybe it's that, extensions.
That does not look like extensions.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what I'm thinking.
That's a wig.
Your Honor, I would ask that the bond be released under oath of cognizance. There was no bond.
Let me just ask the people, is there anything recovered here after this item?
I need to get a wig like that.
According to the complaint, Your Honor, there was nothing recovered from the sidewalk. If you read the last sentence of the criminal court complaint, Your Honor, it clearly indicates that nothing was recovered. So clearly a search was made for the bond, nothing was recovered. My client completely denies ever having thrown anything out the window. She was followed illegally into her...
So, Shab, look at how much of a criminal she is. She was caught with marijuana.
What a piece of shit.
Oh my God,
Fuck
Jesus.
her.
The downward
She-
spiral.
Yeah,
The
she's
gateway
not-
drug.
it's what begins. It all begins with.
Yeah, on three.
It's not because... Okay, who do you have locked in a cage, Negan?
Nobody?
Nobody? Yeah, before it sounded like somebody was like shouting or whatever. Do you have somebody locked in like a closet and back there somewhere?
No.
No.
Shut the fuck
For
up.
no reason. She has filed a complaint, I believe, with the internal affairs for inappropriate actions by the police department. She's never been in any trouble before, Your Honor.
And so, yeah, but I mean, she's just doing drugs and stuff. She's just bad. She's just using her condition as an excuse, even though she hasn't used it as an excuse at all. But, yeah.
It looks like Amanda Bynes may be a schizophrenic.
Okay, so fuck TMZ. I hate this network.
Harvey Levin here. We know that Amanda Bynes' doctors
For everything
are...
that's wrong with, like, I guess, paparazzi journalism. What's that?
I don't know what the evidence is, and I know you had your preamble about schizophrenia or whatever, but
Well, I think
what?
she is clinically diagnosed. I do think that's something. She went into a psychiatric hospital and she was clinically diagnosed with it.
Okay. Well, I'm just hearing
Very
TMZ with the scoop. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm no expert.
The poop scoop.
Right now, she was currently on a 72-hour hold, a psychiatric hold. We found out that they are going to go for another 2 weeks so they can properly evaluate her. But we're told she is showing clear signs of schizophrenia, especially after lighting a fire at a stranger's house.
I do think currently, if people are like confined in a psychiatric institution, usually they're only there for like 5-6 days. And a lot of it's because of insurance companies. I think it's something like insurance companies don't want to pay for them to be there long term. So typically, it's like they do the 27 hours, so 3 days, and then after that, it's like they might keep them there for 2-3 additional days. So usually, it's like it's rare that they're there for more than like 6 days or something. Which a lot of them probably should be there longer. So that is a problem. You can blame the Reagan administration for that.
Do you know what 5150 is?
Isn't that like kind of like hold or whatever? What is it?
Like a 5150 is like a thing where you can be like submitted into like a mental hospital or like a rehab for 50 days, and on the 51st day is like when the hospital decides like whether you're actually like have a problem or if it's like the people who brought you there like were like the false thing. So you can be in a hospital in some states for like up to 50 days.
Well, I think the way, and I actually have looked in the legality here, it varies a little bit state per state. This scenario where the variation's pretty small, but it's like I said, like they hold you for 27 days, and I think it's something where if you're an adult, a lawyer, you're presented with a lawyer, a judge comes in, and they determine whether you need to be there longer. So usually, if the judge decides to keep you there longer, then it's the 50 days where that's the max amount of time they can keep you until you get another, you have another appointment with a lawyer and a judge. And then if it happens again, it's another 50 days or something. So it's the 27-hour process. Then usually from there, if you're there for like longer than a week, I think you meet with a judge, and then it's that 50-day, 51-day cycle that just repeats. What's that, Shab?
Remy asked, how much to shave your head, Gene?
I'm not going to shave my head.
All right, I'll do it.
With her bizarre
You wouldn't shave.
Yeah,
we also know that
Gene,
parents
he would never shave his head.
Gene,
$1,000.
You wouldn't shave your head and get them made into extensions to like give them to me to show your support for trans women.
Yeah, what are you, racist or something?
Megan wants to like keep my hair and like their inside dresser and everything, so they can like.
No, I want it
sniff it at night.
I want it like staple. Well, yeah, I would smell it because it'd be my own hair.
I think a lot of people probably want my hair for that reason.
But you love me the most.
What's that? You love my hair the most?
No, you love me the most, so you're gonna give it to me. Give it to me.
I love the person who gives me the most money the most.
A conservatorship for Amanda because she is unable to care for herself. And frankly, she's a danger to others.
And the conservatorship thing, that's something where the legality, usually this is used for senior citizens. So people get conservatorship once they're, what are we laughing at?
I'm just...
Laughing at your face, bitch.
But typically the conservatorship is for senior citizens or whatever. I think that's the overwhelming majority of cases. So you have the kids in the family that have to take care of the older adults. And then you of course, have adults that are mentally retarded and so forth. So that are developmentally disabled where they can't legally function on their own as adults. So there's conservatorship that way. But and I think the vast exception of cases of conservatorship where 60-something% are senior citizens, the other like 30-something% are people who are developmentally disabled. You have people who have conditions like bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, but it's very, very fucking rare that somebody like this, that the parents get conservatorship over them, and that's why there's a lot of controversy with like Britney Spears and Amanda Bynes.
Especially living in Los Angeles, where she drives. It is very dangerous for Amanda Bynes to drive a car on an LA freeway, given her current mental state. As for her dog, we found out, in fact, we have surveillance video at a gas station where it's clear that she had spilled gasoline on the dog when she was trying to light the fire, and she was trying...
I have epilepsy, and they don't let me drive, but then they let people with schizophrenia drive. What's up with that? Don't you think it's Don't you think it's discrimination towards people with epilepsy to not let us drive?
I blame...
I don't know.
Well, to be fair, I do think I shouldn't be driving because, the other day I woke up and I showed you the giant bruise on the back of my head, and Discord wouldn't let me post it because they said it looked like a slit. It looked like they thought it was too illicit and stuff. But and I am kind of terrified of driving because I had a seizure, got into a car accident, and I woke up in the ER. And all these like medical staff were surrounding me, asking me questions and stuff. And they had to cut through my seatbelt and they had to cut through my clothing. So I was like naked and bloody on the hospital bed. And I didn't suffer any serious injuries. I hit my head on the steering wheel, and apparently head wounds, you kind of bleed profusely and stuff. So like I thought that maybe my skull was open. That maybe
God.
Well, I thought that I maybe was like a traumatic brain, like I was going to have this like really serious traumatic brain injury where I was probably going to be in a wheelchair or whatever. Well, it was probably the scariest moment of my life because I had no fucking clue what was like wrong with me or whatever. It's like at the moment I woke up, I knew like, oh shit, I got into a car accident, and the car was totaled. Yeah, there was blood all over me. And then when they were asking me questions, it was like it was complete. I could hear myself, I guess. Answering, and in my mind it was like I was speaking normally, but then I could also hear my voice like verbally, and it was just all gibberish and everything. And that's what the like neurologist told me. And then I like passed out within the span of less than a minute when that happened, and then I woke up hours later. And then I guess my speech quality of speech started to come back. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't drive.
Trying to wash the dog off at this gas station. The dog is okay. The dog is being cared for right now by Amanda's parents.
Guys, subscribe now!
No, fuck you.
That's the one thing I was worried about was the dog.
And now to our GMA cover story, that revealing new interview with Amanda.
Yeah, the whole shit changed when they involved the dog.
Her to step away from the public eye, and what was behind it. Paula Ferris is back with the story. Hey, Paula.
Hey there, Michael. Good morning, everyone. Bynes said that everyone thought she was the good girl, but at a very early age, she started experimenting with marijuana, which then led to a dark road of drugs. And
a very early age? Like, what do they mean a very early age? Are they talking about, like, your mid-20s? That's a very early age to experiment with marijuana? Dude, these boomer fucks. They need a... Oh my god.
Depression. But today, Amanda Bynes is sober, and she's saying she's sorry. Former child star
Oh my
Amanda
god.
Bynes.
She's such an evil tyrant. She smokes some weed. Like, these morons and shit don't know how to think critically. It's just, this happens to be an illegal substance, therefore, you're some kind of, like, bad influence because you smoke some weed. But it's like, what about eating cheeseburgers? What about highly processed food? That's killing more people than a lot of these, like, illegal drugs. And then it's things like cigarettes and, like, alcohol. I'd argue that alcohol is more, like, detrimental to your health than marijuana.
Breaking her silence overnight, sharing her struggles with depression, drug use, and sobriety. Bynes opening up to Paper Magazine, saying she began using...
What's that?
I was getting ready to ask, like, is anybody else experiencing gene, like, laggy? Or no?
No.
No.
Okay. It might be me. I'm downloading videos and stuff.
Take your medicine, Negan. It's all in your head.
using marijuana.
Stop smoking weed.
Yeah.
At the age of 16, and that later on it progressed to doing Molly and ecstasy. She would go on to experiment with other drugs like cocaine and Adderall.
Adderall.
Her use of Adderall pills was around the time.
Only monsters abuse Adderall.
What's that?
Only the worst of the worst abuse
I don't abuse Adderall. I have a prescription.
Adderall.
Wait, did they mention Adderall there?
Yeah.
Doing Molly and ecstasy.
I was too busy
She'd go on
paying
to
attention to you
experiment with other
guys
drugs like
distracting
cocaine
me.
and Adderall.
Oh. Well, I don't know. Cocaine, maybe Adderall is a bit doing it. Cocaine, I don't really. Legalize cocaine already. They're starting to legalize shrooms. Cocaine's the next thing. Just let us have our damn fucking blow.
In Canada...
Give us our clean cocaine. Well, I mean, look at, like, the drug war all across Central and Latin America, the U.S. Look at how many people are put in prison because of cocaine. You would cripple the black market if you just legalized it. It would help the economy because you could tax it and so forth. It would be regulated, so therefore it wouldn't be laced with all of these, like, additives and, like, fentanyl and shit. So just make cocaine legal. It's better for everybody. It would help the economy, less people in prison, being a tax strain and so forth, and you could actually tax it. What's that, chap? What's that, dirt?
This is why we need to go to Canada and up to where is it? Where like you can do LSD and stuff. Wherever it is.
Which
there's British Columbia. Is it British Columbia? Skeppies are Canadian in the chat.
We need to go there instead, and then we could do every drug at once.
No, we need to like petition the government, lobby the government to get like all of the good stuff legalized, all down like all the latitude of the Americas. We need to. Canada seems to be like where it's starting, and we need it to have that like viral domino effect down all the Canadian provinces throughout the United States, Mexico, Central America. We need to clean the Americas of all this like stupid, like excessive legality.
And Skabibi said Vancouver. Thank you, Skabibi.
Vancouver.
Yeah.
We need to go there so we could do every drug.
And is Vancouver in British Columbia, or is it in
fucking no. I will say one reason I would say legalize cocaine and pretty much all drugs is that you never buy something thinking it's one thing, and then next thing you know, it's the fentanyl. You think you got the Benjamin trying to get Liddy, but somebody got the fentanyl, and next thing you know, you're dead.
Should we legalize?
So it is what it is. Like, that's the only legalize it and fucking test it and make sure it's pure. It's the only way you're gonna make sure people don't die from that shit.
Do you think they should legalize PCP? You should go to the store and be able to buy little packets of PCP.
Yeah, so people don't buy it on the street thinking it's PCP, but it's actually a little baggie of fent.
They need to give like little yogurt packets. You could just...
Dude, PCP is where it's like 5 officers aren't able to restrain the person. They tase them, it has no effect. It like completely like it desensitizes their like sense of touch and stuff. They don't feel pain, and it gives them like superhuman strength. They'll like rip people's faces off and shit. PCP is fucking terrifying.
Time she was starring in the hit musical Hairspray.
Okay, this is what we're watching Movie Mondays. Here's Greg.
Telling the magazine that, quote, I definitely abused Adderall. Even sharing that during the filming of a separate movie, she would be in her trailer chewing on the tablets because she thought they made her more high that way.
She really attributed...
Well, don't they? I do believe that... Well, if it's, I think if it's extended release,
I like how...
that's time-released capsules, if you chew them, that's how to get... That's a hack to get around the, time-released capsules.
Even if it's not...
Wonderful. A little tip for pill poppers out there, but go ahead, Shad.
Well, it's you.
I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Don't say that, Jan. Yeah, I mean, even if it's not time-release, it's going to hit you harder if you... break it up real quickly like that, but especially if it's time release, then it's not meant for you to do that. You're gonna be doing a lot at once.
Do that instead of snorting because you don't want to fuck up your nasal cavities and stuff and so forth. So you don't want who's the one actor where they have the giant pig nose and shit. I mean,
she said chewing them.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying do that instead of snorting them because
stop giving
snorting's definitely worse. Well, I mean, chewing will really fuck your teeth up, but I mean, if you do the Stephen King, that's why he's got the giant pugged up nose. Don't snort your drugs.
What happened and changes in her behavior and personality to the drug use.
It's harm reduction,
and became,
education.
A much more serious issue.
Hey, what's up?
If you're gonna do it, don't do the needles, but get clean needles. Don't reuse the same needles over and over again.
I'm Sebastian.
Bynes goes on to share her reaction to seeing herself in some of her biggest movies. After watching her
one reason why, Gene?
She says...
Why?
Because the needle gets bent every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She went into a deep depression for 4 to 6 months because I didn't like how I looked when I was a boy. And after her work in Easy A, the actress says, I saw it and I was convinced that I should never be on camera again, and I officially retired on Twitter, adding, I was high and I was like, you know what, I am so over this, so I just did it. But it was really foolish, and I see that now. I was young and stupid. It was during her self-imposed exile from Hollywood that
I was young and stupid. So when is somebody no longer young and stupid? I know a lot of people.
Have you guys seen Easy A?
No.
It's a good. It's better than what I thought it was going to be. And Amanda Bynes did really good. She plays a Christian girl who's really snobby and she's not a likable character in that movie, and which is weird because she plays everything else. She's a likable character, and I thought she did really good. And it's a small role, but it's a pretty important role in the movie.
Is that where she plays they were talking about she plays a dude, or she?
No, that's called She's the Man.
Yeah, isn't that a pretty shitty kind of kids film?
That's a shitty movie, but Easy A is pretty good. Easy A is about a girl that boys pay her, they give her coupons to restaurants and stuff to say that they slept with her, and
want the stats.
It's kind of the whole Scarlet Letter type story.
Bynes says she felt adrift.
You're giving incels cred tokens.
Really into my drug usage, and it became a really dark, sad world for me. I was just stuck at home, getting high, watching TV, and tweeting. She adds,
That's what most Americans do these days.
Everything I worked my whole life to achieve, I kind of ruined it all through Twitter. Bynes now says that she's ashamed and embarrassed by the controversial things.
See, it's not just chewing and snorting drugs. Don't do the Twitter. Twitter's also one of the worst drugs of them all.
That she said on Twitter, and that she's been sober for.
And now that Musk controls Twitter, it's laced with all that bad all of those digital additives and shit. So definitely stay away from Twitter now.
Almost 4 years.
This is sort of her wanting to tell her story, kind of close a chapter that was difficult, move on, and start the next phase of her life and career.
For Bynes, this next chapter is one she's optimistic about. I have no fear of the future, she says, because she's been through the worst and came out the other end and survived it. It's only up from here. She is now going to fashion school and wants to get back into acting the same way that she did as a kid, with excitement and hope for the best. She doesn't want to limit herself. But what a platform she has. She can say, I had it all.
Okay, next vid. So what's this? What year? Oh, this is 2 weeks ago. Okay. So she wanted to get back into acting and shit. Oh, after release documents. On set. Wait, what's the point of this video? It's just, hey, she's walking about and commuting somewhere. Yep. It's oh my god.
It's like a nature documentary piece. captured in the wild.
Yeah, the actor in the wild. They have their cell phone in their coffee. Usually, after being a child actor, it's only down from there, not up. They need the espresso to get through the day. More espresso from the average non-actor personnel.
And you just hear the camera click, 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 click.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Here we go.
The internet has erupted in the wake of the ID docuseries Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV, and one notable absence was that of Nickelodeon's golden child, Amanda Bynes. Among other things, the doc focused on Schneider's first big hit, The Amanda Show, and the questionable relationship the adult producer had with its star, who was just 13 when she got her own spin-off following her success on All That.
Bring in the dancing lobsters.
The reason behind Bynes' absence on Quiet on
The Dancing Lobsters.
Yeah, you never watched the Amanda Bynes show, you dork.
Well, I remember they did that on the, what was it, the Judge Trudy? Is that what they called it?
Yeah.
Like, they would do it every time there, and then occasionally they would use them in other, like, skits.
Plenty who are eager to hear her side of the story. So what happened to the early 2000s It Girl, and where is she now? Bynes had an early knack for comedy and was scouted by a Nickelodeon producer at the Laugh Factory.
Maybe I should have skipped that 13.
Look at how Hollywood and drugs ruined that innocent little soul.
She was cast on All That soon after. Later, her own show became a huge success, as did she. After The Amanda Show ended, Bynes would go on to star in early aughts hits like She's the Man, Big Fat Liar, and What a Girl Wants. In 2003, Variety...
Big Fat Liar, that movie was terrible. And that had the guy from Sideways in it.
Paul Giamatti.
Yeah, Paul Giamatti. What did you have to say, Derek?
No, nothing, man. Sorry, I'm on mobile here trying to adjust my volume. Fucking
Big Fat Liar
Bynes had been
isn't
looking to
that
get
bad
emancipated.
either.
What?
As far as like kids movies go, Big Fat Liar isn't that bad.
I thought you thought like 99% of films are complete total like horseshit.
No,
And that's not. That movie's not complete total horseshit.
For a kids movie.
Well, I'd say it was mediocre for a kids film, but didn't you
That's
say
just-
that mediocre for you is horseshit?
That's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah, man.
From her parents.
I like that
Schneider
response.
himself, who was considered a major player in the then 17-year-old actor's attempt, discussed the emancipation while responding to Quiet on Set.
She wanted that for herself, so she turned to her team, which included her lawyer, her agent, her manager, her publicist, me, because she included me as part of her team, thought of me that way.
Bynes later told Paper Magazine that She's the Man sent her into a depression as she hated the way she looked in the film. She also said her role in Easy A, the last film she appeared in, gave her confidence issues as well. It was around this time that Bynes started struggling with drugs. She said that she started smoking weed at 16 and abused other substances like Adderall. Her body image...
So, smoking weed at 16, I think you fall within the parameters of like 90-something% of teens in America.
Issues continued during the filming of the movie Hall Pass, when she claims a drug-induced psychosis made it so that she couldn't look at her body. Bynes was later replaced
Everyone
by
here,
Allison-
when did you start? When's the first time you smoked weed?
Like 12 or 13.
That's 12 or 13.
I was 14.
Yeah, I was 14 as well, but I didn't start like correctly smoking weed until I was like 15 or 16.
Well,
I used to put it in a cigarette. I used to put it in a cigarette, and I would like smoke it with the filter on.
Me, I never did it as like a habit. I would just go to parties, and it's like because everyone's doing it. It's like, oh yeah, I'm smoking the weed too, yeah. But like me, like 12, 13, that's not really when kids went to party. It wasn't until like high school where kids would have parties where everyone brings the drugs out.
Xander Daddario. In 2010, she announced her retirement from acting via Twitter. What followed was a few years of erratic tweets, arrests, and a conservatorship by her parents that ended in 2022. While under her conservatorship, she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. In the 2018 Paper Magazine interview, Bynes celebrated being 4 years sober and credited her relationship with her parents as helping her get there. Bynes was attending and later graduated from Los Angeles' Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising.
That's one of the early symptoms of having like bipolar disorder or schizophrenia and stuff. Once women start dyeing their hair pink or blue, I guess men too. But once the pink and blue hair dye is brought into the equation, you know, there's some like psychosis, neurotic mood disorder going on there.
Design and merchandising, and was eger to start.
You know, I don't think it's the drugs. I don't think it's like being a childhood celebrity. They put something in that fucking hair dye. Like, I'm sorry. I don't have any issues with how people want to dress. It's not the look that I have issues with, but maybe I'm generalizing. But typically when somebody has blue and pink hair dye, there's like a 90-something% chance that they're probably pretty unhinged. You gotta walk on eggshells when you're around them. They're one of those people, you know, that you gotta walk on eggshells. You probably just wanna, your relationship at a distance, probably don't want to be friends with them.
fashion line. She was also clear about her desire to return to acting.
I do miss acting, and I actually have something surprising to
Fair
tell you.
die
I'm going to
prejudice,
start acting again.
In the last few years, Bynes has sporadic.
I'm gonna have to look into like the chemicals they put in that hair dye or whatever. I mean, I'm gonna have to like, I don't know, get some like peer-reviewed study going. I'm gonna find out that the like mental illness epidemic, all these people being diagnosed with like depression and schizophrenia and shit and bipolar disorder, it's because of those pink blue hair dye cosmetics. This is the biggest like capitalistic conspiracy out there currently.
Radically posted on social media, debuting a
Fuck lead in the water supply and microplastics. It's the fucking hair dye chemicals.
tattoo in 2019 and announcing a short-lived engagement in 2020. That same year, she also posted about being 1 year sober. Bynes was put on a psychiatric hold twice in 2023. Once for reportedly walking around downtown Los Angeles without any clothing on. The second time, she was referred for treatment. Bynes has yet to say anything about Quiet on Set, her relationship with Schneider, or anything related to her time at Nickelodeon.
Apparently, in all seriousness, that is something that happens a lot with people who are schizophrenic. They'll just go out, like, side not wearing clothes. And a lot of it's because of that, just, they're not all there. So they don't even notice that they haven't dressed themselves.
After a short-lived attempt at podcasting, it appears that the 37-year-old is exploring a future as a nail technician.
I'm taking the board exam to get my manicurist license this Tuesday. I really hope I pass the test this time.
Can't really speak on things that I never witnessed. You know what I'm saying? Because all these
Okay,
things...
so on to another, like, childhood actor. See what Keenan has to say. Now, Keenan Kell's a little bit before my time. And I know, like, what is it? Crow, same age as me, Dirt, a little bit younger.
I got a question.
What's that?
Who loves orange soda?
I hate orange soda. It sucks.
No, that's a reference to the...
I know.
Okay.
I'm not even aware of it, but I knew he was referencing something. But, yeah, Shab, Keenan Kell, I know you're an old fuck. You're like 4 years older than me. So, were you watching Keenan Kell episodes and stuff when you were younger?
I remember it, yeah.
I do too, and we're the same age, Gene.
Well, they never... Like, I think they stopped, like, airing new episodes by the time I was in elementary school, and I don't remember them running that many reruns.
Gene stopped being a child at, like, 8, okay, so...
Well, I'm saying that even when I was watching, like, Nickelodeon, I do think, like, they didn't really run a lot... Like, by the time I was in elementary school, there weren't a lot of reruns that they were actually showing on TV. So I remember seeing a few episodes here and there, but it was something I remember being pretty sparse by the time I was watching Nickelodeon.
Lies.
Yeah, but I remember I mentioned, like, his hair, he looked like one of the, like, the black Cabbage Patch Kids. Like, in the later seasons. You don't remember, like, he had that very weird hairdo? He had, like, the ponytails.
Happened after I left, basically. And
amidst the unsettling allegations...
Chad, did you like The Good Burger?
The Good Burger.
It was like a Keenan. Okay, I thought you told me that was one of your favorite movies.
I guess I've never seen the movies. I've just seen some of the show when I was a kid. It really wasn't that great. Where I was like, oh my god, I have to see the Keenan and Kel. Like, it was just there, from what I remember.
Oh, but you really like Drake and Josh.
Drake and Josh was better, and Amanda show
was
better.
Racist pig. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, Drake and Josh is better than Keenan and Kel.
You're racist. You're racist. You're racist, Shab.
Shab's a racist.
You just like white people better. Yeah,
it's true. I mean, no.
Episodes, I barely remember anything, but you just don't like. Yeah, you just don't like them because they're black. But I do know they are referred to as like the Drake and Josh before Drake and Josh.
Yeah, like, they laid the foundation.
Yeah.
Surrounding Nick.
It's going to take some time to realize that Shab is a racist.
Yeah, Shab just
I have a black cat. Look.
Nickelodeon's past. Former child star Kenan Thompson breaks his...
You like to own your black cat.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It's ownership.
He's my property.
He can live through his fantasies.
Silence on the controversial documentary series, Quiet on Set. Thompson, renowned for his roles in iconic Nickelodeon shows like All That and Kenan and Kel, recently spoke on the Tamron Hall...
To be fair, Kenan and Kel do seem like they'd be a lot more fun to hang out with than Drake and Josh. Drake and Josh do seem a lot
they don't
more
get
nerdy
along.
And,
show, addressing the allegations of inappropriate conduct behind the scenes of the network. Here's what he had to say.
Didn't they recently make a new Good Burger movie, and when I was looking up shit for this stream and everything, I was looking up like Keenan and Kel, like their interview and crap like that. I think I saw something for a Good Burger 3.
I haven't even seen the second one. I never even
seen any of them.
Second one just
I know of Good Burger because the Nostalgia Critic reviewed it.
In the interview, Thompson expressed the difficulty of discussing events he never personally witnessed, as most of the allegations surfaced after his departure from Nickelodeon. He emphasized that his experiences with producer Dan Schneider, who was at the center of many of the accusations, were not significantly overlapping during his time at the network. Despite not being privy to the reported negativity documented in Quiet on Set, Thompson empathized with those who have been victimized, extending his heartfelt support to them and their families. He acknowledged the importance of shedding light on such stories for the sake of accountability, even if it's painful to confront. Thompson reflected on his fond memories of working at Nickelodeon and expressed dismay upon learning about the alleged hardships endured by his former co-stars. He emphasized the need for further investigation into the matter, stressing that
they covered all this in the documentary, so I thought they were gonna, like, he finally opens up, so I thought they were gonna cover, this coverage sucks. It's just the generic. He came out and said that it was bad what Dan Schneider was doing, and pointed out all the shit everyone else pointed out.
There's a video of Keenan talking about it to some chick on like a TV show or something, and he said that he thought the documentary was good, like it was bad, like what happened, but like that people need to keep investigating, like don't stop investigating, like it's not over yet. Even though he didn't see anything, doesn't mean nothing else didn't happen.
I thought he was interviewed though, and they didn't interview him at all.
No, I think he might be in the next one or something like that. I think more people who, were blind to what was going on, I think they're gonna be in the next one, or I don't know. It's just I'm not sure. The next one comes out like tomorrow, right?
Oh,
there's more.
Yeah, look at
there's
Bill
gonna be a part 5. It's called Breaking the Silence.
Bill Hicks is like, fix the stream title. It's Quiet on Set, not All Quiet on the Set. Well, apparently, according to these guys, when I originally titled it that, they're like,
said All Quiet on Set. I said All Quiet.
Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't just Dirt. It was other people. So.
No, I didn't.
Blame them. Blame everyone else. Yes,
I
didn't.
I said the right you asked and I said that's how it is, the way you already had it. That's what I agreed with.
Somebody said, I think it's All Quiet on the Set.
Then I joked and I was like, all quiet on all of the set.
All quiet on the Western set.
Network should remain a safe space for children. While Nickelodeon has stated its commitment to investigating formal complaints and fostering a professional workplace environment, Thompson urged for more thorough scrutiny and action. He emphasized the importance of maintaining a safe...
Who cares? I like that title more. Maybe it should be we should do a little spin on the title since we're doing a commentary.
...environment, particularly for young actors and crew members. Kenan Thompson's comments shed light on the complexities of navigating the aftermath of troubling allegations within the entertainment industry. As investigations continue and conversations surrounding accountability persist, Thompson's perspective serves as a reminder of the importance of prioritizing safety and well-being in all professional environments, especially those involving young talent. Buzz has continued to...
But it is like, to be fair, like All Quiet on the Western Front, it's about a bunch of young kids who are dealing with like PTSD from their fucked up experiences. So maybe they should have done a little spin on that title. A lot of similarities.
Maybe it is. Maybe the title is.
It's already a spin on something. You want it to be a double spin?
Yeah.
The title.
Well, look at like. Dude, Bill Hicks is turning into our little, like, pedantic actually guy in the chat.
He's the greatest.
Actually, Ariana Grande has reacted to the latest documentary about Nickelodeon. This comes after the release of the viral documentary series, which is titled Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV. Now, attention has been drawn to certain scenes in shows created by Dan Schneider, suggesting they may be inappropriate.
Wait, so, Ariana Grande, what kind of stuff has she been in?
Salmon Cat. What is it? Victorious.
I'm not aware of any of those.
Yeah.
So is she one of the newer?
Yeah, one of the newer.
Okay, so she's after my time, not before my time.
For young child stars like Ariana Grande and Jamie Lynn Spears, Dan Schneider, however, denies any intentional wrongdoing. On social media, fans are urging high-profile Nickelodeon stars such as Ariana Grande to address the situation. One fan spoke up on this and said, "Why?"
So maybe we should establish this now. So, when I was elementary school aged, so 5 years old, I remember seeing reruns of All That and Amanda Show and stuff. But for me, it was probably like when SpongeBob just started. And
SpongeBob started in '99.
Yeah, so I was like around 5 years old, around them. But yeah, so from there, and then I stopped watching around the time I guess Drake and Josh ended. So what's your guys like, I guess, timeline when it came to when you started watching Nickelodeon? What kind of shit was being aired and stuff, and when you stopped watching?
I remember Invader Zim. I remember Cat Dog. Go deep. Angry Beavers. Remember that one?
About Doug.
Huh?
Doug. There's Disney's One Saturday Morning. I remember watching Doug on that. So I didn't even know that it was on Nickelodeon until later.
What about Kablam?
Before my time.
Kablam is really cool because it was like a sketch comedy like thing. Like they would have the same sketches, but it was like different things. I really think you would like the one with the alien and the caveman. There's no talking; it's all like subtitles. It's I forget what the actual name of it is like, but it's from Kablam.
When they had a bunch of like action figures and stuff.
Yeah,
like, skits of that. So
yeah.
I can remember that a little bit, so I have very vague memories. That's when I was like in preschool.
That's Action League Now.
Yeah, so I could remember that a little bit. So that was like preschool, kindergarten Gene. So what about you, Shad?
Trying to remember what that one show was with like the little. I want to say it was a kangaroo with
Rocko's Modern Life.
Rocko's Modern Life.
He was a wallaby.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
Cable.
What about Real Monsters?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. That was one where I remember they had reruns. So when I started watching, it was discontinued, but they had the reruns. So I could remember being like 5, 6, 7, seeing some reruns of that.
Power.
Yeah, that was that was during the, like, I guess when I was at the primary age for like Nickelodeon viewers in like mid elementary school.
So
and then
like you started watching it. You started watching it like when Rugrats All Grown Up came out.
Yeah, so lots of Rugrats. I remember I was probably 5 when the Rugrats movie came out, and I remember
I was 5 when the Rugrats movie came out because I was in kindergarten.
Well, maybe I'm misremembering, but I do remember that. Well, Rugrats in Paris. I remember.
Yeah,
seeing,
that's
like previews for that, and I was in like first, second grade when that came out. So, Rugrats was something that aired quite a bit, and I watched quite a bit when I was in like elementary school, and then Cat Dog. There was quite a bit of that as well.
Nah, dude. Rugrats Go Wild, where they did the crossover with the Thornberries.
Yeah, and I remember the Wild Thornberries. That was probably one where it started to air the Wild Thornberries when I was like in elementary school, and it stopped airing while I still watched cartoons before I finished elementary school. So, yeah, but what about you, Sheb? You started with Rocko's Modern Life, and I know you stopped watching cartoons when you were like 20 on Nickelodeon. But what were the shows you ended with? So me, it was like Drake and Josh and everything, and Avatar: The Last Airbender. That came out right when I stopped watching TV, and that came out when I was in like I think I was in the 6th grade, so I was like 10 years old. And then I watched the last 2 seasons of Avatar: The Last Airbender online. So I didn't even like watch those on TV. But so with you, what were the shows that you could like remember watching when you were tuning in when you stopped watching Nickelodeon?
I don't know.
Drake and Josh.
It's Drake and Josh, and there was some iCarly, but that was like half. Like
that's when I stopped. That was iCarly was when I jumped ship, dude. I was always a Cartoon Network kid, anyways.
I quit I quit watching Nickelodeon when there was a show called The Naked Brothers Band, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I'm like, "I am done watching this. Why is it
That's
called
kind
The
of sus
Naked?"
looking back.
Yeah, and they're not. Their last name ain't called Naked. It's something else. It would only make sense if their last name, if they're brothers and their last name is Naked. But why is there? I was like, I'm checking out. I'm done with this shit. I'll be back in a few years.
I think that was supposed to be like Flight of the Conchords, so it was like a kid's version of that, where it was shot like it was a documentary and stuff. So that was one where my cousins were still watching Nickelodeon. They were a little bit younger than me, so if I was at their place, it was on the TV. Same thing with iCarly. So I stopped watching Nickelodeon before iCarly was even a thing. What about you, Crow?
How cool you are.
Probably all that, SpongeBob, the start and the end. Probably Sweet Life of Zach and Cody.
That's Disney.
Shit.
Yeah.
That's Disney. Fuck no, but
then I don't know. Like it would if there's nothing good on Cartoon Network, then I would go to Disney. If there's nothing good on Disney, then I would go to Nickelodeon.
Ooh, me was the other way around. It was Cartoon Network, Nick, Disney. I thought Disney was the worst out of the three. Like, I didn't think the sitcoms were that good on Nickelodeon, but I thought the ones on like Disney were even fucking worse.
So I checked out on Cartoon Network when they started airing live action shit like Nickelodeon, dude. When they started doing like Destroy, Build, Destroy. Yeah, you remember that one?
You want to know somebody who's responsible for a lot of those live action shows on Cartoon Network?
Dan Schneider.
Trevor Moore.
I don't even know.
Really?
Yep. He did a few Disney ones too.
Well, shit.
Well, Disney,
him, I guess.
I
made lots of money.
Cartoon Network, like I clocked out before they even did any live action shit, so I don't even remember them having any. I remember they had like what was it? It was like what do they call it? Like when it's not a show, but it's like a segue sort of segment. Like a bumper sort of thing, like in between the shows.
Yeah, we call it a bumper. Or
yeah. They had a bumper with these two like adults and stuff that would like talk about like, oh, next we're watching like this cartoon and stuff. And I thought it was weird how they were starting to introduce live action stuff even in the bumpers, but they didn't have any shows that were live action. And Cartoon Network, it was like the cartoons. So I remember Johnny Bravo and Powerpuff Girls and all of that. Dexter's Laboratory. And then they had Toonami, and I liked some of the shows on Toonami.
About Cow and Chicken.
Yeah, Cow and Chicken. That was really good.
I love how Gene's so white, he can't even say all of that. He's like, that show, all of that?
I wasn't talking about the show All That. I was talking
I thought you were saying.
God, see? You're a dumb fuck, Shab. Pay attention.
I'm sorry.
That just sounds... about the cartoon shows, and I mentioned a few, and I'm like, All That. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I just thought you were so white. You would do that. It made sense.
That's why I was laughing. I was laughing at you, Shabs.
Yeah.
Don't laugh at me.
But Batman the Animated Series and Justice League, Cartoon Network had all of those. They had Teen Titans, so they had all of those like DC action cartoons, and then they also had. And I was surprised when Avatar was on Nickelodeon because it's like, shouldn't this be like a Cartoon Network show? Because Nickelodeon never had, like, I guess like serialized action series where they're for kids, but they have like a serious tone. Nickelodeon like that. I thought Avatar was very like out of place on like Nickelodeon.
Did you ever watch that show All of That, Gene? All of That? No? Okay, just wondering.
Yeah. But what was the
All of That?
On Toonami there was that one, it was it Tenchi Muyo where they like lived with like he lived with like these like 3 or 4 alien girls. They all like shared the like house on the ranch with each other, and then like Rurouni Kenshin or whatever, wasn't that the show with like the samurais and stuff? So I liked that. I thought Dragon Ball was fucking terrible. I remember that. Avatar: Last Airbender is better than Dragon Ball. It has better animation, better character development, better fight choreography, better in every single way. And I know Shab really liked Hamtaro.
It's because you're racist, and it's done by like an American animation, and you don't like those.
How am I
Japs.
racist when I like all those other like animes and stuff? Like
'Cause you
Tenchi
said
Muyo and stuff.
Avatar's better than Dragon Ball. It automatically makes you racist.
So,
Gene.
so there can't be Western shows that are better than certain Japanese shows. What's that, Crow?
Gene, would you like Dragon Ball if they had killdozers in it?
I don't know, maybe. It probably would still be boring. It would take them like 50 like episodes to just build the killdozers, and then it would take them 100 episodes just to drive it into a battle scene before it even does anything.
You haven't watched
Ariana
it.
I have watched it.
I think you've just seen other people talk about it and criticize it, because you just recycle the same thing that people that don't like, people that didn't watch The Hangover when it came out. You know, they're like, "Oh, it's just a stupid, gross out comedy. It's just a stupid film."
I did watch Dragon Ball when it was airing on Toonami, because all the other kids liked it and talked about it and shit, and I went home and tried to give it a chance and watch it as well. And even as a little kid, I'm like, this is fucking garbage.
Not everything's for everybody, man.
Well, my opinion's the right opinion.
You suck!
Oh, yeah,
Speaking
because
up, she's
we
the most
live
famous
in Gene's world.
Exactly.
Gene's world.
Nickelodeon star of all. Her speaking up could really make a
The
huge
litmus
impact.
test
She
for
needs to
whether
do it to
something
honor
is
all of the
objectively
victims.
good or bad is whether I like it.
The person said, "I am not on Dan's side, but I don't think fans should pressure Ariana to come forward and speak up. She might simply not want to. She might suffer from trauma. She might be under a heavy NDA. Don't judge her. You don't know her reasons, and it's none of your business." Recently, Ariana seemingly hinted at her stance on this through a subtle Instagram comment.
Okay, next vid.
On the outside, I was doing a lot of the performing, the tap dancing of like the smile and the showing up and landing on my mark, and I'm gonna just do what I need to do and be this, happy-go-lucky Nickelodeon kid.
My name is Samantha Puckett. I'm from Seattle, and I love fried chicken.
But inside, it was hurting. It was painful. I was angry. I felt unsupported.
You pull back the curtain on childhood stardom. It is not a pretty picture.
Not as I see it. No.
Wait. Oh, that's not Bill Hicks. I thought I was gonna call them out on like the spelling, because Bill Hicks was calling me out on my spelling the other day.
At just 15, Jennette McCurdy was one of the most recognizable child stars on television, playing Sam Puckett in Nickelodeon's hit show iCarly.
Where'd my straw go? Here.
To her millions of fans, she was known as the funny BFF. But she says behind that bubbly on-screen persona, nothing about her real life was funny.
For you, what were the pitfalls of child fame?
You're playing an adult's game. You're in an adult's world, and you don't recognize that. You're incapable of being on that level, but you are confused and you think that you are. And I think it really leads to stunted personal development.
Her personal struggles eventually prompting her to abandon acting altogether.
You say quite frankly that this was never your dream. Stardom was never your dream. Whose dream was it?
My mom's. I think she...
So this is something now I talked about last night when we were watching All Quiet on the Set. The gray area now. So the big thing now is like mommy vloggers, where they do all these like streams and stuff or TikTok videos with their kids, and they pretty much use their kids where it's like, oh, they're so cute and stuff to get all the views. And there's this gray area where it's like, okay, are their kids employees? So how much of the money should their kids be getting? And I looked into it last night after we were talking about it, and apparently it's something like if the kids show up in a third of their content, then at that point, they have to like fill out some paperwork to give them the right, what are you doing, Egan?
I am looking up videos to put in the intro for Mortal Kombat, and I found one of the best videos. I just wanted to shout out to Spiteful Raven. You're awesome for doing what you're doing.
Okay, but thanks for derailing things. But it's what was I saying? See, I lost my train of thought because of you. Oh, but it's like the mommy loggers and shit.
I derailed the Snowpiercer.
Yeah, apparently they if they show up in more or in I guess at least a third of the parent streams, then they have to go through some paperwork and stuff, and they're classified as child celebrities or something, and but there's still a lot more gray area when it comes to the child labor laws and stuff of like, I guess, internet kids who are internet celebrities as opposed to child actors that perform for like TV shows or like streaming series or movies. And this is something where you have parents that pretty much use their kids as property. They use their kids as like tools just to like groom them into actors. And those kind of parents seem like some of the most disgusting like human beings out there. And it's kind of like parents that vicariously live through their kids, like sports, like dads or moms that just, they like peaked in high school playing on the baseball team or something. So then their kids, they go out of their way to like groom their kids into athletes and they coach the teams that their kids are on. And they do all of that out of like some kind of weird to live through their kids. You know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about, Gene.
And I had an uncle who did that. He was that like shitty uncle I talked about and stuff who he ended up moving in with the neighbor 2 doors down. But he had his kids, my cousins, playing on the travel team, their school's teams, and then like the rec teams and stuff. And they're like, by one cousin, his big thing was like sports and stuff. And I remember when I wasn't into sports at all, but I got into high school and I started making all my school sports teams. And then he got into high school and he wasn't making any of his teams. And it kind of you kind of felt sorry for him because that was his identity. His big thing was playing sports. And then he gets into high school and he wasn't even like capable of really making any of the teams. And he was kind of like small, scrawny, stuff like that. He definitely didn't have like the build of an athlete, and you could tell like his father was also really short as well. And like I don't know, they're like my uncle, their dad and stuff was kind of a giant fucked up asshole. How he kind of just like used them to play his little role play game. He was just LARPing through his kids.
Have a better life than she had, but I also think her approach was very unhealthy and informed by her own lack of self-work, and she lived vicariously through me.
Oh, there you go.
Jennette had her first audition at age 6, encouraged by...
Oh, PT Ham's here. Where have you been, PT Ham? PT Ham's been neglecting, like, the Gene Shab community.
Her late mom, Deborah, their mother-daughter bond, deeply disordered and chaotic. She says her family struggled financially. Over time, like so many other child stars, her acting paid the bills.
It felt like a lot of pressure. And then I think my mom saw my career as...
It's kind of weird, like the other, like, celebrities we've covered, they kind of, like, they definitely look like they're adults and stuff. She kind of still has her child body. Same thing with, like, who was the iCarly actor? And, what was
Melissa
it?
Cosgrove?
Yeah, she also kind of still looks kind of like a kid. She doesn't really look like she's...
No, Miranda Cosgrove. There we go.
Miranda Cosgrove, whatever.
a way out of that life, of that way of living, of that constant grind.
How chaotic was that childhood home? You described it with one line that stuck with me, that the air in the house felt like a held breath.
It was really complicated. My mom also had cancer when I was 2 years old. It was the first time she was diagnosed. So not only was it chaotic because of the abuse that was happening, and my mom's violent and erratic, unstable behavior, but also because we all lived in fear of her cancer coming back.
How's she abused? She's rich, famous. I mean, come on. Only poor people can be abused, and she's not starving to death in a third world country. Therefore, she can't be a victim of any sort of hardships or trauma or adversity. That's how it works. Isn't it that black and white, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, and
I like how no one... Everyone seems all down and melancholy now. No one seems to...
Well, no, like, this chick, yeah, she went through all of this, trauma and whatnot and made millions. I am not spending $28 fucking on her book. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry that...
What if it's half off? What if it's half off?
Is it $28? I think it's probably...
It says $27.99 right there.
Oh. Usually, I just read ebooks, and ebooks usually are, like, at most, like, $10 brand new and stuff.
Relationship is at the center of Jennette's dark and deeply personal memoir, I'm Glad My Mom Died.
What made you pick that? I think I earned that title through the writing of the book, but I wanted it to be something that would grab people's attention and get them to pick up the book and then hope.
And books do go down in price very quickly. So it's like usually hardbacks are more expensive than like softbacks. So like softback print probably is a little less than $20. Probably would be like $18 half the cost. And then usually once you can get them used, you can get them for just a few bucks. So they definitely are much easy to obtain, like a much more cheaper version compared to, I guess, like video games and movies, where they usually take a bit longer to go down in price.
Hopefully learn by the end of it why I've chosen that title.
From the tender age of 11, she says her mother taught her the dangerous habit of calorie restriction, which would turn into years of eating disorders.
In many ways, your mother tried to keep you a child.
Yeah, I think my mom wanted to keep me as controllable as possible. I think she really wanted to have her influence on me, and me growing up was a threat to that.
The key to that was calorie restriction.
So, like the grooming and stuff, it kind of reminds me of like show dogs or like show animals and stuff, where you're constantly trying to monitor their diet and so forth, and give them inspections when it comes to their hair and so forth. And they're kind of like more of a piece of property as opposed to an actual like living being. And I mean, with animals, I guess you can debate the level of ethics there, but I think we can all agree it's pretty fucked up and goes into a realm of its own once it's a child.
Absolutely. I think my mom encouraged and conditioned my anorexia because both she thought that it would in some ways help my career, and also because it served her goal of keeping me young and under her influence.
The book reveals dark episodes of her childhood that for years Jennette says she blocked out. She describes how her mother would give her showers and touch her invasively until she was a teenager.
She referred to them as medical exams on your private parts.
Yes. This was the hardest part of the book for me to write about. It was a really emotional experience. I laughed during the writing of it, and then I cried a lot after I wrote that vignette.
You talk about basically having out-of-body associations, out-of-body experiences when this is happening to you.
Yeah.
What do you think was going on?
I've tried to understand, and that didn't lead me anywhere productive. I would just spin my wheels trying to understand.
So if the mother was alive today and she came out, if you're giving your kid those kind of inspections after they're, I guess, like past the age of infancy, do you think you should be on a list and definitely spend some time in prison? Yeah.
My mom's motives.
This continued until you were 17?
Yeah.
And you describe in the book that you felt violated.
Yes, I absolutely felt violated, and eventually accepting that was the most, I think, integral piece to my own healing and recovery.
At the height of her stardom, she landed a spin-off series, Sam and Cat, starring alongside future pop star Ariana Grande. She writes about tensions on the set.
I'll say what you said. Say it again one more time.
I said I'm really smart.
You literally wrote, I frequently made the mistake of comparing my career to Ariana's.
Yeah.
And being jealous of everything, jealous of her childhood, jealous of a music career that you didn't even want.
Sure. I was jealous specifically that she played charades with Tom Hanks. That's what got me. Charades with Tom Hanks.
How dare she?
I know. But I was so young at the time, and I think it's really hard to not compare yourself to somebody at that age when you're in an environment around them all the time. So I made that mistake repeatedly.
Sheb, I know you're still young mentally, but you got to stop comparing yourself to me. You got to stop with all the envy. I know it kills you that you don't have like all the accolades, accomplishments that I do, but I mean, you can't let it get to you, Sheb.
It just makes me feel happier about my PP when I compare myself to you, Jane.
Always goes back to PPs, Sheb.
Yeah,
Sheb,
I got a big PP.
What happened to you when you were younger?
I had a big PP.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm glad to be at a place now where I wouldn't trade positions with somebody.
As the show was airing, her mother died of cancer. Jennette says her life was spinning out of control, anorexia morphing into bulimia and alcohol abuse.
I was never aiming for bulimia. I was attempting to have anorexia, but I couldn't keep it up without my mom. So then that would lead to, I'd starve myself for so long, and then I'd binge, and then I'd purge because I hated the feeling of fullness. Hated it.
It would take...
So, remember the other actor? So she was like the younger actor who was kind of being phased out with like Amanda Bynes, and they called her and they said, we already have like the token, like sort of like fat actor. So she's getting too fat. She's got to lose weight. You look at her and it's like, she's not even that overweight and everything. I keep bringing her up. Like, who was that actor?
Katrina Johnson.
Here. Let's play this.
Jennette years to seek proper help and start therapy to begin grappling with her trauma.
I couldn't
I got a
initially
question.
accept the idea
What's
that my
that?
mother was abusive toward me.
Do you think like she purposely like nowadays doesn't make herself like look as good because like of how hard she was like pressured to like make herself look like attractive?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't really look at her and think that she's not putting any like effort in her looks or whatever. I mean, I don't think she looks any more or any less attractive than she has in other shots that they've shown so far.
Like the clothes she wears now and like the style and shit like that. Like,
I guess she's trying to. Well, that's one of the things.
Or whatever too.
Yeah, that's one of the things I mentioned. It's like I think a lot of adults her age, if they dress this way, it wouldn't look odd, but it kind of looks like she's wearing a costume. She still kind of looks pretty young for her age, and same thing with like what is it, like Cosgrove and stuff. She also looks like she hasn't. What's that?
She explained like these eating disorders were forced on her by her mom. Like she wanted her to stay young forever. She probably intentionally stunted her growth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, her. So I guess they were like, yeah, she's getting. They called the parent, her mother.
Go up. Oh wait, right there. Oh.
Oh, and I guess this is where. Oh my God, why do they have to?
Yeah, dude.
I clicked on this because of on the left, like she was doing is that supposed to be like Bill Clinton or?
No, it's Ross Perot.
Oh.
Well, let's watch one of those. The Ross Perot on all that. That's actually like pretty
I'm
funny.
afraid of copyright when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they called the mother and they're like, yeah, we already have like another token fat kid, so she's got to lose weight. And then she lost the weight and went through puberty, and it's like, oh, now she's no longer, she's too old now. She doesn't look enough like I guess a kid or something.
Oh, hey, there's right there. Go down. Right.
Oh, we're not.
No, I'm not trolling. It's the picture to the left of the one that you clicked on. Go up. No, right to the left. To the left. The one left. Gene, not right.
Here.
Right there. Yeah, that one. The picture that's on the left with the overalls. That was from like when she became a woman. Like that's like when she hit puberty or whatever.
Mm.
And then like the picture that's in the middle, above that, that's what she looked like when she was like still like pre-puberty.
Maybe we should go to one of these articles.
Oh yeah, that'd be interesting.
So here we go. There's Amanda. There's Kel. Okay, so he looks like he's doing like all right when it comes to.
Well, he stayed out of the spotlight for a long time.
Danny. I think. Yeah, he was one of the the second cast or whatever, the new cast. So that was like
he was on the original run.
Dude, he kind of looks like God, what's in The Whale? Brendan Fraser in The Whale. And and this was like, hey, she's the token fat kid. So yeah, the one actor we were talking about, she's getting too chubby. And then I think she was in the second cast. This
is one of the actors that recently came out and said that she was abused or whatever, assaulted while working on all that.
Yeah, in the documentary.
No, she didn't. Not until after the documentary came out.
And here she is, Katrina Johnson, and apparently Dan Schneider. Was all over her and stuff, and they talked about how she was constantly missing during the auditions and stuff, and was constantly alone with Dan Schneider. And then once they phased her out with Amanda Bynes, then Amanda Bynes was always
she's beautiful,
missing.
Dude. Yeah. She's beautiful.
But they talked about how they'd be in school and stuff, because they need the 3 hours of school on the side or whatever when they're shooting, and Amanda would always be missing, and they're like, "Where is she?" And it's like she's with Dan Schneider. So I don't remember her at all.
She was in the original cast.
Yeah, kind of remember him.
He reminds me a lot of Jim Carrey, how he acts on the show. He seems like a miniature Jim Carrey.
And there's Keen. I'm guessing that's right when he started all that.
Yeah, have you seen the sketch with him about him becoming immortal? And he's joking about how he signed a contract with somebody, and so that he'd stay 25 forever.
And wasn't so in the documentary? Did they mention this? This is the kid they made him do the fetus boy.
No, not him. This was the nose boy, the superhero nose boy. Yeah.
I thought the nose boy and fetus boy were the.
No, it's two different kids.
Okay.
Not all black people look the same.
Okay. So this is Nick Cannon.
He was like one of the last new members on the original run.
Yeah, he went downhill ever since then.
I have no idea who that kid is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, then are these all the cast members? Because then who did the fetus boy?
I think his name's Brian something.
Did you just fucking say fetus boy?
Yeah, there was a skit and all that. God, here I'm gonna Google it in my other
MC
search.
Fetus or something.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the youngest rapper around, and the skit was that he's a fetus, and this was on all that, and the character's role is fetus boy. Talk to the chat.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah. See, you missed I guess the first third of the documentary.
Yeah, that was the good part. I didn't know nothing about fetus boy.
Fetus boy. Fetus boy.
I remember seeing it on TV as a teenager and being like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is so weird.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it. Oh, younger.
Oh, it was Little Fetus.
I think what the joke is like at the time, there were so many rappers named like Lil, you know what I mean? Or Little or Young. And
there still is.
Yeah, there still is today. It's it's a thing. But that's like when that started becoming like a trend.
Yeah, I was Googling this off screen because I don't want shit to pop up. Yeah, this was like one of their skits. And all that and stuff. And who's the actor?
His name's Brian something.
Okay. Well, yeah, what do you think of this, Dirt? Do you think this is child-friendly? Yeah, thanks.
No, I remember seeing that makeup and the guy getting mad about him saying the makeup should be dark and cold.
Well, they said it was charcoal, like that's the shade of brown it was.
His forehead looks like a milk dud.
And I'm sure that there's a color in makeup also named like slate. That's another shade of black. That to me that was stupid. I don't know.
My whole way of life, my whole way of going through the world I was operating through this lens of my mom wants what's best for me. Even after she died, I'm nothing without my mom. I can't do anything without my mom. I'm incapable. I'm incompetent. What would mom want? What would mom think? What does mom need? That accepting that she was abusive would have meant reframing.
Here's the thing. It's in the past, so just let it go. It's that simple. If you're abused throughout your entire childhood, once you turn 18, then you're an adult now. So now everything that happened when you were a kid, you can just magically snap your fingers and make it go away because it's that simple. Don't you agree, Shab?
You tell him, Gene.
Yeah.
You're the smartest.
My entire life, and that felt impossible. I couldn't go near that for a long time.
I just gotta point this out. Did everyone take a bunch of tranquilizers tonight?
No, we're just
you
not
guys
all
all seem pretty.
Jennette says that building a new life without her mom began with a stunning decision to leave acting
I think
behind.
she's beautiful too, even though she is like fucked up or whatever, but she's still very pretty. I had she's around like our age, and I remember my one friend's little sister watching iCarly, and I think I was like 16 or 17 at the time, and I was like, man, she's hot. And my friend was like, dude, she's like 12. And I went home and looked it up, and I'm like, bro, she's like the same fucking age as us. Like, shut up.
I don't know. It's pretty fucked up if you're like 13 and you have a crush on other 13-year-old kids. I mean, they're minors.
Yeah.
And I was joking there, but that is something that happens where it's like kids the same age as each other will like share photos of themselves online and I don't know why they haven't fixed these laws yet, because they kind of overlooked when they were writing these laws, like what if kids are doing this with each other and it's minors? So you have minors that are put on lists because they have photos of other kids the same age. And sometimes
there was a kid in my high school that missed out on his senior year. He got his phone confiscated like at the end of his junior year, and the school went through his phone and seen nudes, and he had to register for a year and wasn't allowed to like go to school. He still graduated, at graduation, he got to walk with us. That was like something that a lot of people talked about and remembered. It's like the fact that he got in trouble for having the same pictures on his phone that so many other people had.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like not even like they are willingly sharing the photos back and forth. Sometimes it's like involuntary where somebody sends it to them. They didn't even want to have it sent to them, and then now they're in trouble. You have it on your phone, and it's just I don't see how like governors can pardon people. So if I was like the governor of some state and it's like a law like that, it has been passed and they completely overlooked that element, and they don't have any sort of like I guess extended policies for whether it's minors or not, then I would just like pardon any kid where like they're charged for something like that in that kind of like context. So that's something where I'm shocked that even to this day they haven't gone back and revised those particular laws. Just shows how incompetent our fucking government is.
For my recovery at the time, it represented my mom living vicariously through me. It represented something that my mom wanted that I didn't want. So it was important for me to step away in a very definitive way and really just focus completely on healing myself.
Reflecting back on her career, Jennette's critical of the Hollywood machine and the world she was exposed to at such a young age. In her book, she writes that after Sam and Cat was canceled, Nickelodeon offered her a $300,000 thank you gift if she agreed to never speak publicly about her experience at the network, specifically with a man she refers to as
pay them off.
Who on one occasion, she says, encouraged her to drink while she was still underage and gave her a shoulder massage. In response, Nickelodeon telling ABC News, "We have no reportable response
and that's
other than
like a common theme now. There's this one dude, we did a like Dirt and I, like right when I started streaming, we did a commentary. His name was Jew Wario, and he was a streamer, and he got in trouble because it turned out that he did the R word to a lot of people, and one of the things that they mentioned, it was Pat the NES Punk had a documentary where he was going over it, and he talked about how he knew the guy. He would go to conventions, and he was giving fans like shoulder rubs and stuff like that. And it's just, that's a bad sign when people are. And my thing is with like other people, even people who are friends and stuff. I'm always like hands off. I never like, even if it's like, I don't know, putting your arm around somebody's shoulder. I just think it's kind of weird when people do that, especially with people that are much younger than them. So I think when you have people giving people shoulder massages and putting their arm around people who are not even like friends, acquaintances, I don't know, probably always keep them within your peripheral vision and make sure that they're put them on some temporary list.
no comment at this time.
I just said, no, it's not happening. That sounds like hush money to me. Not doing it, not taking it. And then I do remember leaning against, I think I talked about this in the book, but I lean against my bed and I'm like, well, shoot, that could put up my nieces through college. Like, that was some good money. But I am ultimately proud of my decision there, wherever it came from. Even if it was informed by self-righteousness, I think that I did something that was really hard to do. Oh my God, it makes me emotional. I'm proud of myself.
Why? Why proud of yourself?
I think I've chosen a path of integrity. And it hasn't always been easy.
Now 30, Jennette says she's recovered from years of eating
She's 30. Jesus.
disorders and found a sense of balance for the first
I agree with what Dirt was saying, that all the diet restrictions and stuff, she's a bit stunted her growth.
time in her life.
What's your body image now, and what's your relationship to food like, and how do you sort of go about your day?
I'm glad you asked this because when people talk about eating disorder recovery, they talk about it being such an ongoing process and something you deal with every single day for the rest of your life, and it's always a battle. And I think that kind of language, it doesn't help motivate. I'm at a place now where I don't obsess about food at all. I haven't engaged in any sort of disordered eating behavior for years. I'm really proud of that.
Jennette says healing also comes through in her writing. She's working on a novel and a collection of essays, and while she sees herself as a writer, she hasn't completely ruled out a return to acting.
I just wish I could have shown my 20-year-old self me now. I would have known what I was aiming for. I would have had something to hope for, something to be encouraged about. I didn't have that.
What would you have told your 20-year-old self?
Look at me now, baby. You're gonna be fine, kid. I probably would have said.
Yeah, currently I'm having a difficult time with like eating, throwing up my food and stuff, but be fair, I'm not doing it on purpose. I got like all these peptic ulcers. Look, I'm losing the weight. I'm all malnourished. You see my collarbones? Yeah, I gotta wear like 3 layers of clothes to not look like what's his face on was it Val Kilmer or whatever in yeah, in Batman or Val Kilmer in The Machinist.
Not Val Kilmer, fucking
Who was it?
fucking Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. Yeah.
And We are right to assume that her eating disorder stunted her growth because she's only 5'2".
Oh, genes wasting away before her eyes. Yeah. My lupus worm.
Just do what I need to do and be this, happy-go-lucky Nickelodeon kid.
Nickelodeon wants to think this is post, All Quiet on Set. Or no, it's a bit before it came out and everything.
House and children's television faces a concerning situation. Revelations surrounding Sam Puckett, a character synonymous with the network, have intensified. Drake Bell, once hailed as a child star, bravely sheds light on his own experience of abuse at 15. Through the upcoming series, Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV, premiering on March 17th and 18th, produced by Maxine Productions and Sony Pictures Television with backing from Business Insider. Bell aims to explore the harmful effects prevalent in children's TV, particularly in Dan Schneider's shows from the late 90s and early 2000s. Directed by Mary Robertson and Emma Schwartz, this documentary features exclusive interviews with former child stars and crew members, unveiling troubling experiences behind these popular programs. Inspired by Business Insider's investigative report by Kate Taylor in August 2022, momentum grew with Jennette McCurdy's revelations about her distressing experiences at Nickelodeon, detailed in her best-selling memoir, I'm Glad My Mom Died. Known for her role as Sam Puckett on
I really like that title.
iCarly and its spin-off Sam and Cat, McCurdy has transitioned to writing and directing, receiving acclaim and respect from the industry. Through her writing, McCurdy exposes the creator figure, detailing emotionally abusive and controlling behavior, including pressuring her to drink alcohol underage, exhibiting aggressive behavior during a kissing scene.
And that's something they did with a lot of early child actors. They'd tell them to smoke, and they would put them on diet pills because smoking would curb your appetite. And they did do that before they really knew that cigarettes were as deleterious as they are. But they did that to Judy Garland and stuff, and Shirley Temple. And Judy Garland became a really severe alcoholic, and I think she died at the age of 30. And she, do you remember what she played or who she played? Shab?
Who?
Judy Garland.
Famous movie.
Yeah.
The Little Red Riding Hood.
No, Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah.
I get those
that.
two mixed up.
So this has been going on forever. Where, and then another thing is the child actor that played the kid in the Charlie Chaplin film, The Kid, he also had a very fucked up upbringing and everything. And I should have found some stuff about him, but I guess he's not a Nickelodeon star. That was a bit before Nickelodeon. And
so did the actress that played Dorothy. She had a lot of problems.
We just mentioned that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
I should be here.
Yeah, but that was during the silent film era. So even since the 1910s, we've been seeing that.
And making inappropriate demands during wardrobe fittings. These revelations illuminate the darker aspects of her early career in the entertainment industry. Her memoir also delves into the discrepancies in treatment by Nickelodeon, particularly...
Okay, this is titled, Response to Drake Bell, so when are they going to get to her actually responding to Drake Bell?
These experiences contributes to a wider conversation about the systemic issues within Hollywood, particularly concerning young actors. Through her memoir and public discussions, McCurdy not only highlights her own struggles and achievements, but also underscores the need for greater awareness and change within the industry. The legacy of Dan Schneider, once synonymous with Nickelodeon's gold allegations, have cast a long shadow over Dan Schneider's career achievements and the beloved series he produced. Schneider's contributions to children's television, including launching the careers of notable celebrities like Amanda Bynes and Ariana, known for her role in Victorious, raised concerns about the appropriateness of certain costumes and the show's inclination
Oh, there's the foot fetish thing.
Towards overly intimate content, pointing to a broader issue of how young actors were portrayed and treated. In response to the allegations and the announcement of the documentary detailing these issues, a representative for Dan Schneider defense of becoming the
Wait, here we go. We're halfway through the video, and they're not even talking about, her response to Drake Bell. It's just, they went over her, memoir and stuff. So shouldn't they title it, Jennette McCurdy and her memoir and her response to, Drake Bell?
Breadwinner for their family. The controversy surrounding Schneider is not isolated. Drake Bell's revelations about being abused by Brian Peck, a dialogue coach for shows like All That and The Amanda Show, indicate a broader issue within Nickelodeon involving multiple individuals. Bell's involvement in The Amanda Show and later Drake and Josh places him at the center of this troubling narrative, revealing that
wasn't the other guy's name? It was Handy. So they all had it was pretty coincidental where they all had some pretty I guess grapey names. Handy and Peck.
Layers of misconduct that have marred the network's reputation. The recent revelation
and Brian Peck, he was Pickle Boy.
about mistreatment Drake Bell endured during his early years as a child actor is deeply disheartening. This revelation casts a shadow over Bell's past, particularly in light of the controversies he has faced. Renowned for his role in the cherished Nickelodeon series Drake and Josh, Bell was sentenced in Cleveland on Monday to 2 years of probation for child endangerment charges. These charges stem from an incident involving a young girl who met him online and later accused him of misconduct after attending his concert at the age of 15. 3 years earlier, Jared Drake Bell, then 35 and residing in West Hollywood, California, admitted guilt during a Zoom call to charges of attempted child endangerment, a felony, and disseminating material harmful to juveniles, a misdemeanor. Addressing the court via Zoom prior to his sentencing, Bell acknowledged his wrongdoing, stating, "I accept this."
So, the charge here, did he do this recently, or was he caught for something that he did when he was like 18, 19? Negan? Yeah. Yeah, one moment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I was muted.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that he did this like 5 or 6 years ago. So he was still like way older than the girl.
Okay. So, but like I remember he was on trial and stuff. So this wasn't something where he was caught later. Like he did this when he was 18 and then he was, okay.
I think he was older, like way older.
Plea because my conduct was wrong. I'm sorry the victim was harmed. Certainly I'll ensure the content is appropriate. Here's the revised version. Bell's attorney, Friedman, noted in court that Bell faces a unique burden due to his celebrity status, stating that Mr. Bell already pays a greater penalty than others would due to his position. Following his acceptance of a plea deal, Bell was sentenced in July 2021 to 2 years of probation and 200 hours of community service. In a 2021 Instagram video discussing his conviction, Bell labeled the allegations against him as entirely false and wrong, stating he agreed to the plea deal for a swift resolution. While acknowledging his behavior was improper, he contended he was unaware of the girl's age, asserting that their interactions were only through text messages and there was no physical contact. Only a year prior to...
So he's claiming that he took a plea deal and he wasn't aware of her age. So do you think he was catfished, or do you think he's just saying that as like self-justification? What do you think? I guess there's no way to know.
There isn't really any way to know.
Yeah. And I do know that, like I've said before, most people who are like convicted, like sexual predators and stuff like that, they were abused when they were kids. So there is that weird cycle of people who are victims of sexual abuse a lot of times grow up and they're more likely to subject kids to sexual abuse. So and it's kind of like with abuse in general. It's like a lot of parents who abuse their kids, they were also abused when they were younger. So it has that weird, like, cyclical kind of effect.
To this case, in 2020, Drake Bell found himself entangled in another controversy. Bell had to make a statement denying allegations of verbal and physical abuse made by his ex-girlfriend, Melissa Linga Felt. In a series of TikTok videos on a Wednesday, Bell said he was pursuing legal action. "I never abused my ex-girlfriend or did so many of the other things Melissa falsely claimed on her TikTok video." The statement reads, "As our relationship ended more than a decade ago, we unfortunately both called each other terrible names, as often happens when..." Linga Felt reflected on her past relationship with Bell, which concluded a decade ago, describing her experience of enduring verbal abuse. In response to these allegations, Bell provided a statement to Variety acknowledging that Linga Felt had reached out to him for financial assistance during a difficult period last year.
Do you think she was verbally abused? There's no way to know.
I do not know if today's behavior is...
I don't know. Well, that's the problem, is what some people consider verbal abuse. Others might not consider verbal abuse. Some people...
Well, when they were... I think when they were dating was like when he was going through like his like alcohol like and partying like phase, like his dark era or whatever.
Oh, then all of you guys have been verbally abused by me because I've been drinking. I fucking... Oh, no, I just said a swear word. That's abuse.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have people who, like, are probably very histrionic, and they probably claim that, like, even though they might be the verbally abusive ones, it's like, hey, they said something to me that was mean on one occasion, therefore I'm the victim of verbal abuse. But then there's definitely extremes where you're constantly, like, belittling the person and gaslighting them and insulting them, and there's that... Like with everything else, there's a gray area.
Some kind of misguided quest for more money or attention, he said in the statement. "But I cannot and will not allow these offensive and defamatory allegations to go unchallenged, and I am reviewing my legal options." The latest controversy involving Bell occurred as recently as April of last year. Bell's recent behavior raises questions about its underlying motivations, prompting speculation about whether it stems from a quest for attention or financial gain.
Him with CG, Fairly Odd Parents.
He played
a live action.
Yeah, he played Timmy Turner in like a TV like special thing where it was like a live action episode of Fairly Odd Parents.
It was just an episode. It wasn't like a movie.
It was like a TV movie. It wasn't like 30 minutes. It was like, I think like 55 minutes or something like that.
So how long ago was this? Are they trying to compete with Disney in their live action like films?
Yeah, this was like, I think back like 2015, 2016. I remember seeing it like on like commercials and stuff, like when I would watch like SpongeBob or something like that.
Oh, so did they beat Disney to the punch when it comes to live action film or the live action adaptations?
No, Disney got like their TV made movies unlocked.
Speculation about whether it stems from a quest for attention or financial gain. Despite this uncertainty, Bell remains steadfast in his determination to address and refute the allegations, expressing his intention to explore legal options. In a curious turn of events, Bell was reported missing and
Nicholas Rosa says people are inclined to believe the worst people. When there's a story, it's like the comments and every I am the asshole Reddit post, gossip brain. Yeah, and that's the thing. Recognize one's own ignorance. So, like what Nicholas Rosa said, it's just people need to admit that there's no way to know absolutely. So you probably should just be mutual until any sort of hard evidence comes forward. Which a lot of people don't do that. It's like a lot of people just buy into hearsay. Like, who are some people we know, Crow, who just buy into hearsay and hard evidence doesn't matter?
Drunken Crow.
Oh yeah, me.
Yeah, God Crow.
Endangered by the Daytona Beach Police Department in April 2023, only to be swiftly located. His lighthearted response on Twitter added a touch of humor to the situation. Delving into Bell's troubled past at Nickelodeon provides context for his present actions, illustrating the complex dynamics at play. While acknowledging the wrongs he's faced, it also underscores the unfortunate reality that many others may have endured similar experiences, transcending the confines of Nickelodeon. The emergence of a resurfaced video featuring a young Leonardo DiCaprio interacting with Brian Peck has sparked renewed scrutiny, given Peck's past conviction and Bell's accusations. The video's juxtaposition of innocence and troubling undertones prompts a nuanced reevaluation of the dynamics captured. And
that we're hearing the person that you have locked up in your cupboard, Negan. Negan.
We can hear what you're watching, Negan.
Sorry. I was trying to stop
prompting broader discussions about the experience.
So this is a What's Eating Gilbert Grape, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Experiences of young actors in the industry. Concerns regarding DiCaprio's youthful naivety and potential
pains.
Unawareness of
the that's like around the age he is.
Of his interactions with Peck add another layer to the conversation, reflecting on the challenge.
Who's sucking Gilbert Grape age?
Yeah, What's Eating Gilbert Grape came out before Leo got on Growing Pains, I'm pretty sure.
No, but I'm saying, God, taking things in an overly literal manner, or I'm saying that like that's like the age he was, or that's around the age he was, or whatever.
Challenges faced by young talents in Hollywood. As dialogue continues to unfold, there's a collective hope that through initiatives like Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV, and the bravery of individuals like Jennette McCurdy.
You know what Leonardo DiCaprio film we should watch? A lot of people haven't seen, and it's got Robert De Niro in it as well. It's called This Boy's Life. I need to force you guys to watch that.
Wasn't that like one of his first films?
Nah, I think he was a little bit older than he was in What's Eating Gilbert Grape and everything.
Steps can be taken to foster a safer and more supportive environment for all involved in the entertainment industry.
I was angry. I felt unsupported. You pull back the curtain on child stardom. It is not a pretty picture. Not as I see it, no.
So what's your advice to people who may seem calm on the outside, may seem funny on the outside, but are struggling inside?
Oh, this is 1 year ago. Next
The new Nickelodeon docuseries, Quiet on Set, has finally come out in its entirety, and a lot of it dishes out a lot of dirty laundry about one man, Dan Schneider. Now when most think of Dan Schneider, there's one specific show that comes to mind, iCarly. Well now, in a not-so-surprising twist, the cast of iCarly have finally responded to Dan and his list of accusations.
God, look at how young she looks.
I know.
Well now, in a not-so-surprising twist, the cast of
Yeah, jeez.
iCarly have finally responded
and
to
wasn't she supposed to be, like, she was an evil genius? She was always torturing her brothers.
Dan and his list of accusations. The first one to truly say
Megan.
Something was Jennette McCurdy. She said something over a year before the docuseries even came out. It all started like this. Quiet on Set, a documentary series produced by Maxina Productions and Sony Pictures. Television.
And then everyone would gaslight them. I find it hard to believe that a 10-year-old girl could do all that stuff to you.
And with Business Insider, delve us into the troubling elements of popular children's TV shows created by Dan Schneider in the 1990s and early 2000s.
Dan Schneider.
Directed by Mary Robertson and Emma Schwartz, the series highlights the issues behind the scenes of these beloved programs. In 2022, Business Insider conducted an investigation into the world of children's television, overseen by Dan Schneider. The publication interviewed former child actors and crew members from shows such as The Amanda Show and Zoe 101 and Victorious. These interviews uncovered a consistent pattern of Schneider, cultivating an environment on set that was...
Zoe 101, that was, was it Jamie Spears? That was Britney Spears' little sister.
Yep.
both uncomfortable and odd. Business Insider's expose comes off...
pregnant and at like 16, and that's why they had to cancel the show.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Her family's rich and stuff. I'm sure she dealt with a lot of fucked up things as well. But it's like, this is sort of like one of the elements of...
I stand corrected.
What's that?
Growing Pains came out before... or Leah was on Growing Pains before What's Eating Gilbert's Grape, and This Boy's Life was in between both those things.
Okay.
I know that was a flub, but What's Eating Gilbert's Grape is hilarious. It's Gilbert Grape, not Gilbert's Grape.
It's What's Eating Gilbert's
Grape. Did I say Gilbert's Grape?
I think Megan did.
The heels of Jennette McCurdy, known for her role as Sam Puckett on iCarly and its spin-off Sam and Cat, opening up about her uncomfortable experiences at Nickelodeon in her best-selling memoir, I'm Glad My Mom Died. In her book, McCurdy described a powerful figure.
Oh, and I was talking about Jamie Spears. So, like, she got pregnant at the age of 16. People were making a big deal. My thing is, it's like, she can definitely take care of the kid. So, usually the really fucked up thing with people getting pregnant really early is that they have to, like, they're definitely not prepared and don't have the resources, but... I guess that's one of the unfair things when it comes to wealth. You're rich. It's like pretty much have a kid at 18 and you got all the money.
Well,
you can hire all the nannies.
I don't know if this was covered in Quiet on Set, but going back to Amanda Bynes, apparently when she was going through her social decline or her mental decline, she either quit or got kicked off of Twitter, created a sock account, and like showed pictures like, hey, this is me, and was saying that she got raped by one of the producers of the show and had to get an abortion at 13.
Yeah, and she in the tweet too, she capitalized like certain letters, and if you put just those capital letters, it says Dan did it.
Yeah, do you think that's legit, or because some people are claiming it's more of just hearsay conspiracy?
It's easier to say somebody's crazy to keep control of them.
Well, like before, there's no way to know until more evidence surfaces.
As the creator, who exhibited controlling behavior,
but that's the thing. If people do talk about abuse and being exploited, it's just before there's any hard evidence, you can't just sit there and discount it. Yeah, okay, they're probably crazy. You got to acknowledge that it could be true. So that's the thing. So when it comes to gaslighting, you don't have to sit there and just blindly believe them. So some people use that kind of like straw man. Oh, so we're supposed to believe anybody that accuses somebody. But what you can do is just acknowledge that you recognize your own ignorance. What they're saying could be true and you don't know. That's what you say. Instead of like, nah, that didn't happen.
McCurdy revealed that this individual pressured her to consume alcohol while underage, yelled at her during a kissing scene with a co-star, and explicitly requested bikinis to be included in wardrobe fittings. Her memoir also touches on disparities in treatment by Nickelodeon.
What do you think of the bikini thing? Because that's something that they brought up a lot, where it's like they'll claim that they're sexualizing young kids because they have them in bikinis. And like my thing is, when I was a kid, it seemed like it was normal for even like younger girls. That's where it's like the traditional bathing suits where it's like a full piece. That was something where even when I was in elementary school, it seemed like most girls didn't even wear that.
I mean, if you're the grown person producer and you're like, oh, I want this child actor to be in a bikini, I think that's kind of weird. I think if it was like the child actor is like, hey, can I not wear this like one piece restrictive piece of shit? I mean, that would be different. But like forcing a child to be like, yeah, wear this. Or like, I don't know.
I guess, I don't know. I like with a lot of the stuff where we were watching the documentary and it's like, hey, they have them wearing really revealing clothes. My thing is, I think it's like a quantity thing, because a lot of girls will dress that way. Like when I was in high school and stuff, it definitely was like a lot of the ways they were dressed wasn't that uncommon. So I do think it's sort of if like occasionally there's an actor where maybe they're wearing a short skirt and stuff, it's like whatever. But when it's excessive and it's happening all the fucking time, I think that's where the red flags start to surface. And I think a lot of that stuff where, like Shad mentioned, like some of the stuff they could be reaching, it looks kind of phallic and stuff, like the pickle boy shit. But with that kind of stuff, it's everywhere you look, and it's just they're constantly presenting things like that, like all the feet stuff. If it's just one clip of them, like a funny foot shot, then I think it could be reaching. But the fact that this stuff is so pronounced and it is so ubiquitous, that's where it's like, yeah, I think it reaches like the kind of red flag creeper sort of realm.
Also, people want to say that, like, oh, Nickelodeon, yeah, they don't have a foot fetish, or Dan Schneider doesn't have a foot. The Nickelodeon logo is an orange foot. For fuck's sake.
The first time it came out was during the Rugrats movie, before Dan Schneider like had like huge like pull in the company.
Oh, so he just gravitated towards feet.
Oh, Skeppy's like, are we still talking about stupid, ugly, boring children? Wow. Stupid, ugly, boring children. Jesus, Skep. Being a bit too, I don't know.
Cool?
Bit too judgmental there.
Way too cool. You're being too cool.
Dude, look at all the abuse they've gone through, and Skeppy's like, yeah, all these stupid, ugly, boring kids. And hey, like, this is topical. We all, like, grew up. I know Skeppy's really old and everything, but,
also Canadian,
this is...
so he probably might have not gotten these shows.
Yeah, but this is stuff that we all grew up with, so it is kind of odd. And plus, Negan had us watch the documentary on Kick yesterday, so that's one of the reasons. Since we all watched the documentary and this is something we're all up to speed on, it's something we can all provide commentary on.
And it's relevant.
God, look at, yeah, it's relevant. It's topical. Look at Skeppy being all like judgmental and stuff. What's with Bill Hicks and Skeppy recently?
Harrison to her co-star on Sam and Cat, Ariana Grande. McCurdy shares how the network restricted her from pursuing other opportunities, a limitation not imposed on Grande, leading to a significant strain on McCurdy's well-being and aspirations. Furthermore, McCurdy discusses the difficult working environment fostered by Dan Schneider and the broader challenges within Nickelodeon. Her candid recounting of these experiences contributes to a broader conversation about the systemic issues within Hollywood, especially concerning young actors. Through her memoir and public discussions, McCurdy not only highlights her own struggles and achievements, but also underscores the need for...
Okay, they're going over the same shit again. I like how it's like these are titled, and to be fair, I did do this last minute, so... Normally, I would look into it a bit more. But it's like I wanted to see her response to, like, Dan Schneider and everything. And this is like, hey, let's go through all the shit that all these other videos have gone through.
I responded on some DMs and got myself into conversations that I shouldn't have had. And
he made me cry. If I didn't give him what he wanted, he was spiteful. It made me feel guilty. He made me feel disgusting and absolutely awful about myself.
Most of what was being accused of me wasn't true.
Drake Bell has been... So, Drake, I've never... Outside of, like, the theme song on, like, Drake and Josh, I've never heard any of his music. So, how is his, like, discography and everything? Fluffy my speech. So, like, what... Does anyone here know about his music?
It's probably poor, and as far as acting out of Drake and Josh, I've only seen him in one movie. And he gets burned in a car.
I seen him in Yours, Mine, and Ours. You know, he didn't. There was nothing spectacular that he was in, and he's also in that superhero movie, and that was like during the time of all the parody.
I'm not talking about movies. I'm asking about like his music career. Yeah,
it's like very kid friendly pop music.
Like Justin Bieber kind of stuff?
Not as good.
Ooh. Well, to be fair, I said ooh, but Justin Bieber, I haven't listened to any of his stuff, so I don't think it's fair to judge. And the other day, like, one of the controversies with, like, sexualizing the kids was Miley Cyrus. It was at, I think it was, like, Nickelodeon, the Kids' Choice Awards. She was performing, and they claimed she was doing a pole dance. And it was like an ice cream cart, which Negan and I actually watched it. And it was just clearly the pole, she wasn't like dancing on it. It was just there for her to hold because they were moving the ice cream cart around the audience as she was singing. And I've never really listened to her stuff, but she's got a good voice and so forth. So I think it's weird where there's this like weird subgenre on the internet of these like grown men in their 30s where they didn't grow up with this at all. And it's them like, they have this vitriolic hate towards these like young pop stars like Justin Bieber and Hannah Montana and stuff. It's like, why do you fucking care so much? It doesn't make any sense. It's like, yeah, a bunch of young girls like these, like, I guess, like, child-friendly pop stars. It's like, why do you care about this music that isn't, like, it isn't made for you?
It's not for you. Yeah.
It's just,
it
seems weird.
I felt the same way when, like, the Twilight movies came out. I hated them because, like, I was a teenage high school boy,
I was a kid
and but I remember like going to conventions and grown adults being like, Twilight's fucking garbage. It's like, bro, you're an adult, it's supposed to be garbage to you. Like,
but
it makes sense for me to hate it.
Like, when it comes to child content and stuff, like on like I've said, on Nickelodeon, everything that's like past my time, I don't even know what the shows are, who the actors are. So I think it's weird when you have these like grown men that are older than we are. They're like Gen Xers, and then they're all concerned about this child media. And it's like, if you hate it so much, why do you even give it any attention? It's like, to me, it's not even like I'm not even like mindful like of it at all. It's not like within my foresight whatsoever. And with them, it's just, there's this entire like subgenre of these grown men online where it's like they wish death upon Justin Bieber and these pop stars. And it's one thing if you don't like their music, but it's like they have a hate towards the like child actors or the musicians, the celebrities themselves. And that's something I find kind of weird.
Well, I don't think it's their music or their filmography. It's like Justin Bieber spit on fans in like Canada or some shit, and he was in a fucking bar when he was underage and pissed in a mop bucket.
I didn't know about that stuff.
Just because he's fucking famous, he thought he could fucking get away with it, but no.
Well, did Miley Cyrus and the Jonas Brothers, did they do shit like that? Because they're also a group where you have a bunch of young men that had vitriolic hate towards them.
Miley Cyrus, yeah, she probably did some shit.
She smoked weed one time when she was younger.
God.
There was a video of her. There's a video of her like hitting a bong and like laughing like hysterically, and I don't know, it's just stupid. I don't get why adult men hate things like that.
Skeppy Jesus mentioned, like,
America.
No, it's Canada. You guys are responsible for Justin Bieber and Caillou, so like, you damn Canadians.
Oh,
and on a roller
Conquistador. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, Justin Bieber probably did get diddled by P. Diddler.
Jesus Christ.
Toaster, ever since he shared his story. There's a video of P. Diddy talking to Justin Bieber when he's like 16 or something, and he's like, "How come you don't call me, man?" And he's like, "Oh, well," he's like, "I got a new phone, and I don't have your number saved in it." And he's like, "No, man," he's like, "I called you like a couple months ago. He said you'd call me back, and you never called me back." And he's like, "Oh, sorry, like I'm really busy," and like it's kind of disturbing knowing that shit about him now.
He was doing like he was doing a Brian Peck. He was doing what Brian Peck was doing to like Drake in the interview, just calling him nonstop.
And Usher.
As we all know, but one thing I do know about his music career. So when I was reading about like his estrangement with like Josh, apparently they were going to do a remake, like an adult reboot that was going to be called Josh and Drake, where they shared an apartment or something. But it had like, one of the reasons they didn't do it is that there was this sort of either miscommunication or disagreement when it came to like the score, the soundtrack and stuff. And like they wanted to do, or it had something to do with Mexico. So apparently his music is really popular in Mexico, and that's where the core of his like music fan base is. And they wanted to, I guess Josh wanted to have like certain shticks or whatever because it was going to take place in California. that kind of mocked Mexicans or something, and apparently that's why they didn't do like that particular reboot.
They were
He
just
went
gonna
through the
wear
worst possible
sombreros and
I don't know.
eat tacos and shit.
treatment by a Nickelodeon employee while working as a child star. But a lot of viewers can't get over the fact that Drake has his own charges, and his recent statements on his criminal baggage hasn't put the public at ease. So let's get into it.
I don't think that's a natural tan that guy has.
If you aren't subscribed to the Let's Get Into It podcast, then you're only getting half the tea.
He looks kind of artificial. I don't know. Do you think he's some kind of like deep fake or AI?
For longer videos, deep dives, and of course, more of me, subscribe to the Let's Get Into It podcast.
God. Some of the ugliest AI art.
Listed in the description below. Now, I know emotions have been running high ever since the Quiet on Set documentary came out, which exposed Nickelodeon, Dan Schneider, and what Drake Bell went through, which sounded like a living nightmare, sounded like hell on earth, and I think everyone has empathy for his story. I mean, how with these charges brought against probation. Here's a clip of Drake's alleged victim.
A tremendous amount of stress and shame crimes that he committed against me in Cleveland. I want to make something very clear. The reason that these particular incidents did not result any further than or
Drake's
was because
real
the defendant
name
knew that I was menstruating.
Jared?
Maybe.
That's
Yeah,
what it
could be that. So,
Okay, that explains a lot then.
I guess it's something like Dick and Richard, Jim and James. Maybe it's maybe Drake's a common nickname for Jared.
At the time.
Now, Drake has been doing some press, and of course, he's being asked about these charges that he had pled guilty to. He was quoted saying, "I responded on some DMs, and I was incredibly irresponsible and got myself into conversations I shouldn't have had. I ended up finding out that I was talking to someone that I shouldn't have been talking to."
I just want the damn interviews.
So what happened with this woman? What can you tell us to clarify that?
Yeah, I mean, I responded on some DMs and got myself into conversations that I shouldn't have had, and I ended up finding out that, I was talking to someone I shouldn't have been talking to, and it snowballed into this allegations that were not true, and I was being investigated, and that was really difficult on my family. And thankfully, through 18 months of subpoenaing my social media and phones and computers, it turned out that most of what was being accused of me wasn't true. But I did have these conversations, and so I took responsibility for that. And there's just so much that I've had to deal with, and through that, like I said, not having the tools or not knowing how to process things, I made a lot of decisions in my life that I shouldn't have made. But now where I am in my life now, I'm unearthing all of this all these things and being able to face them head on for really the first time in my life.
So there are things that Drake...
Okay, so...
Why the fuck was he wearing overalls?
I don't know.
He's probably in his fucking... He's in his mansion and, I'm going to wear overalls because I do so much work. Like,
Look at you being judgmental, Crow. Look at you, shaming people based on, their wardrobe. Your wardrobe shaming.
I only wore overalls to fucking work outside.
What if he likes wearing overalls?
Yeah.
Why doesn't he like to wear overalls? Everyone needs to dress, the same way?
Yeah,
People need to
everyone needs
follow this
hoodies.
strict uniform? It's 2024, Crow. I mean, good God.
Oh, yeah, wear snow boots in fucking California.
Yeah, whatever. Let people dress however they want.
Yeah, you bigot.
Yeah, you're one of those people where, everyone needs to wear a suit and tie once they're over the age of 40.
Never said that.
I'm pretty sure you did. Well, anyway, he's just going to state the obvious. Next vid.
Yeah, so childhood star word association. Do you know, word association will just throw up a child star, and then the first thing that comes to your head, you say it. Whether it's good, it's bad, it's just whatever comes to your head.
Like a Rochblot or whatever that's called.
Rorschach.
Rorschach.
There we go.
You said you were the smart fat kid.
Dave doesn't pronounce anything correctly.
No. And we play it with you, by the way. So.
Yeah, but we'll let you hit it first. Drake Bell.
That's fine. I wish him the best.
Fine. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Are you guys not friends?
Not really. No.
Drake Bell went down a bad path.
What podcast is this?
There's a long story with Drake. I feel like you didn't invite him to your wedding, right? That's what
I
happened.
didn't invite him to my wedding, and the internet went crazy.
Well, I'm gonna say this: you're a very positive guy during this thing. You've had
Why didn't you invite him to his wedding? Or to your wedding?
nothing but
Josh
great things
Peck, you piece of shit.
to say
Now,
about it.
one movie I actually did see with him was it was called ATM. It was such a stupid fucking movie. It's kind of funny.
With Drake Bell?
No, Josh Peck was in it, and it was these three
I remember it.
Yeah, these coworkers. They were in an ATM machine, and there's this one dude outside who was some kind of I guess serial killer and shit. And it's just,
I've seen that. Whether it's snowing, it's
They weren't actually in the ATM machine, but they were in the little building that had the ATM.
Yeah,
I've seen that. I've seen that.
And it's just they established that the guy wasn't able to get inside of it, so it's just why didn't they just wait until the morning? It's they only had to wait it out for 12, 14 hours. So it's just there's such a simple solution, and it's like, why do they even need to get out of there? I can understand them trying to call the cops or do something, but it's like, okay, if we can't make contact with anybody, then why don't we just like wait here until like the morning where the place is people come out and stuff and we can escape? It's just that kind of made it fucking hilarious.
Everybody, this guy, it looked like you're going to shoot an arrow at his forehead when they put his... So I don't know the backstory at all, but you clearly do not like this guy.
I mean, I guess I could tell the story of my wedding. So I get married to my wife, and like I married this good Irish Catholic girl, you know, shout out Josh Catholics. And,
shout out.
you know, and...
Ew.
Ready, Shab. I was waiting for Shab to be like, I don't like him.
So we have like this small wedding, and the dirty little secret, I guess, was like, I knew that Drake and
Shout out to us, like, conformists. Shout out to all those conformists.
Josh is a Christian man. To be fair, all these interviews I see with him, he does seem like he's like talking about how he wasn't a cool kid and stuff, and like how, like, once I lost weight and stuff, and I was actually hanging out with kids, I found out that's what cool kids do. They go out, they do drugs and stuff like that. He does seem like the I'm telling teacher kind of kid. I go to Sunday school, and then when I see other kids do bad things, I tell teacher on them, and then I wonder why kids don't like me.
Staying in touch for...
But I'm following the rules. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
10 years since we had made the show, but no one needed to know that. Like, I was happy to just die with that secret that, like, we made this thing that people really love, but maybe we weren't that close. So I didn't invite him to my wedding because I hadn't really talked to him in many, many years. Cut to, I'm getting married that night, and I see these text messages from him, like, cursing me out, coming for me. I'm like, on the night of my wedding. And I'm like, yo, and it's delusional because I'm like, bro, it's like we worked at Coffee Bean when we were 16. Like, I'm sorry, I'm 31 now. I might have lost your number. But I...
By the way, the same cell phone for that long a time is wild,
That's
too.
impressive, yeah.
I know, I got it at 16. I've been able
to... The dude is doing this, and it's not even comfy. Why would you wear your fucking headphones like this?
Because he's not a conformist, Crow. Duh. Look at you! Like, or not appearance shaming, but I guess dress shaming again. People should be able to wear their, like apparel, their articles of clothing and stuff, however they want, Crow. As long as they're not exposing themselves. In an inappropriate setting. In the right setting where it's appropriate, like Pornhub, then let them expose themselves.
Thank God for being able to block numbers, because every time my number leaks, I can just kind of...
Okay, so he was surprised he wasn't invited then? If he's going bananas on you?
He's surprised, but then he takes to the internet and he starts writing these tweets that immediately, like, catch fire. And so then he, like...
and what the one guy said where he states, like, well, they're, like, who has the same cell phone for, like, 30 years, or, like, 10 years, right? And it's just, you can have different cell phones but still have the same number. This guy's an idiot. I've had the same cell phone number since I was in high school.
And goes on this press tour about how heartbroken he is and, like, creating this narrative that just wasn't true. And here I am, like, I don't care about me, it's whatever. I signed up to be a public person, it is what it is. But here's my wife, right, who's, like, getting torn down on the internet. And I'm like, she's private and she just got married. Can't she just enjoy this? So that was like, right. I remember, I'm gonna give you guys the
Well, if it's their, like, internet day and it's a bunch of strangers on the internet, then just don't pay attention to them. Like, this does seem like a scenario where it's like my entire wedding was ruined. It's just because a bunch of randos are just, like, sending you a bunch of drama tweets. Like, why don't you just not go on Twitter on your wedding day, and why don't you just ignore them?
Let's do it.
I
love it.
A month later, it was like a month and a half, and, like, there was really, I mean, Dave, you know, like, there was nothing for me to say, right? Because what was the right thing to say? You know, guys, we were never that close. Like, then I'm the bearer of bad news. So I just had to eat it.
Well, saying they were that close, but it's kind of like, I don't know. The guys from Mythbusters, didn't it turn out that they really didn't like each other at all?
Yeah.
And they, that show lasted for, like, over, like, 10 seasons, 10 years. I'm thinking, like, they were on, not just Drake and Josh, but the Amanda shows. So it's like, throughout their youth, they did for like 10 years, they were, like, shooting shows with each other. So it's kind of odd that they don't have some kind of, like, bond.
You know, go wild.
The Mythbusters were on the Amanda show?
No, I'm talking about Josh.
Oh, okay.
I was at the Video Music Awards, and I see him there.
Pay attention, Crow.
And I go up to him, like, and this might be the most Sopranos thing I've ever done. I look at him and I go,
Chab's just been staring in the same spot for, like, the last hour.
I'm
trying to get my PP to work.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my PP to work.
Shab, are you playing video games?
No.
No.
Why would I play video games? If I'm not streaming.
You've done that before, where you've been playing games the entire time on stream.
I don't recall.
Oh, you don't recall. And then where's Dirt? Dirt, why are you on camera and why aren't you saying anything?
Dirt's getting pounded in his
And he
anal
goes, okay.
hole.
And he like made a beeline for my wife, and I see him do like this whole 5-minute performance of an apology, and it was like I was like, go apologize to my wife or something bad's gonna happen. And I was like, good for me.
That is very Soprano. So
Man,
you
bossed up.
is that the last communication?
Standing up for himself. Go apologize to my wife.
It's like I told him, I was like, you better,
Never close during the, like,
you
when you
better
were Josh,
listen
you were
to
just kind of
me,
co-stars.
buddy. And I whacked my finger. It was the most soprano thing I've ever did.
Dude, he's such a
Okay.
badass. He's lost all the weight. He's no longer a nerdy kid now.
We were just
Better do it.
I don't know. I know all these other like child stars, like as adults, had this complex, but his complex kind of seems a bit like. And apparently, he was standing up for Dan Schneider, so he does seem like the our teacher did nothing wrong.
You know, we were kids, right? So we were like, obviously there were times where we were closer than not, but when inevitably the show ended, I mean, we're just totally different kids. Like I say in my book, I was like this kid from New York who was into Beastie Boys, and he was a kid from Orange County who was into the Beach Boys. Like it was just different people.
Right.
And inevitably.
That's such a deviation. I don't know. That seems like what is it? The Beastie Boys and the Beach. Like, yeah, I guess like the Beastie Boys did their like rap sort of rock kind of hybrid music, but still like the Beastie Boys don't really seem like they're that hardcore or something. Where it would be one thing like if he's into like Drake's into rap and then he's into something like the Beach Boys, but it's just, hey, he's from Orange County and then
Beastie Boys is rap, Gene.
Well, I said it's like a rap rock hybrid or whatever. I'm talking about more gangster rap or something.
Well, they did fight for our right to party, so
yeah.
Here's the thing: you can't pick your hits, right? This is why Billy Joel won't perform Uptown Girl anymore. Like,
well, yeah, I'm into Billy Joel, so it'd be like something like Shab and I, like our different taste in music. He's acting like the Beastie Boys and the Beach Boys, like, oh god, that's such a an extreme deviation in terms of personality and so forth.
Drake and Josh.
You can kind of show that he has had a very pampered upbringing and stuff.
It's something I'll be synonymous with forever.
It's like New York and Orange County. It's like I don't know.
And I'm proud of it. And I want to like the guy that my name is attached to forever. But unfortunately, it just sort of worked out the way that it did.
Do you think he would have invited you to his wedding?
No.
So he was just making publicity to draw attention to it, and because that is the way you perceive it, basically. And it's also kind of weird. He had to know you're getting married before the day of to hit you up
on
then,
the day.
as opposed to the wedding. Did he give you a gift?
I don't know. I'm kind of not liking Josh. I didn't watch any of this stuff before, this stream, but I don't know. I'm kind of getting I'm kind of getting dork. I'm telling teacher kind of vibes.
Josh Peck responds to former co-star Drake Bell's tweets about his wedding. This episode is brought to you by Transformers: The Last Night. Check it out in theaters Wednesday, June. Josh Peck has responded to his former co-star Drake Bell's tweets over his marriage to longtime girlfriend Paige O'Brien. Drake started.
Yeah, I mean, that the Oscars are rigged because it's always films like Transformers that are winning and being nominated for the best movie of the year and everything. It's not movies like Schindler's List and The Shawshank Redemption. It's always films like Transformers and Aquaman.
On Twitter when he realized he wasn't invited to Josh's wedding. After the wedding in Malibu, California on June 17th, Drake addressed his absence at the celebration, tweeting,
look at him there. Look at his expression. I'm such a badass. I'm not a nerdy, fat, comedy relief character anymore. I'm more hardcore.
On June 17th, Drake addressed his absence at the celebration, tweeting, "True colors have come out today. Message is loud and clear. Ties are officially cut. I'll miss you, brother." Drake has since deleted his tweets on the matter, but that doesn't mean he didn't hurt Josh's feelings. An insider for Us Weekly reveals at Josh's wedding this weekend, some guests were asking Josh Peck where Drake was. Josh told everyone that he and Drake hadn't spoken in 3 years. They would tweet each other back on social media a couple times a year, but never actually spoke. Josh was really hurt. They aren't close anymore, and Josh had a very small wedding. However, Josh's other former co-star John Stamos was in attendance, which likely made Drake feel
Stamos.
some extra jealousy. In an interview from before the wedding, new details about their friendship emerged. Josh addressed Drake in a chat allegedly with Theo Von and Matthew Cole Weiss, saying, "When people see Drake and I together, and it rarely happens just because he's working and I'm working, people are like, what are you doing here?" Josh added that fans always want to know where Drake is when they see him, but he never has a good answer for them. While these remarks—
Oh my god. Drake was more popular one. What's
Gene.
that? What?
You really love the Oscars, so you must love Jamie Lee Curtis's performance in Christmas with the Cranks, or Emma Stone's performance in the movie 43.
So when was that?
What about Michelle Ayo in Babylon AD? Oh no, Will Smith After Earth 2013. The Oscars, they know everything.
What were they nominated for?
Biggest Wiener Award.
Won the Oscar portraying Richard King. I don't know if I looked up a site that says like worst films that were in won Oscars.
Well, what did they win for? I mean, sometimes
the Green Lantern, Tom Wahidi.
Well, I mean, what did they win for? Because sometimes they'll win for something like their music score or something. So there might be some good element, even though it's a shitty movie. So is it like them being nominated for like their like score or something, or for like some special effects?
It just says what person and what film and what year, and then it has like a little brief thing about it. It doesn't say like what they were nominated or won.
Well, I guess we gotta get more information. More information is needed.
Show the co-stars' distance, it didn't imply they were on bad terms. If the situation could get any more sticky, it has. Drake and Josh's other co-star, Miranda Cosgrove, has now been pulled into the feud. Her Instagram account has been flooded with comments about the wedding, with fans even insinuating that she stole Drake's invite. But Miranda wasn't on the guest list either. So what do you think of all these dramatic updates? Tell us below whose side you're...
We're back to
Whose side are you on? Tell us in the
Josh Peck,
comments.
who, like all of my guests
Can I
today,
just
is revealing
say
there's
that
more...
people that are just like, oh, what's this celebrity doing? Oh, this celebrity's it has beef with this other celebrity. Like people that are just like celebrity chasing. Like, do you have any other fucking hobbies? Like, are you not like you must have like a pretty set life to be like not worrying about like rent or my car broke down. You're just wondering like, these two celebrities have beef with each other. Oh, they didn't get invited to the wedding.
Yeah, it's tabloid gossip. I can understand why people who cover it do it, because they get the views, they get the like, I guess they can make a living off of it and so forth. So it's like whatever. But then the people that actually consume it, and I do know people that are like that, where they can't tell you what movies an actor starred in or what the celebrity is known for. They can't tell you what their albums are, but then they know who they slept with or whether they did drugs out of college. That's the like only knowledge that they have. Their only knowledge base is knowing who the celebrities are, who they're with, who they cheated on, and it's just see, that is kind of pathetic when that's your only like knowledge base out there.
So, everyone's heard about all the buzz surrounding Drake Bell and the new Discover Plus documentary, Quiet on Set. Now, Drake Bell, known for his role as a child star, is now speaking up about something serious for the first time, the SA he faced when he was just 15 years old. He's bravely sharing his...
What are you doing still? You still are staring at the same spot.
Well, I was about to say something, Gene, if you try not
Go
to
ahead.
interrupt, okay? I don't know what happened between him and his essay, but I hope that they're still cool, okay? That's just all I want to say.
Wait, hold on. Essay as in essay, like Mexican or Spanish?
Yeah, that's what they just said. Back it up, Gene.
Or S.A. as in...
No, they're talking about his Mexican friend, obviously. Back it up, Gene.
But Chab, what are you doing exactly? Because you've been staring at the same spot for the last, 2 hours.
He's knitting an AIDS quilt. Jesus.
I'm just looking at stuff.
You're just looking at stuff. Like, what are you looking at? You're on a stream, so it would be nice if you participated.
Did you come up with the essay joke?
Well, you just said something for the first time in an hour.
Yeah, and you interrupted me right before I said it to be like,
well, maybe I wouldn't have interrupted if.
Maybe I wouldn't have got interrupted if you wouldn't interrupt. Okay, you ever think about that?
Quiet on Set. Now, Drake Bell, known for his role as a child star, is now speaking up about something serious for the first time, the SA he faced when he was just 15 years old. He's bravely sharing
his essay faced.
Yeah. God, that's so funny. I wonder what SA stands for.
Oh,
his story on an upcoming TV series called Quiet on Set by Kids TV, which was just aired. From the very beginning of this news hitting the internet, there's one thing many have been wondering. That thing being, what does Drake and Josh co-star Josh Peck have to say about all of this, if anything at all? In the documentary, Drake Bell reveals that he was A by Brian
has to write an essay about essay.
Yo, man, I got essayed by my essay, man.
Nickelodeon shows like All That and The Amanda Show. Bell was part of The Amanda Show cast from 1999 to 2002, and later starred in his own Nickelodeon series, Drake and Josh, which began in 2004. Peck faced serious legal trouble when he was arrested in August 2003 on 11 charges linked to accusations of SA involving an unnamed child. In May 2004, Peck pleaded no contest to engaging in a lewd act with a 14-
So this is annoying where all of these videos where it's like Josh Peck defends Dan Schneider, they don't talk about that at all. They go over the same shit that all the other videos have gone over. And it's just, I want to see, like, him defending Dan Schneider. What's the title of the fucking video?
Jennette McCurdy as a guest on his podcast. However, it seems the interaction took an unfavorable turn during the recording, leading McCurdy to contact Peck afterwards with a request to discard the episode, citing discomfort with the content. In response, Peck attempted to arrange another recording session. In an episode of his podcast where he discusses this incident, Peck even emphatically exclaimed, "She owes us," indicating a sense of grievance or expectation.
So, Josh Peck has his own podcast.
Of recompense from McCurdy for the inconveniences caused. In the continuation of the discourse, Peck
yeah,
expresses his belief that McCurdy has blocked him, which adds another layer to their disagreement. This personal anecdote.
Yeah, Jesus and Dan Schneider.
Yes.
The Catholic Church and the Nickelodeon producers. Quite the coincidence.
Yes. Might initially seem disconnected from the broader discussions about Drake Bell and the Quiet on Set docuseries, yet it becomes relevant in the same podcast episode. Popular influencer Tana Mungo inquires about Peck's experiences with Dan Schneider, asking, "What were your interactions with him like, if I can ask?" Peck's response is straightforward, revealing his perspective on Schneider's demeanor in the workplace. "I'm being 100% honest, he just was a tough boss."
What were your interactions with him like?
Just was a tough boss. That was the experience I had. So therefore, that must mean that he was a perfect human being and treated everyone else perfectly. So my experience must be everyone else's experience. It can't be that a person might have a different demeanor and different rapport with other people. Yeah. They were a chill dude with me, therefore if other people talk about being abused, it's just in their head. This one woman who claims that their husband abused them, I had a few conversations with that guy and he seemed pretty cool. So that woman's just a piece of shit. She's just a cunt and she's just, like, I don't know. She's just lying.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely know enough about it to know for certain that they weren't abused. But go ahead, Craig.
I have less fucks to give for... Yeah, I know it's bad to be thrown into that kind of situation, to be groomed and Spanish essayed, but you have fucking millions of fucking dollars, and you want me to pity you? Fuck you. I have more respect for people, have been through the same shit that don't have the what is it? Like they help. The help, the exposure to what has happened to them as these people.
They're trying to call out these particular producers because there's a lot of corruption, and you've seen this with the Me Too movement, where in Hollywood you do have a lot of that sort of that kind of patriarchy, and a lot of them just abusing their power and authority. So I think that needs to be put in the limelight. That needs to be put in the forefront. But then also, it's just child celebrities. There is this kind of epidemic, this trend of them being kind of exploited and so forth. And I think that's something that needs to be discussed. And I think what you're saying right there, that's the issue when people talk about other problems, where this problem isn't other problems, therefore why are we talking about this? And it's just all problems need to be addressed.
Well, I agree with you, but why is childhood actors that have gone through this situation different from normal fucking people that are going through the same fucking situation? They get the fucking celebrities get the spotlight, while people that have gone through that, they just fucking tuck it inside and they can't go to anyone, and mental health, fucks them over.
Well, that's kind of positive and negative to being a celebrity. Yeah. Kind of like Drake talking about how he got essayed and he doesn't want to even tell you what happened to him. And he doesn't enjoy the experience of going and having to tell people about this at all. He doesn't enjoy the experience that 10 million people have their eyes on this. Oh, Drake got what? He got stuff shoved up his butt or whatever the heck. I don't know. It has
they are bringing
attention
to it. So it's like you're saying, why do people pay attention to these celebrities? But at least they're shining light on this issue in general that affects celebrities and the average Joe. And it's like, okay, it sucks that people probably won't pay attention unless it's some big name, but at least it's like this sort of like double-edged sword. When the big names talk about it, it does bring attention to it overall. And then it's also, I do think people do discuss things like issues with child abuse, issues of sexual abuse and stuff. So there's plenty of documentaries, there's plenty of coverage on this kind of stuff happening. But a lot of times they're just discussing it in general. And the reason why they're not mentioning, maybe in that, like in individual cases where they're covering it, they'll be like, hey, we're interviewing Victoria, and Victoria is a nurse and she was abused, and we're going to go over like her story where she had to move away from her husband who was abusing her. But the thing is, you're not going to remember them because they're a random name, but it does receive coverage, and they do cover the average Joe. But it's just overall, I think the reason why this is getting some level of focus now is because there's not just the issue with child abuse, there's the issue of like the kind of corporate corruption as well. There's those two combined problems.
If I can ask, I'm being 100% honest. He just was a tough boss.
This response subtly ties back to the conversations around Nickelodeon's culture.
He is coming across as a scumfuck here. Like, I didn't think he would come across as a scumfuck, but it is just where he... What's that, Chad?
There's a reason why he was only a tough boss to him. He was the fat kid. He didn't want to. He didn't want to SA him. He wanted Drake Bell, the smaller, cuter one. That's who we wanted to SA.
Thompson didn't get.
Yeah, exactly. Is that the fat female? That's it. That was in all that, or what?
Yeah, Kenan Thompson was the fat female.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he was
Kenan Thompson.
Kenan
Kenan from Cal. Oh, well, I was also thinking of the fat girl from all that. It's just like these dudes that are like weirdos. The crazy thing. They're more attracted to the people that are more attractive. Crazy idea. Maybe that's why you just had a harder boss, Josh. I don't know.
But it's also, like, people do this in general in cases where people talk about abuse and stuff, where it's, hey, when I've interacted with them, I've never seen them abuse somebody. Therefore, it's not like it could happen in other settings. It's not like these people exist when I'm not currently in the same room with them. And it shows how myopic and, like, solipsistic these people are. The way their brain works is it's just, hey, because I haven't seen it, and because this person hasn't exposed me to this kind of behavior, it's not like people can treat other people differently in different settings and environments. And I've come across a lot of douchebags that gaslight me and others using this kind of logic. And I think anybody with child abuse has dealt with this. Yeah, like your parent at a party where you're just drinking and engaging in small talk. They don't seem that bad, so I don't think they've actually done anything horrific at home or whatever. It's just... You are a disgusting fucking pig and go fuck yourself. And when I come across people that do this outside the internet, when I come across these kind of people in person, I will, like, tear them apart and be like, you know what? You are a fucking asshole. This is why what you're saying is just completely and totally fucking retarded, and you're a failure at critical thinking. And I'm just going to put all their flawed logic on the forefront and roast them alive. And then they're like, all I was doing was gaslighting abuse victims. Jeez.
Culture and the alleged issues highlighted in the
It's
docuseries.
not my fault I'm a complete and total worthless, like, airheaded dumb fuck, and I don't understand that there's nuance, and just because I don't witness something, or I don't witness somebody doing something, it doesn't mean that they can't do it in other settings. God.
Providing insight into the experiences of those who worked closely with Schneider. By attributing Schneider's actions to merely being a strict boss, Peck positioned himself in a controversial light amidst a sensitive dialogue. This defense of Schneider was met with skepticism and criticism by many who found it difficult to align with the experiences of those who claimed to be real victims of the culture at Nickelodeon. Such a stance led to speculation among observers that Peck might have been compensated by Nickelodeon to maintain his silence on the issues, or to mitigate negative commentary about Schneider and the network. This conjecture, coupled with his apparent conflict with...
Was he doing an Elvis thing there? Or like,
This defense of Schneider was met with skepticism and criticism by many who found it difficult to align with the experiences of those who claim to be real victims of the culture at Nickelodeon. Such a stance led to speculation among observers that Peck might have been compensated by Nickelodeon to maintain his silence on the issues or to mitigate negative commentary about Schneider and the network. This conjecture.
What do you think that is? Is that like Grease or maybe he's one of the Jets from West Side Story?
Coupled with his apparent conflict with McCurdy, weaves a complex narrative. The intrigue deepens.
What's that?
When considering that the Quiet on Set docuseries, which ignited significant media and public discourse, gained traction in part due to Jennette McCurdy's involvement and revelations. This confluence of events and relationships suggests a web of interconnected issues and narratives, highlighting the complexities of the situation and the challenge.
I like how they're all going over the same general thing. Why don't, if you title it Josh Peck Defends Dan Schneider following Nickelodeon documentary, and you don't include anything else in the title, maybe you should focus pretty much on that component, where they'll cover it for like a minute, and then everything else is the same generic, like rundown synopsis that we've already seen time and time again. These videos, or these platforms, because we haven't really done celebrity gossip at all. I think this is the first time we've done anything like that. So these platforms where they don't cover I guess general news or politics, they cover celebrity gossip news. It is just, I guess, the worst form of journalistic media.
Gene, what's the so is this a whole-on Dan Schneider Nickelodeon stream, or can we move to a different subject?
Here, let's get past the Drake and Josh shit.
Thank you.
No. I write hat of spoons every weekend.
More
hat
down.
of spoons. This is why I'm in Hollywood.
Yeah, eat your cereal, kids.
Did she say nice things about me?
He did a Chris Chan. Remember when Chris Chan kissed somebody in Comic-Con and they had to call the police and they kicked him out? It's yeah.
Because I will tase her if necessary.
Uh-oh.
I have to tase her. We haven't had to use it in a long time.
I said lots of nice things.
No, I said nice things today.
Oh.
That's gonna get on TV. That's gonna get on TV.
He's doing a Joe Biden, taking a good whiff. Okay, seems like everyone's getting bored of this, so I guess let's get to the next topic.
¿Cómo?
No.
Delincuentes.
Mexico ends diplomatic ties with Ecuador after police break an
Esto no es
embassy.
posible. No puede ser. Es una locura. Estoy muy preocupado porque pueden matarlo. No hay ningún fundamento para hacer esto. No. Esto es totalmente fuera de toda norma.
I know currently a bunch of political unrest with Ecuador, and I think now, was it Venezuela? I think they were discussing actually sending troops to Ecuador. So it's very rare out of all the different major continental regions for South America, where they actually do engage in military disputes with other countries. A lot of the military disputes in South American countries are internal affairs, and it's usually with gangs. So South America, that's the big theme, is internal gang warfare. So it's very rare where you see different countries in South America butting heads with one another.
México anuncia el inmediato rompimiento de relaciones diplomáticas con Ecuador. México recurrirá a la Corte Internacional de Justicia para denunciar la responsabilidad de Ecuador por violaciones al derecho internacional.
Yeah, you want to have good relationships with another country. Don't raid their capital. Poor. I guess diplomatic etiquette.
Tijuana, notorious city of sin. A border town known as a gateway for narco-trafficking. Business is booming thanks to fentanyl, a synthetic opioid 50 times stronger than heroin, which has killed tens of thousands of people in the US. But people are now dying this side of the border too. And that is a problem for the cartel. They've unleashed a monster in their own backyard and they can't control it.
Están matando tu propia gente que puede comer.
Y esa no hay manera.
They can't put it back in the box. They can't put the genie back in the bottle.
¿Sabes si tiene fentanilo o no? O sea, no.
Drug taking has been rife in Tijuana for years, but fentanyl is so strong and so addictive, it has caused a crisis unlike anything the city has seen before.
That dog back there.
Is the dog's addicted as well?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you think he's going through all like the litter debris? Do you think he's getting hooked on fentanyl?
So addictive, it has caused a crisis unlike anything the city has seen before.
Chad, what are you doing?
What are you doing? The fuck is wrong with you?
Well, you have a concerned look on your face.
Yeah, I saw your face, and I'm like, what the fuck? How did that thing come to be?
Chad just had a questionable fart.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's a shard or a fart.
Stop talking over the video. Well, I guess it's in subtitles.
These guys talk weird English.
By day, zombie-fied addicts line the streets. During COVID, the border was closed for months, disrupting smuggling routes to the U.S. So
look at like the quarantine, like the QAnon deep state disrupting all this business.
Cartels started selling fentanyl to local addicts,
They're all fake
cutting to other drugs like cocaine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they didn't have the quarantine, then all these people wouldn't be addicted to fentanyl right now because the cartels would be able to continue their regular traffic.
Meth and heroin. They were testing the levels. Just a tiny amount of fentanyl can be deadly.
I know Bill Hicks. He doesn't take this podcast seriously.
What?
There are few official figures, but thousands of people have likely been killed. One local morgue told me they still see overdose deaths daily, and that's just here in Tijuana.
Mucha psicosis y mucho muerto. Eso es lo que es.
The cartels are now trying to clean up their own mess. Too many dead bodies on your own doorstep is bad for business. I met one of the city's many drug dealers.
They're being meticulous there with like what is that? That's like a fourth of a teaspoon or whatever, or maybe just a teaspoon.
Bodies on your
keeping
own
their
doorstep
measurements.
is bad for business. I met one of the city's many drug dealers who told me the narco bosses have banned fentanyl.
¿Y ustedes tienen prohibido el uso del fentanilo en el perico, ese tipo de cosas, por ejemplo? ¿Por qué? Justamente por lo que pasó. Porque se acaban los clientes, se acaba la producción. Están matando a tu propia gente que te da.
Yeah, fentanyl, it's heroin's evil twin brother.
But he tells me fentanyl is still rife. Smaller operations, not under cartel control, ignore the ban.
Dude, they faced the COVID pandemic. Now they're facing the fentanyl pandemic. Yeah, one demon replaced for the other.
Local authorities have done little to intervene.
Yeah.
So volunteers step in. This is Mark Rivera, known around here as El Enfermero Táctico, the tactical nurse. His identity is known, but on camera he covers his face. Everyone knows he used to
Guys covering their face on camera.
work for the cartel, but
They're ugly. It's because they're ugly. No, not you. They're talking about.
It's because people, bro, that's constantly like judging people's appearance and stuff. They're all like insecure. They got an insecurity like epidemic.
He's probably got a
relationship with them is not so
Yeah.
clear.
He's got a crooked tooth.
Muchos de ellos ya se han quedado locos. Nosotros venimos a ayudar a las
Snaggle
consecuencias del
tooth.
consumo de las drogas. Es lo que hacemos nosotros, a dar esperanza. Pues muchas personas de casa están viniéndose para acá solamente a consumir, pero a veces se les gusta tanto estar viendo aquí que ya dejan su vida.
You know what they say, right? My castle is your castle, right? I'm saying it right?
Do you think that guy looked? Do you think that this guy's? Do you think this guy's addicted to something?
No, maybe to food. Whatever, he's eating some food.
I don't.
Right there.
He doesn't look addicted to food.
Yeah,
He looks
he's
like
not
maybe
too
he need.
fat.
Yeah.
The nurse and his team hand out clean needles and drugs to his fentanyl withdrawal.
Give me some clean needles.
He also provides emergency medical assistance.
Well, even in the U.S., they do have places people can go where they do hand out clean needles. Because if somebody's addicted, it is kind of like, should you just like they're gonna be doing the drugs regardless, and if they're dealing with like an addiction, are you gonna force them to use dirty, unsanitary needles where they'll probably lose their arm?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all part of the lesson to learn, Gene. It's all part of the lesson.
He was himself an addict and a dealer in this area. He knows everyone, and everyone knows him.
También intenté cruzar Estados Unidos, no lo logré. Yo aquí, todos estos puntos que yo visito, son puntos donde yo estuve tirado con la pata llena de moscas, con un cuerazo. Muchos carnales de los que yo conocía, los veteranos ya no están ahorita. Muchos se fueron por sobredosis.
The nurse wants to persuade addicts to get clean, but does not try to stop.
Wait, heroin mixed with what? They said fentanyl and they're aware of it. Then why are they
taking drugs? The nurse wants to The nurse wants to persuade addicts to get clean, but does not try to stop them taking drugs. He knows they will do it anyway. He says he just tries to.
Dude, this is making me want to try.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, they love it. They just can't stop. I mean, there's
I
gotta be
want
something
some. I want some.
pretty enticing.
But
Yum,
yum.
passports and instead of the Baltimore.
Yeah, let's do a meetup here and try this stuff.
We need to watch Requiem for a Dream. That's a really good movie. It's a very uplifting film as well.
Let's all share needles.
If you're feeling really bad and very down and stuff, that's definitely a film to watch to lift your spirits.
I had
Mario
this
has injected
conversation.
heroin laced with fentanyl. Almost immediately, there is a problem.
Negan was saying
The nurse gives CPR and
Never mind. I don't really want to do it anymore.
a medicine which counters opioid overdoses. It's not produced in Mexico and has to be smuggled in from the US.
Are they talking about Narcan?
Mario survives, but
They're talking about what?
Narcan.
What's Narcan?
It helps fucking overdoses.
Maybe. I think they're talking about the clean variants of the drugs. One of the issues of me not wearing my glasses and reading subtitles at 1.5 speed.
No, because he's overdosed. Why would you give him clean drugs?
Well, they're talking about them being given clean drugs prior.
Yeah, but he said, yes, it's an
the nurse
overdose.
gives
Yeah,
CPR
give him
and
more drugs.
naloxone, a medicine which counters opioid overdoses.
Okay, yeah.
It's not produced in Mexico and has to be smuggled in from the US. Mario survives, but the speed at which a user can overdose is scary to witness. Mexico's President Obrador has long declared fentanyl an American problem, even though it's always been made here. But fentanyl addiction is...
He's doing a Kim Jong-un. No, we don't deal with it at all. No. We have
spreading
0
rapidly
cases.
through the country from border towns like Tijuana. It's now...
So, like, Kim Jong-un claimed that they had 0 cases of COVID, but then around the time the COVID pandemic sparked, they showed satellite images where they built a new hospital and everything.
So available.
No, it was
Many
more
American
than
addicts
one.
cross
They
here
built
for a cheaper fix.
like 3 new hospitals or something like at that time.
Yeah, but the point is they were building new hospitals and shit. And
some live among the homeless.
Gene,
I get along with people more.
that
here
lady
than I
has
do.
pink hair. The lady has pink hair.
Yeah.
She seems nice.
Don't let her near the addicts.
Where else? Yeah, because they're down to earth. They know what it is to struggle. I've been beat up, robbed.
Fentanyl's one thing, but pink hair dye, that's an league of its own.
Stabbed, taped up, whatever. But I've earned my respect here.
I mean, I think somebody could recover from like heroin fentanyl sort of addiction, but I think it's very rare that you see the pink blue hair dyed, like kind of brain trauma. It's very rare that you see them recover.
Gene, with people that have pink hair, do you think the carpet matches the curtains?
Maybe. Wouldn't surprise me.
Death certificate. Yeah, and somebody put it in my cigarettes, and I died twice behind there, but I didn't know I was taking it. They took the filter out and put it in my cigarette. But I died twice. Luckily, somebody seen me.
There's so many here living outside reality like ghosts, trapped in another world of poverty and addiction.
I have my dad and my daughter in Washington, so...
I think she's having issues with drugs.
Nah, she's fine.
I think she's having an issue with eyebrows, but not drugs.
I think those are tatted on.
Those do look
Maybe one
tatted
day
on.
They are.
Get to see her again. But really,
I'd
I
be
don't have the
pissed.
money to even think about traveling. It's been really scary
What
sometimes.
if she had like a
but
very bad tattooist and she like it just made her look angry all the time?
Some people will sketch their tattoos on, so I mean, it could be some temporary thing. Because it looks like it's faded to some extent.
I like it. I mean, I put my life at risk sometimes to just
You can't know for certain.
and try to have some fun, but sometimes it ain't so fun, and I could get my life taken.
I'm so broke. I
Yeah,
can't
you
even
know
do
where
my
people
eyebrows.
like that belong? Yeah?
Go ahead.
Mexico.
No, in prison. God,
Oh.
Shad.
Oh. I don't
We
know.
don't need... I don't know. Countries like the U.S. and Mexico, they don't need, like, a better healthcare system. You don't need social institution where, you know what, you give them aid and support. You treat it like it's some kind of, like, health issue. What you do is you just put more of a drain on the taxpayers, and you put them in a prison where they're likely to be subjected to violence or the R word and stuff, and you cause even more fucked up trauma, make them deal with even more mental instability, and then they have criminal records, so they can't vote, they can't find a job when they get out, and that's how you help people that have drug addiction. If it's their fault for doing drugs.
She came here to stay out of prison.
That's all America did to me, and I just wanted to be free, be able to walk.
Such a fucking criminal.
It's very hard to live in the street.
As he does with everyone, the nurse tries to convince Rachel to go into his rehab center. Sometimes he succeeds, but as far as we know, Rachel did not go. This is the rehab center known as the Castle.
Dude. Like, how do you think, how well do you think they're funded? Yeah.
It looks like they're about 60% funded, then the rest of it's not funded at all.
Do you think the staff are well trained, and do you think they have a decent amount of resources to help give them like the top quality care?
I think they get treated like rich people in there.
Yeah,
okay? That's what I think.
The doctors
like a vacation in there.
Yes.
Oh god, dude, this is the kind of decor, exterior and interior design that really makes you feel a lot better. Really lifts your mood and spirits when you're trying to deal with some kind of crippling addiction.
Gene, we should do a documentary where you become a drug addict just on purpose, just so you could see the experience and go through places like this, and you could tell us about it, and we could document the whole
look
experience.
at this, this utilitarian metallic gray. I mean, that is the kind of aesthetic that you want when you're dealing with some kind of hardship in your life. It's really going to help you, give you the will to move on.
It reminds me of a lumber yard or inventory yard, and
reminds me of a prison.
Well, not this part, but the first part reminded me of like a Home Depot or some shit. Just get the wood and shit, you know.
Yeah.
While addicts do recover here, the cartel benefits too. Many are put to work or recruited before they leave, though no one will say that openly. The castle resembles a prison more than a treatment center. And in fact, residents are generally not...
So, do you think what he's saying is fair, that it resembles a prison more than a treatment center? Yeah. If they're the United States, when it comes to our schools, a lot of public schools, especially here in Baltimore, in the city, it's just the way they're designed and everything, they look like fucking prisons. You look at outside shots of a juvenile detention center, and you look at a lot of shots of American schools and how a lot of public schools are just kind of moldy and run down and shit. You go in and they have this kind of just gray kind of malaise and everything in them. It's just not we want our kids to learn and stuff, and it's just the way we design our schools. It's just the most gross kind of setting imaginable. Doesn't really get kids in the right mood for learning and taking in information.
Permitted to leave until they are judged to be recovered.
Aquí nos encontramos en el área de desintoxicación. Aquí todas las personas que van llegando al castillo son ingresados a este lugar. Pudiera ser un lapso de 10 días, 15 días, un mes o 2 meses como con el caso
They even call it a castle. My castle is your castle. Yeah.
Dude. What do you think of the bedding they offer them?
10 días, 15 días,
Great
un mes
stuff.
o 2 meses como con el caso del fentanilo.
Mexico has been slow to acknowledge the severity of the fentanyl crisis within its borders. The president has proposed a law banning its consumption, but it feels too little too late. For now, desperate addicts are in the...
They needed the Rodrigo Duterte, who's he was the previous Philippines president, where it's you do drugs, I kill you. Just don't have any sort of care or rehab. Just cram them in prisons like sardine cans.
The hands of irregular volunteers like the nurse, and worse, at the mercy of the cartel dealers who caused the crisis in the first place.
In Afghanistan, schools have opened for a new academic year, but only for boys, with girls banned from joining secondary...
I know, because Al-Qaeda has taken over, once they did, they banned, all work and education for women, and guess what happened, Chad?
Women got put in their place, finally,
Yeah,
after all this time.
their GDP, their economy went into the shitter. It's almost like when 50% of your population isn't able to contribute to the workforce.
No.
It's almost like it has a detrimental impact.
No, it's just the transition. Things will pick up. It's just the beginning of the transition, Gene. People need to get used to it.
Now, I do know that Al-Qaeda, they're rescinding a lot of their like laws and policies that they like originally enforced and everything. And the odd thing is we were there for like a decade on this huge boondoggle. We accomplished nothing. We backed out. The people we were trying to prevent from like controlling this region, they're now the government. So we definitely failed our objective there and wasted billions of fucking dollars. And then you look at all the Americans that died and all the civilians that died as well. But now that they've been in control for like a year and stuff, it sucks what they've done and so forth. But now that they're the government, they got to deal with what all governments have to deal with, which is stabilizing the country. And one of the things Al-Qaeda has found is like, when you don't allow women to contribute at all, it fucks your GDP, and then your country isn't able to function at all. So now they're rescinding a lot of these policies. So it's kind of like if we just did nothing and allowed Al-Qaeda to run its course, it's almost like even though it's like definitely not a negative sort of like circumstance, it's definitely less of a negative than the United States occupying the region for 10 years and turning it into a war zone. And it's almost like them, like just letting them control the region and realize just how, you know what, these really strict draconian sort of like Sharia like law sort of policies that they have don't really work. So they have to engage in this trial and error. And it seems like that doing a better job of just letting them deal with the trial and error of ruling a country, that's kind of causing it to, like, it's bringing more, I guess, progressiveness to the region than the United States was able to do with their military in the span of 10 years. So that's ironic as fuck.
Level classes. More than 2.5 years have now passed since girls over the age of 12 were first banned following the Taliban's rise to power. Lawmakers have repeatedly promised that girls would be readmitted, but the ban remains in place with no explanation.
Another academic year gets underway in Khost, a city in Afghanistan's east. But there's a glaring omission among the students who make their way to school. Girls, once again, are not allowed. Since 2021, teenage girls and women have been banned from secondary schools and universities, making Afghanistan the only country where girls' education has been outlawed after elementary school. Many of the boys here in this classroom would also like to see this law reversed.
Now, here's the thing. People that are defending Hamas and everything, they're like, hey, like, look at all these views that these extreme, like, Islamic sort of, like, citizens in the Middle East have and so forth. This is in Afghanistan, one of the poorest and probably most corrupt and totalitarian, like, governments in the Middle East. They're being controlled by Al-Qaeda currently, and you have a bunch of young boys that are like, you know what, I don't agree with this policy that women shouldn't be allowed to work and go to school. So it's almost like stop treating people like they're a Borg, and even though like we're atheists, we criticize Christianity and Islam, in the same way you've got people who are Christian that follow the faith to a different extreme, and there are people that follow the faith very loosely. There's plenty of Muslims, even Muslims in some of the most radical countries, that aren't completely indoctrinated. And a lot of people you talk to who defend everything Israel's doing, like a lot of my older relatives and shit, they're like, oh God, they're brainwashed to hate Americans and stuff. And you can find plenty of coverage, even coverage from like Western like sources where they're interviewing people from all these Middle Eastern countries that are like, we don't hate Americans, we just don't like the government. And of course, you have countries like Saudi Arabia, which are backed by the United States, where it was just very recently where they allowed women to drive. And they have some of the strictest policies when it comes to forcing women to just cover their body completely. They have to wear the burqas and everything. And then you have Iran, where there are a bunch of protests. A lot of men and women didn't agree with what the cops did to that one like young woman there who wasn't wearing their hijab. But I mean, there, the women are only forced to like wear a hijab. They're not forced to be wearing like the burqa and everything. And then there's plenty of countries in the Middle East where like women can dress however they fucking want. And you can see that like in much of Gaza, when you see like all the citizens out and about, a lot of the women are dressed like what you'd expect from any Western country. So a lot of people, they just want to look at the Middle East like it's just one entity, and that like every single region and sub-region in all these countries, all of the kids must be equally as radicalized. All the people must be like following the religion to the same extreme that ISIS or Al-Qaeda like follow the faith. So people need to stop looking at like people in this giant subcontinent as if they're all just one collective board or hive mind.
We hope that the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan officials will open the school for the girls beyond grade 6. We hope that ministers open the doors to our sisters.
And see, these are young children, so this kid's clearly brainwashed when he's speaking out against the policy and he wants women to have an education and stuff, so he's clearly brainwashed. I mean, who cares if they're bombing all these fucking children, because you know what? They're all brainwashed to hate us, they're brainwashed to just grow up to become these terrorists that like force all these like strict policies on women and stuff. I mean, yeah, they're all the same. They all think collectively.
The girls should be given their rights in Islamic law. They should be allowed to wear the hijab to school. They should have their rights. Because if a sister is educated...
Wait, did he just say they shouldn't have to wear their hijab to school?
They should be allowed to wear the hijab to school. Their rights in Islamic law. They should be allowed to wear the hijab to school. They should have...
Like, I guess what they're saying there is, like, they don't have to wear the full body piece. They should be allowed to at least just wear, like, a hijab.
Their rights. Because if a sister is educated, she can educate the rest of her family. So we hope the education minister will reopen the school for girls.
If she's educated, she can educate her entire family. And he looks like he's what, like 11, 12? I mean, but they're all brainwashed.
And they're
In
all
response,
not going to make
online
it to
education.
fucking 18.
A lot of them probably will make it to the age of 18. I don't think it's that bad.
Tools for girls have surfaced, while Begum TV, a Paris-based production company, has looked to help by broadcasting televised lessons and talks to screens across Afghanistan.
This channel will mainly provide educational programs. All day long we'll be showing educational video modules based on the Afghan school curriculum, from the 5th grade to the final year. We've put everything on video in 2 languages.
But not everybody is able or allowed to access shows like these. Taliban authorities have insisted they're working on establishing a system that would allow girls to re-attend schools under Islamic law, but they're yet to deliver.
Now, here's the thing. They've yet to deliver. I mean, that could be where they're just lying to people and they don't plan on ever getting around to it. It could be just like your typical government bureaucratic sort of hoopla where it takes its time to go through the bureaucratic process. But it's just here, the Taliban, which is a very radical, like, Islamic terrorist group, they're coming out. And the fact that they're even saying that, the fact that they're even, like, acknowledging that, hey, women having any level of education, like, that's something that you look at the 90s, where they had control before, like, the original, like, U.S. invasion there, and it's just... that would have been complete and total heresy if you even implied that women should have a level of education. Stone them in the town square, and now because they have to deal with being a government and they realize like the adverse effects of following it in such a draconian manner, they're coming out and they're actually discussing it. The fact that they're actually discussing it shows that just us not having a military presence there and letting them do their thing is more productive.
But religion does so much good for humanity, though.
Well, the point is, it's like that's how they want to enforce the religion, is to follow it in a very draconian, very overly, like, follow it in a completely literal manner. And we know that, yeah, that's not very logical or rational. There has to be secularism. And that's what pretty much all developed countries have. And here it's like, okay, because they're a developing country, and they're also a country that deals with things like an authoritarian government, it's backwards in that way. But the thing is, when we're not acting as the world police and the U.S. isn't getting involved, what do you know? because they don't have the U.S. trying to like kick them out, and then we're there acting as some kind of like provisionary government, while all of these like I guess all these provisionary governments are constantly being cycled through, when this one government is just there to like take its place and stuff. They realize that, you know what, there's this path of least resistance, and you can't really have a government that's that draconian. There has to be some level of secularism here. And they've said that they're the only country that's completely banned education for women, and they realize that it doesn't fucking work. So us not engaging the world police is more productive, or is less productive than just allowing these authoritarian governments to engage in their little growing pains when it comes to the trial and error of running a country.
For millions of girls across Afghanistan, returning to classes like this one remains the ultimate goal.
Okay, next vid.
9 kids lost their lives in an explosion in southern eastern Afghanistan triggered by a landmine that was planted during the country's long history of conflict. The incident occurred when a group of young boys and girls were playing with a landmine in the Guru district of Ghazni province in Sunday. Walls of Afghanistan are littered with unexploded landmines, grenades, and mortars from decades of conflict spanning from the Soviet invasion in
Oh, we covered another story like a year or two ago where there's a town where there are a bunch of abandoned like missiles, and they were building bridges and using it to like as like infrastructure and stuff for some of their buildings, and the government had to come in and they had to like remove all the missiles from the town because they were active and stuff. And so yeah, this is another good thing that has run its course due to like the decade of war in the country.
The stories are
so now we finally got into the second story that's in the title of the video.
Yeah, I love this. I love this one.
Okay, so have you heard about this, Shab?
No.
In the last week or two, there's been this trend of men going around and just sucker punching random women in the streets of New York.
Finally, some justice.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh my god, it hurt so bad.
College student Michaela Donato says she was just leaving class in Manhattan.
So I just got punched in the face walking home.
He hit me right on my cheekbone. This doesn't hurt as bad as a concussion does.
She says she didn't see it coming. You've got some visible signs.
Like another Kick a Ginger Day thing, like a what's the other clown sighting sort of trend? It's a what's the trend where they put the bucket over the person's head?
Like the Walmart challenge or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, let's go around and do really fucked up and stupid shit. It's like, yeah, TikTok trend, punch a woman in the face.
You have the what's really funny is I don't think in any of these videos like these women are like, oh, we're just walking down the street and then I got punched in the face. Like, okay, what do you look like? What did the person look like? They don't fucking describe the person that punched them. So, like, people that would watch the video would be like, oh, yeah, I seen this video of this woman that got punched, and she described this guy. I should probably stay away from this guy that fits the description.
Well,
They're
they
just
only
like,
showed
"Oh,
they showed an edited clip. They didn't show the entire like video that they uploaded, so we don't know if they actually went over it. Plus, the news media is probably going to go over and stuff, and they probably did tell the police what they looked like.
And you're more likely to get bit by a person in New York than you are to be bit by a fucking shark.
Bit?
So, yeah, bit. Like,
okay.
Like chomped on with your teeth, John?
Yeah.
Then you are?
Okay. Well, we're talking about them getting sucker punched, but I guess you're throwing another like statistic out there. But yeah, that's kind of like the dogs are more likely to kill you than sharks. It's because you're just New York's a densely populated area, so it makes sense that they're around humans more than people are like around sharks. But this is a new trend though, where they're going up and just punching random women.
How are you feeling? No, it's been really, really hard. I think it hits me in waves. A lot of crying because it was really, really scary.
Hits her in
NYPD
waves.
confirms it is looking into at least
Good
4
fun,
similar
bitch.
cases, like the one shared on social media. In one of them, police say a 4-year-old man has been arrested and charged with assault.
I was punched in the head in New York City.
And the thing is, you can kill people punching them in the face, especially if you punch them in the side of their head or the back of their head, especially if they're like you do it without them knowing. They don't have like time to like actually react or like flex at all. So it's just This is something where it is like fatal, and not only do you put them at risk of like actually killing them, but you could also seriously like cripple them for the rest of their fucking life. So a lot of people like a lot of times in bar fights, somebody will get mad, punch somebody, and they kill them on the spot. You don't have to be that strong. It's just like you're the average Joe. You just happen to punch them in just the right way and they die, and then now you're dealing with like some second-degree murder charge or some kind of like manslaughter charge.
In Times Square.
But it was an accident.
Police have not linked the cases to the videos.
Well, I
In
don't
recent
think
days,
it's
dozens
like
of
someone going around and like beating the shit out of someone. It's just like punch, and then like I don't think they're. It's a stupid fucking trend. This is why TikTok.
Well, they have black eyes, so they're bruised and shit. There was a woman who had to have her jaw wired shut, so they're going up and punching them.
Yeah, but that
hard.
That could happen with just one punch. They're not fucking going out and beating the shit out of them.
No one's saying that. They're talking about them being sucker punched. Is Crow making any sense, Shab?
He's making more sense than ever, James. Okay?
No one's claiming that they're...
Some people are going out and just being... It's a fucking trend. Just like one punch. I'm not saying that they're going out and like... Just like... It could be like just a random punch. Like, oh, it's a new trend. Like, punch a woman. And yeah. But like you're saying, oh, someone had to get their jaw wired. That maybe he just like full force. Maybe... Just a little knock. I don't know what the fuck my point was. God damn it.
Well, the point is that there's people going around and they're just sucker punching women full strength, full force. And it's been going on, like, there's quite a decent amount of cases in the last, like, week of this happening, so...
Accounts of alleged assault have popped up online. NBC News has not been able to verify all the videos. The troubling story is surfacing at the same time there has been a rash of violent crimes on the city's busy subways. In response, the National Guard has been brought in to search bags, and 1,000 additional NYPD officers are now riding the trains.
The National Guard has been brought in because this...
Well, the National Guard is in New York quite a bit, so I've seen them, like, in the subways and stuff. Like, New York's most heavily populated city, like, in the country. It's also, if New York was its own country, I think it would have like the 10th or 11th largest GDP. And if it was its own country, it also, it has the population of a lot of small countries. So it makes sense that if you have like a National Guard, why you'd have a decent amount just stationed there. So they probably didn't have to send them in. They're probably just already there. And they're just giving them, like, I guess, some kind of police work.
But the mayor pushing back on the idea that crime is rampant in the...
So we're talking about New York. How much SA goes on in the subways, and they don't call in the National Guard for that, but apparently women are getting punched.
Well, I think they're exaggerating a bit there when they said they're bringing in the National Guard. I visit New York a lot, and I've seen, like, in the subway, you got military personnel and stuff. They do have the National Guard. I think they have, maybe not a base, but they do have a decent, like, unit or whatever of, of National Guard stationed there. And a lot of times they are engaging in some kind of, like, national security, because a lot of tourism is seen in New York. And there's a lot of people abroad that visit New York. It has a lot of global trade. So the National Guard already just has a natural, like, sort of presence there. So they probably just are like, hey, we want you to check people's bags more and look around and stuff because these recent assaults are happening. And it's probably the media kind of wording in a way to be more theatrical.
In this city and expressing concerns
but
that social media
how many of these chicks are just doing it for clout? Because you can, with makeup, you can fucking make it look like you got punched. You could make it look like you have a black eye. I mean, it's a trend, right? So, I mean, how many of these women are actually just, faking it and just being like, I got punched?
PT Ham says, come to New York City, hit me up. Laugh out loud. Yeah. They're getting hit up in New York City.
I know a city out of control because I visited.
Are you asking me on a date?
This is not one of them.
PT?
Does PT Ham live in New York?
Oh my gosh, PT.
I can meet up with PT Ham and we can watch Book of Mormon.
77% of
We can
Americans
watch
believe
Frozen the musical.
crime is on the rise, according to a Gallup poll. Misdemeanor assault is up 10% from this time last year in New York City. But in most places, the FBI says violent crime is down.
I'm really scared to go back to school. I've just been delaying it as long as possible, but I'll have to go back eventually.
So what do we know about the person that was arrested?
Well, he is a repeat offender, according to the police. He has an extensive criminal record. He's been arrested 3 times in the
So is it just one person?
last 6 months for similar crimes. He is what the police call a recidivist. And I've had conversations not just about this spate of crimes, but also about what's going on the subway. And it's one of the largest concerns right now in the NYPD. They are arresting the same people for the same crimes over
and they're getting out of jail, and it's happening again. This happened to a very good friend of mine who actually happened to be the former head of New York City Transit, ran the subways, and she got punched in the face in broad daylight. When was that? About 15 months ago. Wow. Yeah, so
it's a scary trend. The police finally overnight connecting the video to the crime, the TikTok to the crime.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Steph. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah, fucking TikTok's retarded and it comes up with fucking stupid trends. You're just... Don't blame fucking New York citizens, blame TikTok.
I don't think they're blaming... They're not saying, like, yeah, this is because of, like, them just being New Yorkers. They're just going... It happens to be taking place in this particular part of the world, so... It's just, hey, there's somebody going around and there's this serial sort of... It's like the DC sniper. It's like somebody's going around sniping people in the DC, like, Baltimore area. So it's like, yeah, they're blaming DC and Baltimore citizens and stuff. And it's just, no, this is something that's taking place currently in this part of the world or this part of the country.
Multiple women in New York City taking to social media claiming they've been randomly punched on the street.
Yeah, the videos are surprising and they've sparked nationwide outrage. Fox Eye's Michelle Ross takes a closer look at what's been happening.
You guys, I was literally just walking and a man came up and punched me in the face. So I just got punched in the face walking home.
Women are taking to TikTok sharing similar stories of them getting punched in the face in unprovoked attacks on the streets of New York City.
Oh my God, it hurts so bad. I can't even talk.
Influencer Hallie Kate developed a bump on her forehead
I
after
can't
she
even
says
talk
a man
and then
walking
she
a dog punched
speaks
her
for
on Monday.
fucking 15 fucking minutes.
Bro, do you hate women or something?
Yeah, I'm sensing some
taking-
sexism here.
I think you're taking what she's saying a bit too literally. It's like she's just talking out of shock and stuff.
I fucking hate people that
I can't even breathe or whatever. And it's like, they're literally breathing right now.
Drunken
No,
Crow
I just hate
hates
the
vaginas.
I hate the over exaggeration of fucking people. Especially her. She's a fucking blonde white woman. Like, oh my God, I can't even breathe right now. Like, she doesn't even look like she got punched to begin with.
Drunken Crow, over exaggeration is redundant. Exaggerating is already overly doing it.
Like a pedantic, like spur.
It's like I overfilled
Monday in Chelsea.
Oh, now
Drunken
it's just
Crow.
like me too. Like, believe all women. Like, no. Most of these fucking bitches are just doing it for fucking views.
Damn.
Are they? I mean, I think it's...
I don't know, but...
A lot of them faced injuries and stuff, so even if some are making it up, it seems like a decent amount have black eyes and have had their jaws wired shut, so... It's like, did they give themselves black eyes?
Speaking of black guys...
I said black eyes.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I heard you wrong.
Yeah, that's what your racist mind
This
heard.
is... Oh, he's got a Trump flag behind him. Oh, man.
Charged 4-year-old Skabuki Stora with assault and harassment. Standing in front of a Trump flag, he claims he's a great-great-grandson of Marcus Garvey. With more than 90,000 followers on social media, he posts videos of women and his interactions with police.
You finally harassing a white person, man. Good job, man.
It's unclear if he's responsible for the
You're
other
finally
attacks.
harassing a white person.
so-
Good job, man. That is so stupid.
Well, wait a second. If he's a Trumpster, then wouldn't he be one of those... Is it okay to say, like, Uncle Tom? Is that what an Uncle Tom is? It's where they're kind of like... They have internalized racism. So shouldn't he be one of those people where, when it comes to police brutality, it's like, well, yeah, like black people, it's because they engage in crime. That's why, like, he tries to be an apologist for police brutality. So it's kind of odd because...
He seems like he has very mixed feelings.
All over the place.
Because with the Trump flag, I would think that he's that kind of person. But with that footage I just saw of, like, finally y'all discriminated against a white person or whatever, it's like... I don't know. It sounds like his beliefs are all over the place, probably a bit.
Yeah.
there, not really aligned with what you'd expect.
Happened to them in recent weeks. This woman posted about getting punched in the face 2 years ago.
Oh my actual god, I literally just got punched in the face by a homeless man. Like, literally walking to the gym. I fall straight to the ground and I'm just in like absolute disbelief. Literally, as soon as they came, they were like, do you want to get in the back of the car and go try to find this guy? They like threw on their sirens. We ran around all of Soho.
In a now deleted comment on one of the TikTok videos, former Real Housewives of New York City star Bethany Frankel commented with a similar experience, writing, "This happened to me a few months ago, but I was embarrassed to say. I was taking a video of a bakery." And in almost all of the TikTok videos, the women say that they
Why would you be embarrassed to say that? Why'd you be embarrassed? She said that it happened to her, like she got punched, but she was embarrassed to say. I don't really.
Because she didn't actually get fucking punched.
I don't doubt they did, but like I don't know, just the idea
that gaslighting all of them.
Yeah, like no women get punched. That never happens. I'm drunken crow.
It's like you're supposed to say, we don't know everything yet. It could be this, it could be that. Wait until you get all the information before you just assume that
all the women punched each other, and this is all part of their scam. All the women are working
together. They're just women to be drama queens.
Well, none of them in this whole fucking video. None of them was like, oh, it was a homeless man. He was about 5'6", 150 pounds, black hair, mustache. It was just
maybe
they
did.
Got punched.
Maybe the the news platform that's covering them. Maybe they just didn't edit it to show it.
Dude, I bet if we were walking on some street and I just ran up and sucker punched you real quick and ran off, you'd have no clue like who the fuck just punched you.
Yeah.
Somebody would come up like, "How are you? Are you okay?" You'd be like, "Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. Somebody just came up and hit me." What did they look like?
As well.
I don't fucking know. They were like they were bigger than me. I don't know. That's like you would do that.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's go with that then, Shabisky. How do they know that if they can't describe him then, how do they know it was actually a man? They're a homeless man. It could have been
it's a man just based on like their size and their body type and shit like that.
Oh, I mean, but you don't know the size because if you can't describe them, you don't know their size.
Getting a look at somebody's face as they're running away, it's a hit and run, and they're probably wearing a mask. So
probably
doing
at
shit
least
like
gonna get a little glimpse of it, and you'll get an idea of at least for starters, male or female to start.
What if you misidentify your attacker?
Then you're a bigot. Then you're a bigot, okay?
Yeah.
But it's also like if somebody's doing this in broad daylight, they're probably wearing a mask and like a hoodie and shit. So they're probably.
I would do that if I was gonna sucker punch.
If you're doing it in a mask, middle of the fucking day, you're very. That's like fucking going out in a fucking like giant pink fucking.
Nowadays, you can go out with a mask and people aren't gonna look at you weird after COVID.
Well, no, I'm not.
You guys want to hear what happened to me at the beginning of COVID? I walked into a bank with a bandana on, and I was in a hurry, like I had to get to the post office to pay my rent, and I said, "This will only take a second." And immediately everybody just got up against the walls, and I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm not robbing the place." And
no way, that's a crazy experience.
And the teller that was like, "I can help you out," and I was like, "I'm really sorry, everybody." I'm like, I just wasn't thinking. I'm in a rush. I was like, the post office closes in 10 minutes, and everybody they started laughing and stuff, and I was so embarrassed.
That's
I wasn't thinking.
Plus, Crow, it's you're saying it's stupid, what they're doing. It's they've gotten caught. So even though they're wearing their masks and stuff, there's cameras everywhere in New York. So they were eventually caught pretty quickly. So, yeah, they're stupid people doing stupid things.
Yeah, but you're relying on the cameras to be isn't it easier to go to the victim and have the victim identify and not be like, "Oh, I was on 31st and 102nd, and yeah, I got punched there."
When they were investigating them, they probably did ask them what the assailant looked like. So,
but the video doesn't show that, so I don't know that. I'm not going to investigate this because it's fucking stupid.
Well, maybe the video did show it. Like, they only showed 2-3 second clips.
Women don't get punched, Gene. Okay, get over it.
5 News.
Women are just a bunch of drama queens.
And a man came up and punched me in the face.
Stop being a drama queen, bitch.
I literally just got punched by some man on TikTok.
Lies.
Videos detailing how they're allegedly getting punched in the face.
Why is she smiling? If she was punched or whatever.
This is part of her
Several women
clout
posted these
chase.
videos describing similar allegations in just the last week. Hallie Kate posted about an assault on Monday. She says she had to be treated at a local medical facility.
I mean, I think even if your average guy got punched in the face, they'd probably be putting it on Instagram and Facebook. That's just what people do.
Is there any redness in her face?
I mean, her face kind of looks a little fucked up on one side. It looks like she's a.
Well, maybe
the other
you
side.
know all the information, so maybe her face is just fucked up.
No, her other side, Gene. It's more plump and red, and her eye is more like on that side. Yes. That seems to be the side that got punched. Am I? Yeah, that's what she's.
Never mind. Okay, you're right.
Olivia Brand posting updates on her own experience earlier this month after commenters on TikTok started connecting the two cases.
I did just get a call from the New York Police Department detective.
The NYPD says.
I mean, there's that one guy who this was several months ago, where he would get out of his car on the freeway and he had a metal rod and he would bash their windshields in, and they were able to use everyone's dash cams to catch him. And it's all remember that documentary I told you about, Don't Fuck with Cats? There's that one guy who was uploading videos of him messing around with cats, and everyone kind of used all the videos to find out where he was. So there's this kind of new kind of era we're in when it comes to vigilante sort of investigation, where now that there's cameras everywhere, they can just here in Baltimore there was a crime where they kind of stitched everyone's doorbell footage from the doorbell cams together. So if you're in a highly populated area, I don't get why people do crimes like this, especially in broad daylight, because there's street cameras everywhere. Everyone has HD cameras in their pocket.
It's investigating the incidents, but says it's unclear right now whether they're connected. Police announced one assault arrest related to Hallie's case, 40-year-old Skyboki Stora taken into custody. Other users posting videos expressing shock, fear, and even sharing tips for staying safe, like not being distracted on your phone while you're out and about. It's not the first time this type of incident has been reported in the city.
When videos like that first started popping up, everyone was sending them to me and commenting and adding me and saying look, this girl went through something similar.
Elio Wagner says she was punched in the face by someone she didn't know last September.
So we were kind of walking toward each other, and he didn't seem crazy or scary or anything. And then before I knew it, he kind of went at me diagonally and punched me in the face and ran.
So she's kind of describing it to some extent. She's having a difficult time identifying the person.
That way.
NYPD data from last month shows many crimes are down in the city compared with
difficulty. She did not describe him whatsoever.
Well, that's the point, is that if somebody that's sucker punches you, you're probably disoriented, and it's what Chad's said.
If you're just walking down the street and nothing seems out of character, that you're never gonna think anything of it. Then all of a sudden, boom, you're dizzy and you're looking around. And everything's spinning, and you're wondering what the fuck just happened, and you're trying to put together everything. It makes sense that people would be like, yes, that's John whatever from down the street.
And you're probably not going to see their face. As soon as they hit you, they're running, and you at most once you reacclimate and everything, you're probably going to turn your head and just see them from the back, and they're probably wearing some mask and stuff. And
have y'all ever been punched?
Yeah, I've been punched. What do you mean? And I've never been sucker punched while walking randomly down the street, and I would think I would have a hard time identifying the person if I was just walking down the strip and just fucking around, and all of a sudden, boom, somebody hits me that I don't know. It's just what? And then he's running off, and all I see is the back of somebody, and I'm just like, what just happened to me? It happens real quick. All that, what we just described, if that all happens within 5 to 10 seconds, and most of the time you're going, what the fuck just happened to me, and you're dizzy and not able to even see clearly, you're going to have a hard time identifying things in that situation. It makes plenty of sense.
Yeah, and I've never been sucker punched like on the street, but I've been sucker punched before, and it's yeah, you usually are a bit disoriented for like several seconds afterwards.
That's the whole idea of sucker punching. Is somebody gets punched when they have no clue that there's going to be a punch coming their way at all. They're busy playing their Game Boy or listening to Justin Bieber's new album or something, and all of a sudden, boom, something just fucking hits them really hard.
And people who usually do it are usually like little fucking pussies, so
yeah,
they're usually cowards. But have you ever been punched, Crow?
I've been punched. I've been pretty much stabbed.
Ooh,
it's been raped.
Yeah, that too.
I'm kidding. I'm just
no, straight up. I've been.
Have you been waterboarded?
No, but I've had my fucking head smacked against a fucking guardrail.
It's not nice. Why would people do that to you, Crow? You're so nice.
I rodeoed. So like I was on this bull. I fucking went.
Oh, so you deserved it. I get it.
Yeah.
Wait, did somebody do it to you, or was that just a rodeo accident?
Rodeo accident. Same with the stabbing. I got fucking horned in the fucking shoulder, and now my fucking shoulder's fucked up.
Well, it's a bit misleading to say you were stabbed. That makes people think that you're like in a bar fight.
Was I not stabbed? I do have a scar.
Well, I guess you were like impaled by a bull's horn. You were horned, or
if anything, it's cooler.
Stabbed loosely.
If anything, it's kind of more badass to say you were impaled by a bull's horn than you were stabbed. Anyways, kind of. You should go with that more. Just lean more on that. That sounds way more badass.
Fine.
I've sucker punched people before.
What a bitch! Fuck you, Nate.
Yeah.
If I ever see you, I'm gonna.
One time, my friend Danny was like, we were skateboarding, and some random asshole was like holding him and like being like, "I'm calling the cops are gonna come. You can't skate here." And we're like, "What do we do? Do we just run away?" And I was like, "Fuck that! We ain't running away without Danny," and just hit the dude in the back with my skateboard.
If he's physically holding the kid, he's doing something that he's not supposed to be doing. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like you were doing. You didn't really. I don't know. I guess it's a sucker punch if you punch them and they had just no clue what was coming. They had no clue a punch was coming towards them. But yeah.
I whacked them hard with the grip tape side, so it was like a big,
God.
paddle with the back. Yeah.
What about a sucker slap?
Yeah. Sucker spank.
Murders, but
yeah. Sucker kick.
Felony assaults are up. Broken down by week, misdemeanor assaults are up 10%.
Or like a sucker flip kick. They just come up and they do a little Jet Li on you.
Period last year. However, this data is not broken down by gender. And some women like Elio, who carries a self-defense kit, saying in light of recent attacks, they don't feel safer.
I love New York, but as a woman, it is very scary. So I kind of feel safer like carrying something with me to defend myself. That way, in case it happens again, I'm not completely defenseless.
Stephen Romo joined us.
Maybe Saudi Arabia, they got things figured out. Like, women need a male escort to keep them safe. They shouldn't leave their homes without their husband, father, uncle escorting them.
New York City. Stephen, I'm learning something now about that self-defense kit as well. What else are we hearing about this one suspect that is in custody tonight?
Yeah, we've learned quite a bit about him, Thomas. Skyboki Store. He actually is a bit of a fringe political figure. Ran for mayor of New York City back in 2021.
I wonder how many votes he got.
He ran
one.
Yeah.
Anybody can run for mayor. You get some of the weirdest people that run for mayor and shit.
Now been charged with this.
And usually there are a lot of people that there's like the Dunning-Kruger effect. I'm going to run for mayor, so usually like half the candidates are just weirdos who the fact that they even think they stand a chance is kind of funny.
For one of these cases, it's important to point out police have not identified him as a suspect in any of the other cases. We did try to reach him and a lawyer for him today to get more information from them directly. We were not able to hear from them tonight, but certainly these other cases as well. More to follow on that, Tom.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Thanks for watching.
Just got punched in the face. Walking home.
Tonight, the man accused of that harrowing attack charged.
Oh, look at the costumes, characters and stuff, and Elmo, Minnie Mouse. It's something like in Times Square is one of the most annoying things.
Elmo. It was someone dressed up as fucking Elmo.
Well, anti-Semitic Elmo, he's no longer in New York. He was banned. He's now like on the like wharf in like California. Yeah.
Anti-Semitic Elmo.
Yeah, do you remember him? And his real name is Adam Sandler. And now he's got a new costume. He's the Cookie Monster.
So it was Adam Sandler the whole time? Oh my god.
Well, not that Adam Sandler. But I think it's like funny where their entire living or whatever, I guess it's a more demanding job than Shad's job playing Fortnite, but they constantly are begging for tips for their photos.
Misdemeanor assault after allegedly punching
It's weird.
27-year-old Michaela
It's
Tamayo
weird.
in the
It's kind of
face.
like Fancy Bums or something. Like really. It's bums, but with the fancy skin to it or whatever, you know.
Well, you'd be shocked how much money they make. So,
dude, I to be honest, I wouldn't be shocked. I think I could see myself going to the strip with an outfit like that and making $300 to $600 a night, doing that probably easily. I'd imagine if you had the right suit, where enough people want to take pictures with you, $10, $15 each, $20 each. And people have no problem throwing you $20, maybe even tipping you on top of that when you're on the strip. Beers cost $10 a beer on the strip. So them paying you like $20 or $30 for you to take a picture, who cares? Fuck that, whatever. We'll throw you some
and that's
cash.
the strip, New York City. There's a lot more traffic.
Well, on the Vegas Strip, isn't the panhandlers, the people that dress up, like the hot chicks, aren't they like supposedly like supposed to be in like certain sections, like in certain like I think they have circles. Like
they do.
A lot of like municipalities, cities and stuff, they have laws, like a lot of beaches, boardwalks, they have laws at certain times of day they're allowed to be out, curfews, and they can only be in certain parts of like this particular wharf or this tourist like spot. So, and I know in New York they got a lot of like regulations and stuff for it, and it's not just like a lot of people think it's like mostly just people who are Hispanic. It's like you see all kinds of people that do it. I remember Anti-Semitic Elmo when he was like ranting. You had like some guy, Chris the Shrek, who comes up and he's like, "Get out of here, man! You're gonna ruin it for all of us."
This week. That arrest comes a day after 40-year-old Skaboki Stora was charged for this reported assault on 23-year-old Hallie McGukin.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh my god, it hurts so bad.
Okay, I just want to throw this out there.
Who once ran for mayor.
He's racist against white women. He doesn't like white people, and he doesn't like white women especially. Or he's just too much of a pussy to punch a white man. So he goes for the white women, but he seems like he's a Trumpster, but he's also a racist against most white people. I guess not.
You can't be racist against white people, apparently.
Well, I don't agree with what Crow said. I know Crow's being facetious, but yeah, it could be a race thing. I guess we don't know yet.
Seems like it at this point.
Has an extensive criminal record, police say, and earlier this week, a third man was charged, accused of punching a 57-year-old woman in the face. The arrests come as dozens of women have taken to social media, sharing stories of allegedly being randomly sucked.
I mean, that woman, what? She's black, and
yeah, but she might not be one of his victims. I don't know. Just the black guy that we saw that's
randomly
doing
sucker
it.
punched across New York City.
I was
kind of
punched in
like
the head.
I think one of the people was like Asian.
In New York City.
Yeah, they're black.
Just me in the head.
Okay.
He spit all over me and then punched me in the side of the face.
The trend placing many women on high alert.
Makes me feel like a little bit paranoid. It's definitely been scary.
Overall crime in the city is down, but data shows misdemeanor assault is up more than 10% compared to this time last year. 2 of the men arrested have not yet pled to the charges, and at least 1 has been released.
I feel pretty safe, but again, that's not an excuse.
Wait, can you go back to their names?
Priscilla.
What'd you say?
Let's see.
Okay, so yeah, black guy, Malik, black guy,
Malik, and
whatever. Franz.
It might be a black guy. Malik sounds more likely to be.
How do you know whether they're? You don't know whether they're black.
Malik sounds more like a black guy, but I don't know about Franz.
Yeah. Well,
Also,
to be fair, they're mugshots. They are black.
Yeah, they are black.
Exactly.
Right here, we can see they're black.
So
they're so black you can even see them in the picture.
Yeah, PTA, maybe he just hates women.
And at least 1 has been released.
Well, the reason I say that is because he made the video where he's like, "Oh yeah, good job, cop, discriminated against the white person or whatever." So it makes me think more on the side of like, oh, he probably hates white people, that Trumpster guy, even though he likes Trump. I don't know.
Let my guard down.
Priscilla Thompson.
Well, to be fair, Trump's not white; he's orange.
NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about break.
Thanks for watching.
On a more serious note, the number of women being sucker punched on the streets of New York City is growing. And the woman who was hit so hard that she needed her mouth wired shut feels like she's been sucker punched again, this time by the system. As Allison Hall reports, the suspect is
this time by the system.
Back out without bail.
That's such like a grandma pun.
She was sucker punched and had to have her jaw wired shut. Now she's dealing with a shocking development. The suspect who hit her has been released on no bail.
See, look, hoodie, mask.
Released on no bail. Dulce Pichardo spoke to me through wired teeth. The result of the out-of-nowhere sucker punch.
What? Are you saying they're a dentist? They were helping her out because her teeth are already fucked? Maybe they're fucked because she was just punched in the face and had her jaw wired shut.
Well, no, maybe her teeth were kind of fucked and, you know, she got punched and now she...
You're fired, Crow.
Wait, hold on. It's an inside job. It's an inside job. It's a dentist who sucker punched a lady, and the lady was like, "Oh, I need to get my jaw, like fucking shut." And she went to that dentist's, whatever office.
You're silly, drunken Crows. You'll have to get her jaw
You're drunk, Crow.
wired shut because her fucking jaw is broke, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So in order for it to heal correctly, they need to wire it shut, and she has to keep her mouth like that until it heals. Otherwise, it won't heal correctly where they're actually using her mouth while the bones are trying to heal together. It's so fucked up. Like, so crazy motherfuckers will run up and do such horrible shit. Especially, like, it makes no sense, too. It's probably something like she's white or something like that, because other than that, it's like, why are you running up and just sucker punching random people anyways? It probably is a racist or discriminatory thing, like either with women or lighter skinned people or whatever the fuck. He doesn't like certain people and he wants to teach them a fucking lesson.
White women, they're all Karens.
This goes forever. He damaged you forever.
Yes. The suspect who was pled not guilty has a history of prior arrests.
I'm 100% sure this will happen again with somebody else. Maybe to me. I don't know. You think he could do this again to somebody else or even to you again?
Exactly. We brought together other victims of the sucker punch epidemic afflicting New Yorkers.
It is very frustrating. One of the first questions I have been asked by friends, by acquaintances, like, oh, was it provoked?
Yes. Number one question.
Number one question, no.
There's nothing wrong with asking that. There's nothing wrong with asking that, and then you just being like, no, I was just walking down the street casually, bothering nobody. There's nothing wrong with asking, like, did you look at him weird? Did you talk to him at all?
Now,
she says that like that's like victimizing her. She's not exactly as black as the other guy, but also at the same time, not all of these people are victims of him. They're victim of this sucker punch.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. They said they gathered all these people, so I think they're all.
They said victims
of one
of
specific person.
I don't think they said that. They just said victims of sucker punching.
Her attack was a freak occurrence.
It wasn't until I started getting all of these things on my TikTok and people were sending me things like, look, this happened to another girl and another girl and another, and I was like, oh, this is a real issue.
Singer and actress Colette Astle was sucker punched last year.
He punched me on this side of my head, so it was like head, ear, jaw. Like boom, boom, boom.
She was so traumatized, she moved back to Utah. What were the after effects?
I suffered a mild concussion, and then I had some ringing in my ear, and that actually still lingers like today, occasionally.
Something needs to be done.
Police continue to investigate the pattern of women being randomly attacked in the city. According to the NYPD, there have been a dozen reported incidents in the past 2 weeks.
One of the men accused of punching a woman was in court today for prior similar crimes. CBS News' Alice Gaynor was there and spoke with him.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face.
Last week, Kabuki Stora was arrested for allegedly randomly punching a 23-year-old woman in the face.
Wait, what is his, tie say?
Skabuki, that's his name.
In the face on 7th Avenue.
Oh, what a fucking loser. Wait, what's his answer? Hold up.
I bet he could beat you in a fight, Chad. So that proves that he's a superior person.
I want to fight him.
A 40-year-old ranted outside of the court.
He could beat Shabisky if Shabisky was a woman.
Yeah.
Room Wednesday. Did you punch that woman last week? And also ranted inside the courtroom where cameras were.
Did you punch that woman? I ran for mayor.
Also ranted inside the courtroom where cameras were not allowed. He frequently interrupted the judge, saying, "I
Did
feel
he
my
not
rights are
say
being-"
like?
Did you punch that woman last week?
Oh, no, he said, I'm running for mayor.
Street.
That's what
Did
he
you punch
said.
that woman last week?
You said what?
The 40-year-old ranted outside of the courtroom Wednesday. Did you punch that woman last week?
For mayor.
And also ranted.
I'm running for mayor. That seems like a non sequitur response.
Does he
Did
think,
you rob that bank?
Does he think that this
I'm
is a
running for
good way?
CEO.
Does he think this is a good way to get to be the mayor? The votes to be the mayor, like
Seems
get
like
this
there's a trend of like
publicity?
punching women in the face, so it seems like he's got a demographic to pander to for his campaign.
Yeah,
punching women in the face demographic.
All them kids on TikTok are doing it, so I will too to get votes.
Cameras were not allowed. He frequently interrupted the judge, saying, I feel my rights are being violated. The judge replied, I can't control how you feel, but your rights are not being violated. Stora was in court.
Dude, he's a sociopath. This is like any cases with shit like this where they're caught red-handed and stuff, and it's like my rights and stuff, and they see nothing wrong with what they're doing.
Punch somebody and break their jaw or whatever the fuck, and he's like, yeah, my rights are being... It's like... Dude, motherfuckers like this, they just shouldn't be allowed. At some point, when they keep doing this, it's like they shouldn't be allowed to just walk the street with everybody else. We need to put them in a special place.
Well, not just that. They shouldn't be allowed to be with the average prisoner. If you're a non-violent prisoner, you shouldn't... you shouldn't have to be, like, sharing the same, like, prison space and stuff with people who are violent criminals. So... They should be sent to separate prisons as opposed to people sent to prison for non-violent crimes.
For 3 open cases. The NYPD says he has a history of similar assaults and has been arrested several times in the past 6 months. Other women have been posting online about being randomly punched on New York City sidewalks.
He got out of his jail cell with his fucking phone.
Well, they probably give it to them once they leave. So they confiscate your goods and your items, and then they give them back to you once you leave the prison.
Walks in recent weeks. In court Wednesday, a prosecutor noted the other allegations being investigated, but said when it comes to Stora, there is no evidence that connects this defendant to the other so-called viral assaults. But sources say he remains a suspect in several other cases. The NYPD says there's been 12 reported incidents recently and half a dozen arrests.
Well, his rights are being violated.
2 other suspects have also been identified.
Walking out, he didn't look fucking creepier than shit.
Yeah, and he doesn't look
like another man
he
who
doesn't have like all over his face just written like I don't give a shit. I don't fucking give a shit.
Well, here's the thing: he could kick your ass in a fight, so that's what matters.
He's an alpha. I'm sure he would call himself one.
And I mean, that's probably like his mindset. He's one of those people where it's just like, hey, logic doesn't matter. It's just if you can beat the shit out of somebody, that's how you prove that you're in the right. Whether it's a dispute, like some kind of political like disagreement.
That's what alphas do, Gene.
Yeah, that's why we shouldn't have elections. We should just have like this sort of election by combat, and it's just there's a tournament of like the toughest fighter, and whoever is able to beat the shit out of everybody else, they should rule the world. They should be the leader.
Punched a woman in the face on March 20th. It shows him running down 6th Avenue.
A woman is walking along by herself. A male exits McDonald's and unprovoked punches her in the face. She receives a broken nose.
Police say the majority of the incidents have been occurring in Manhattan South or Midtown and below. As for Stora, he filed a motion to represent himself. His lawyer said he was fine with it, but it was denied by 2 judges. Stora will be back in court at the end of the month. Outside of Manhattan Criminal Court, Alice Gaynor, CBS 2 News.
I like how this gains traction, but
you know, did not mean to do that.
But all the other crimes, like even they show
crows.
that all the other crimes have gone down, but that still does not. This is the big thing now. Like, you shouldn't be afraid of getting raped. You should be afraid of getting sucker punched by a random stranger.
Well, you can't cover all issues at once, so they probably are covering stories and stuff about that. And this is kind of a unique thing. Just like, hey, a sucker punch trend.
Punched by strangers on the streets of New York. We've told you how there's been an epidemic of these attacks. Now, for the first time, we've brought together several of the victims. They didn't know each other before today, but as Allison Hall reports, they now share a bond.
These young women are part of a sisterhood they'd rather not be members of.
They're the Sucker Punch Sisterhood.
One by one, they came to the Inside Edition newsroom and introduced themselves.
I'm Allison. Hi, Allison. Nice to meet you.
We brought together Sterling Quinn, Marissa Harbert, Allison Hager, and Annika Hartier after they became victims of the sucker punch epidemic that's hit New York. Allison says she still flinches at the recollection of being sucker punched a month ago.
That
pain would come back, like it was like a ghost pain would come back, and just it was terrifying.
Annika is a model. This is her at a Louis Vuitton fashion show. The glamour of that video is a stark contrast to this gritty footage showing the moment she was attacked in broad daylight.
I could sense on my right side that someone was quickly approaching from the other side of the street, and I had literally
like
oh my God, Crow.
No, you got fucking kids in fucking Ukraine that have no fucking parents, and we're not covering that shit.
And we were criticizing earlier with All Quiet on the Set. It's like, yeah, they could be starving to death in some third world countries, so therefore, like, these like sexual...
these are fucking privileged fucking cunts that live in fucking New York. They make enough money to live in New York. They probably have...
You know they're not tourists. You know, it's one of those widely visited, like, cities on the planet.
She works for Louis Vuitton.
Okay, what? It doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor. If somebody's sucker punched, they're a victim, no matter what.
Yeah, I know they're a victim, but fucking I got punched once. Like, okay.
Okay, would you be okay if somebody just randomly punched you in the face?
Yeah, I wouldn't fucking call it this fucking shit. Like, if someone randomly stabbed me, then yeah, we're not having the Brotherhood of Blades. There's not going to be a fucking New York Brotherhood of Blades. Like, oh, I got randomly got stabbed. Like, no, this is fucking.
Hey, he does make a good point. There is a lot of focus on these females getting sucker punched when probably on a daily basis there's like five dudes getting stabbed in alleyways in New York, but there's no brother Bladehood. I don't know. I'm with Crow on this.
The point is, there's not. This is like a unique thing that's happening, like some trend where people
it doesn't
are
matter.
just sucker punched.
Okay,
whatever. But you can say that about any story. You can be like, "Hey, there's this other bad stuff. This one bad thing isn't all bad things. Why are we covering this?"
1 second to look, and then I got punched in the side of my head right here.
Marissa was on a subway platform when it happened to her.
I'm pretty tough, but it brought tears to my eyes. It was a hard slap. I kind of felt like, did I imagine that? And then I woke up and I saw the bruise, and I was like, oh, it did happen.
The bruise for being slapped?
Yeah, that's a hard slap.
There are now dozens of women coming out saying that this has happened to them. What's your reaction to seeing that this is happening to other women?
It is actually so comforting just hearing each of your stories and say, okay, we felt this, but we can get through it, and we'll bring attention to it and help other women who are also struggling with this as well.
All these women, members of a sisterhood they never wanted to belong to.
No woman wants.
Sucker punch sisterhood.
Sucker punch sisterhood.
Now, Botswana has threatened to send 20,000 elephants to Germany in a political dispute. It's over elephant trophy hunting. That's the killing of animals under government license. Earlier this year, Germany's Environment Ministry suggested there should be stricter limits on importing hunting trophies. But Botswana's president told German media this would only impoverish people in Botswana. He said,
They're going to do like what Carthage did to ancient Rome. Botswana is going to do to Germany with the elephants.
Elephant numbers had exploded as a result of conservation efforts and hunting.
They're going to march them across like the Appalachians, the Alps, and they're going to like infiltrate like Germany, and they're going to successfully annex Germany. And then NATO is going to have to get involved, and NATO is going to have to fight in the Botswana-Germany elephant wars.
And check.
Hannibal only had like one or two surviving elephants after he crossed the Alps.
No, I believe he had a couple dozen. I believe like 2/3 of them died, but he still had a decent amount of elephants available. And it wasn't just the elephants that died; it was also like a large percentage of his like troops died overall.
That got punched and died.
They died from either starving to death or malnutrition or disease.
Just elephant population, more than 130,000. It's already sent thousands to nearby countries. Let's talk to Dan Challender, who is a conservation scientist at Oxford University. Dan, what did you make of this offer to send thousands of elephants to Germany?
Well, I think the president of Botswana is seeking to highlight the high cost of conserving megafauna species, including elephants. The people of Botswana incur those costs through loss of life in some cases, damage to crops and damage to property. And I think the idea of import bans from European countries stop.
So I think what they're really pissed off about is that Botswana actually does have an overpopulation of elephants. I think it has the largest population of wild elephants. And because of that, there needs to be like an open season. They're deporting a lot of the elephants to other neighboring countries. And it's kind of like with deer hunting. It's like, okay, I can understand just hunting animals for sport, why you might have issues with that. But when it comes to scenarios where there's overpopulation, what would you prefer? Them starving to death? Or them, like, a bullet to the head? So they're making, like, I guess Botswana, like, it's contributing a lot to their economy. People coming to Botswana to hunt the elephants and stuff, because this is a scenario where it's actually needed. And I guess Germany's being like, no, we don't want you. Like, we want to ban, like, people, like, hunting, like, elephants for, like, elephant mounts on their wall and stuff.
I think trophies coming in from Botswana and other
Well, yeah,
countries is
that's
increasingly a
where
diplomatic issue.
Animal reserves get all their money. I mean, there's only a certain part or certain area of these reserves, and they can only hold a certain amount of animals. And with most male animals, when they get older, they bully the younger males. So you have to go in and take care of that older male from, you know, killing the younger males. So that's where, like, trophy hunting comes in. And that does bring in a bunch of fucking money. At some point, I don't agree with it. I don't like the basic concept of it, but I do agree with the, I guess, concept of it, I guess. I don't know.
Well, it's not just that they bully the younger males. It's the fact that it's carrying capacity. It reaches the carrying capacity. They don't have enough food and water for all the animals living there. So, because, like, they don't really have any natural predators, because humans have been killing off most of their natural predators. They've created this, this misbalance in the, like, ecosystem. So, like, they have to rely on, like human hunting, like some kind of open season to kind of curb the issue.
And it's because it's something that is deeply emotional to the people of Southern Africa and is very important to them. And I think it's important that we consider the high cost that people pay to conserve and live alongside species such as elephants.
Is part of the solution sending elephants to other countries, though? Because I think some have gone to neighbouring countries like Angola.
Yeah, I think they definitely should be doing that, because I do think they need to revive their population. So I know that poaching is one of the reasons their population, I think, declined by like 2/3 because of poaching. They'd go in and, like, they would just cut off their tusks for the ivory. And there are these, like, they were interviewing, like, certain villagers and stuff. And they talked about how, like, all these men with rifles came up. They thought they were going to raid the village, but they said they were only there for the elephants. And then it showed, like, all of these dead elephants. Their, like, corpses were all, like, deteriorating and everything. And it was, like, this mass, like, murder of all these elephants just for their tusks.
Well, there was this one case. This one guy lived on a reserve. He made friends with this, what is it, a troop of elephants, pack of elephants or whatever. He made friends with them on the reserve, and he had his house, like, on the edge of the reserve or whatever. And for, like, 10, 15, 20 years or whatever, he spent time with the group of elephants. And when he eventually died, this group of elephants came back to his house where he was, like, buried, or the area where he was buried, and they spent like 2 or 3 days there.
Yeah. Well, Remy, we usually do a lot of times these streams, it's not unusual for us to go to, like, the length of 6 or 8 hours. At a minimum, we do 3 hours, but I'd say the average is probably, what, 5 hours?
Yeah, like
4 hours in.
Yeah, like Gene's a 2-pump chump. He normally only lasts like 5 minutes, but the rest of us, we'll go like 8 hours.
Yeah. Shab goes like 2 hours staring at the same spot, and then another like probably an hour of his time on stream is him walking away from the camera.
I made a sexual joke. Okay, I know you didn't get it because you don't get sex.
It takes Shab so long because it takes him so long to find his weenie, and then it takes him so long to find the hole, and then it's always the wrong hole at the first time.
6 hours later, I finally find the hole, and I'm like, thank you, babe.
In my opinion. But I think the key issue here is that these import bans that are being discussed by Germany and a range of other Western countries are largely misguided, because trophy hunting is not a threat to a single species. And so this idea that these import bans would help protect threatened or endangered species is essentially...
Now, this is something where even if you find it to be distasteful, it's helping their economy, and it's not threatening like the species at all. So it is just, I do think it's just a bunch of hippy dippy people being like, oh, ban this, we don't like it.
Also, species of elephants, they're being born with shorter and shorter tusks.
Yeah, what are they having less and less testosterone?
No,
is overflowing with.
It's that one thing that Christians don't believe in, or most Christians don't believe in, is microevolution.
Well, it might be a testosterone thing, because it might be that because there's not as much competition and they're living on like protective reserves. That happens like in with humans, because we don't deal with we're not living in the wild in a primal setting. Men are gradually losing testosterone, so this is something where maybe that's why, because that's kind of like their version of peacock feathers.
Well, females have testosterone as well, and female elephants do have tusks.
Yeah, I know in India, it's the male elephants have tusks, the female elephants don't have tusks. Also, like in Myanmar, other East Indian countries with elephants, but in Africa, it's both have tusks. But I do know, like, elephants are some of the only animals that can recognize their reflection in the mirror. And apparently male elephants, that's the thing they like to look at. They're really impressed with their tusks. They like to turn their head around and be like, yeah, look how long my tusk is.
Mm-hmm. Elephants. Thanks to
So
conservation.
that's their, dick size comparison.
Efforts, the country is home to some 130,000 of them, making up a third of the world's elephant population. A success story, to be sure, but many in Botswana have come to regard the massive creatures as
I'm a pet elephant.
Huge menace to property, crops, and even human life. So when Germany's environment minister suggested imposing stricter limits on hunting trophies, Botswana's president had some choice words.
I know elephants, during mating season, lots of, large mammals do this, buffalo, zebras, so forth. It's called rutting, where if they don't get to mate, they go, crazy, and they start going on these rampages, just tearing things apart. They'll start knocking over, ramming trees and so forth. That if they're in populated areas, they'll start destroying buildings and cars, and they just can't. They got elephant blue balls or something.
Speaking to a German newspaper, Magwitsi Masisi threatened to export 20,000 elephants to Germany, saying, quote, "If you like them so much, then please accept this gift."
I think he's probably being hyperbolic there. I don't think he's being serious. It's probably a joke.
And adding, this is no
Hey,
joke.
Never mind.
This is no joke.
What's that?
I gotta go.
Gotta go. Take a shit.
No, I'm working on something, and I think being on Discord is making it not work. I gotta be able to preview the video, and it's being laggy.
Well, you've given us 4 hours of your time, so
thanks for having me on.
I miss you.
Thanks for coming.
Hitos Palion.
Live long and prosper.
Prosper the living.
Where's Dirt been? Dirt's been all AWOL.
Masisi says his country is
Hi, Veotia.
Hasta la vista.
paying the price
Dirt's
for the world's
having
conservation
sex.
efforts, and that bans on hunting
Leave him
trophies hamper
alone.
wildlife conservation, make anti-poaching efforts harder, and impoverish residents who depend on tourism. Adult elephants have no real natural predators in Botswana, and in an effort to control the population, the country has exported 8,000 of them to neighboring Angola. Also, as of 2019, for a hefty price, foreigners can buy a permit to hunt an elephant and take its head or skin home as a trophy, a practice denounced by animal rights groups.
Animal rights groups. This is where they're kind of fucking annoying.
Germany is the largest importer of elephant trophies in the EU, a practice banned by others in the bloc, including France and Belgium. Last month, Botswana's wildlife minister made a similar threat to send 10,000 elephants to London's...
This is where, in poorer countries, it's just anything that can really boost their economy. You definitely don't want to, really, interfere with that. And it's just, look at how many people's lives are probably improved through, this kind of, form of tourism or this form of income. And these are where, animal rights groups, they care more about animals than people.
Park as the UK.
And even though it's showing that it's worse for the animals to just there to be no control over the population because they'd starve to death, it's still, they don't care about any sort of logistics here. It's just, hey, we don't like that people are keeping them as trophies and stuff. And it's okay, well, you don't have to hunt them, even if you find that it's kind of somewhat of I guess a double-edged sword. It's definitely a scenario where, in this case, it's kind of ironic and unnecessary evil.
For its own restrictions on hunting
PETA
trophies.
kills more fucking, like, just cats, dogs, just pets than any other fucking animal rights group.
Isn't Shab so funny? Like, he's wearing his hat in an atypical manner. Shab's such a, like, an S-tier comedian. But go ahead, Crow.
I'm talking about the downside of fucking PETA. If you think PETA is just like, oh, we gotta save the animals. Yeah, they save the animals, and about a fucking, like, couple weeks later or a month later, they fucking kill more dogs and cats in the United States than any other fucking, like, organization that tries to house or just shelter.
Well, how are they killing the cats and dogs?
Probably, I don't know. Probably Zyklon B.
If you look into it, there is actual stuff to this, Gene, where PETA actually.
Well, I know they.
There's a lot of them killing animals that don't need to be killed, even though they're supposed to be about saving animals. Like
I do
they
know
kill more animals than any other organization or something in America.
I do know that they're listed as a terrorist organization. I know that they'll destroy like research facilities, like science labs, because of lab rats and so forth, or test animals. And they don't care about all the people that are saved from the cures to disease and stuff. And they do, like, and I also know they don't think people should have pets. And that's a trend. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but there's people like that have also claimed, oh, people shouldn't be allowed to have pets. It's like, you are aware that they're domesticated and they would die if we just let them loose in the wild. Yeah.
Well, Gene, I want to make a comparison. Okay, so you got PETA. They're like the main staple of being like, oh, we save animals, and turns out they kill more pets than any other organization. And then you got those commercials that, oh, for 5 cents a month you can help these orphans in Africa. And what if that turned out to be like, oh yeah, that 5 cents that paid for the needle for the injection, and all those orphans are, gone.
Wait, what?
I'm just saying. I'm fucking like, PETA does the same fucking thing. They're like, oh, we gotta have funding to save these animals, and they fucking do that, and then okay, as long as that fucking thought actually.
But that is something where a lot of people, they don't really pay attention to who they're donating towards and how the donations work. Like, people will donate to Autism Speaks, and currently they do a lot of like really shitty stuff with their money. It's like McDonald's. People donate to McDonald's charities when they're very lousy when it comes to how they invest the money in charity work, and it could be going to a more legit charity. So there is like shit like that where you have like these kind of mock charities that sort of interfere with any sort of like legit charity work.
Considered cruel by many, Botswana is eager for outsiders to be like it, unable to ignore the.
Dude, they're ready to fight. They're dueling over a mate that they like.
Unable to ignore the elephant in the room.
We've been covering the news for a long time, but this is a first. A shooting over a guacamole at a crowded restaurant with tons of people eating and in line. It's hard to believe, but we talked to witnesses who saw it all first.
See, people in America are starving as well. I mean, they're killing each other over guacamoles.
And take a look.
Chaos at Chipotle. A customer shoots an employee.
It was loud, and then we all just ran out because it was, wouldn't expect to, I wasn't really thinking about there was going to be a shot, but there was.
It happened shortly before 7 o'clock Friday night at the Chipotle on Evergreen in Southfield. Witnesses say it all started out as an argument over food. A source close to the investigation says it was specifically over guacamole.
I was just eating a bowl, and I heard shouting, and then I look over, they're arguing. One of the workers went to the back, I don't know why, and then when he was in the back, the customer walked around the counter, tried to grab his food and put it in a bag, and then the employee came back.
Was probably shot because there are all these people that own guns, and it's just they're in a dispute with somebody, and if they're getting their ass kicked, it's like, well, I got a gun. It's kind of like just they don't want to have the status of losing the fight. And then I know lots of idiots where it's just they definitely, if they ever got in a fight, they'd get their ass kicked, but they have a gun, and they're all obsessed with like, yeah, I got my gun, I carry it around with me, and it's like, wow, you're so tough because you own a lethal weapon. I mean, that clearly makes you, by yourself, an individual, that clearly makes you specifically a badass. You have a gun.
This is why I've said, I probably said it before. Actually, I know I did. But no, there needs to be a day where people that work in customer service, they have a fucking problem with the customer, they can beat the shit out of them and, get away with it. Because people fucking treat people in customer service like shit sometimes, or most times. And, this fucking escalated it to like, I didn't get my fucking guacamole, and fucking killed someone. Or shot someone at least. Like, are you fucking kidding?
Their job to serve, and they're not really serving their community properly. But yeah, like I agree with Skeppy and Galen. You guys need to give me more money. Why aren't you guys donating to me? See, we haven't got any tips this stream.
And they started fighting, and then we heard a gunshot and just ran out as quick as we could.
The employee, a 21-year-old man,
How am I going to pay Shab and Dirt if you guys don't give me money to pay Shab and Dirt?
in the leg, but expected to survive. Meanwhile, the suspect.
He took his time getting out. He was probably 30 seconds after it. I was in my car and I saw him just walk out to his car, close the door, and just drive off. Like he didn't speed off or anything. It was weird to see.
Police arrested the 32-year-old man in a parking lot not far away. Customers who witnessed it all, not surprisingly, in shock.
That's not something you would expect, like ever.
I wasn't really thinking I was trying to get out of there after I heard the shot because it got real all of a sudden.
I still really have not processed it. It's going to take me a while for sure. It was very scary.
Such an incredibly bizarre story. Now, of course, they closed the doors as soon as police got there. Once 911 was called, the scene was secured. But we talked to people who came to either pick up food that they'd ordered or just to place an order, and they were shocked as well to find out what had happened. Meanwhile, no word on whether or not.
People are shocked because somebody was shot. No shit. Okay, let's get to some of the good stuff.
Let's get to your anus, Jane.
Israel protesters are growing louder. Those frustrated by the war are now grappling with how to make their voices heard. CNN's Melissa Bell has more.
In Israel, too, there are those who object to their government's handling of the war in Gaza. Among them, Ben Arad, who as an 18-year-old is due to enlist this week for his mandatory military service. Instead, he tells the crowd he's choosing to go to jail.
What a coward. He doesn't want to serve his country.
Up with him in Tel Aviv on his very last day of freedom.
I don't refuse because I'm afraid of being hurt or killed in military action.
Oh, sure.
I have a very, very deep disgust of the things that I'm seeing happening.
Things, he says, that Israeli media doesn't dwell on, but that he seeks out on international networks and online.
I think something that...
Do you think the Israeli media is being biased when it comes to their news coverage? What do you think, Shab?
No. They're being 100% honest and as nuanced as possible.
Yes.
Really broke my heart was the flower massacre. So seeing people trample each other
Dude, they were attacking the trucks! God, what were they supposed to do?
To get food.
They were trying to protect the drivers!
You just can't deny at that point that there is a famine going on.
Hamas did it!
Are hungry.
So on Monday, Ben will hand himself in, becoming one of only a handful of so-called refuseniks to make their decisions public since the war began. In a country where military service marks the start of every Israeli's grown-up life, aside from those exempt on religious grounds, the war has made avoiding it a political act.
I've been called a traitor. I've been told that I need to be deported, or I've been asked why I don't just move. But it's...
Yeah, if he's a coward, that's probably something he would do. He would just move to another country, and he's willing to go to jail to show that, you know what, I don't agree with this.
Not such terrible stuff. I haven't gotten that yet.
Wait, he said he needed, people said he needed to be deported. Deported to where, then?
Well, they're just saying, hey, leave the country if you don't want to support the country and shit, and, like...
If you don't like it, you can get out.
Yeah, why don't you just leave?
Hey.
In order to remain free of a war that he simply doesn't believe in.
Or who do we know, Shab, where it's like, yeah, if you're too poor, where if your car breaks down, you can't get to work, so why don't they just move to the city? There you go, problem solved.
Yep,
Now,
Drunken
civil service is a
Crow
remarkable
said
decision
that.
it is for an Israeli 18-year-old to decide not to serve,
Remember
given the
that.
place that military
I've
service
said
has
a lot of
in this country, but
controversial
especially
stuff.
at this
Not
time.
bad.
I think listening to the testimonies that you were just hearing there, Brianna and Boris, that you just heard from that doctor, remember that international networks like CNN can't get into Gaza, but do what they can to try and show what's happening to Palestinian civilians. That he's had to seek out that information to make his decision, I think is interesting in itself. One media analyst pointing out that here in Israel, the drums of war have been beating so loudly that it's been hard for the Israeli public to get access through its own media to much of what's happening to Palestinian civilians. So remarkable story at a remarkable time, and bear in mind that we are now in the third day of 4 days of protest against this war here in Jerusalem. Boris and Brianna.
Yeah, a really fascinating perspective from that young man. Melissa Bell, live for us in Jerusalem. Thank you so much.
Right, in terms of what else is happening on the ground in Gaza, what was once the enclave's largest...
Okay, next bit.
Now, whilst the war between Israel and Hamas heads towards 5 months long, we're reporting today on the young Israelis refusing to serve on the grounds of conscience. Now, they are few. Military service is considered something of a rite of passage in Israel. Even before the offensive last October, conscientious objectors often stigmatised. But now, at a time of war, those who refuse to serve are accused of national betrayal. Well, for France 24, Andrew Hillier, who I'm going to be talking to here on set in just a moment, and Melina Huet spoke to young Israelis who say they're ready to risk prison to uphold their principles.
My name is Sophia O, I'm 18 years old, and on February 25th I will go to the enlistment center and I will refuse to enlist in the IDF because I refuse to take part in the oppression of the Palestinian people. The Israeli society is very militaristic. Every conversation starts like that, and the education system and the way people grow up here, people grow up to be soldiers. But not enlisting or not finishing your military service is much more common.
Chad, what movie have we watched before about a particular conscientious objector?
I forget the name of it, but he was a nurse or whatever, right?
A medic.
A medic.
Desmond, Doss. Andrew Garfield. Spider-Man was the medic.
I liked the movie, but I didn't like the fucking, oh, I'm religious, so I can't fucking shoot people.
Well, it wasn't just religion, it was just being a pacifist in general. He also hurt his brother when he was younger, so he kind of, since then, had like kind of this, I don't know, he distanced himself from violence.
Than people think. I mean, only 50% of people in Israel actually finish their military service, although the vast majority of those people don't have any political motivations behind that decision, and very publicly refusing to take part in something that is so integral to the Israeli society and speaking out against what Israel does can turn a lot of people against you. I have people calling me a traitor, a self-hater.
Yes, Spider-Medic. Skeptical Jesus. Like, we got to pitch that movie.
Jew people threatening...
Amish Superman and Peter Parker Medic. That's what we need to do.
Me, many ways, be it injuries, death, rape. Mostly, the consequences are social.
She said the R word.
She's a bad person.
So now we can see it.
Do you think I was supported?
You said I was very brave.
Yes, I definitely think so. Like, I don't think it's the ideal move I would have selected for her, but if that's her choice, then, you know, I'm rooting for her. But
Dude, France, when it comes to their journalism, they should probably work on, like, the editing and shit. It's just so bland.
Like, I'm not very optimistic about this place, so I don't know if it's...
Like, listen to all the white noise and stuff, and they're interviewing it. It's just, I don't know. They're pretty bad when it comes to making their, like, news footage more, like, engaging.
Worth the huge personal cost for her. I'm sorry, yes. But I think the impact is just too little. And this is just too hopeless. So, but it's not because I don't agree with the ideal or with the principle of the thing. It's just practical consideration. I look at it more from an economics kind of viewpoint. What is that? You know, what do I put in? What do I get out? So, you know, going to protests or whatever, it's like not high input.
Okay. This video sucks. Next
Yeah,
vid.
he was talking about economics and like, oh, I don't want her to join because economics or some shit.
Jailed for refusing mandatory service in protest against the war in Gaza. Military service is compulsory for most Jewish Israelis, and in the country's highly militarized society, those who refuse risk being labeled as traitors. Laura Khan reports from Occupied East Jerusalem.
Violence won't solve violence. These are the words of Tal Mitnick, an 18-year-old from Tel Aviv, who is believed to be the first person to refuse Israeli military service in protest against the war in Gaza.
You know, another good World War II movie we should watch about a conscientious objector is A Hidden Life. And you know what that's about, Chad?
A life that's hidden.
Helen Keller.
Well, he was a conscientious objector in Nazi Germany. Kind of shows what those people go through. He was called a coward, and I think the people calling him a coward and disowning his family, they probably regretted it like 10 years after the war.
Huh.
They probably felt like they were on the wrong side of history there.
I'm in Tel Hashomer military base, and I'm refusing to enlist. I refuse to be part of the war in Gaza. I believe slaughter will not solve slaughter.
He left to serve 30 days in prison instead, cheered on by...
Yeah, so what is this guy? Ghost in the Machine says we're a bunch of boomers, especially Dirt.
...more but vocal crowd.
Yeah,
so
Dirt's such an old fuck.
...can be called up for service. Well, Israeli Jews, but also minority Druze and Circadian communities are conscripted at the age of 18. Men
Yeah.
for 32 months and women...
Shab's the oldest. Shab's like in his 30s. It's not even in his 20s anymore. You old fuck.
24. In the case of a national emergency or war, most can be recalled in as reserve.
Shab's like in his 30s. He didn't stop watching Nickelodeon until he was like 31.
And they can be up to the age of 40 or even above. 150,000 people are in active service and 360,000 reservists.
Dude, over 40? And they're like, are they people who enlist, or are they people that are actually conscripted?
Reservists, and they can be up to the age
Probably
of 40 or even
conscripted.
above. 150,000 people are in active
They
service.
say
and
volunteers, but they're
360,000
probably
reservists were caught up for
conscripted.
the war in Gaza, making it Israel's largest mobilization. Refusing conscription is a criminal offense in Israel and can lead to weeks in prison and a criminal record. Rights groups say the military officer often issues a punishment immediately. Once they're released from jail, they're then called up for service again, and the sentencing process can happen many times, leading to the person spending time in and out of jail. Laura Khan, Al Jazeera, occupied East Jerusalem.
Well, let's bring in now Sophie Orr. Sophie is supposed to enlist in the Israeli army, but is refusing to do so. She joins us from Pardes Hana in Israel. Good to have you with us. So first of all, let me ask you, why...
They're so backwards letting women in the military.
Why did you take the decision to refuse to enlist?
She looks like one of the fucking people that got punched in New York.
Okay. All women look the same, huh, Crow?
Before the war, I made that decision because I refused to take part in the IDF's violent policies of oppression and apartheid, and to be part of this endless cycle of bloodshed. I choose to refuse because there is no military solution to a political problem, and now with the war that has become...
Do you think she's refusing just because she's a coward and she doesn't want to put her life on the line, or do you think she's refusing because she legitimately is against what they're doing ethically?
I think it's because she's a lazy liberal.
Yeah, there's libtards.
I'm more than ever. And so my refusal is more important to me than ever. And I choose
She's
to
like, I don't want to work.
in hope to reach the Israeli society, especially young people, to show them that refusing
Working's
is an option,
dumb.
and that peace is an option, the only option. Because there are 7 million Palestinians here, and
She's
7
like
million
Drake,
Israelis
like,
who
I
have
don't
no
want to
reason
have to, like, wax some boards or something. And do some actual work.
Stay home and watch Netflix.
Are you
That would be
worried
horrible.
about how receptive the public
Okay, let's listen to what she has to say.
will be to your message, given the militarization of society, given the push to the right that's going on?
Indeed, Israeli society is an extremely militaristic one, and refusing is absolutely not an accepted thing. And I am called a traitor, a self-hating Jew. I get wishes for me to be raped or killed. And since the war started, it has gotten...
So these people are bad that she's not enlisting in the military, so they think she deserves to be subjected to the R word. Do you think those are some pretty distasteful people, Shabisky? To be fair, a lot of Americans are the same way, where it's like there's a lot of commentary where people look at prisons in like Norway, Denmark, Finland, and it's just, yeah, they did all these awful things and they don't have to worry about being whatever in the shower. And it's just, you think that's something people should face for going to prison? I think there's something wrong with you when you think that that's like, I don't know, people are terrible.
There has been a shift to the right, and the right was already strong. And there also has been repression of activists in the radical left, especially Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, but also Israeli Jews. So I am worried, but it's worth it, because if only one person is going to hear my words and they will make them think, then it's worth it, and I'm willing to endure the consequences of that.
Given everything you've just said and the sort of calls that you're facing, it must take a lot of conviction to take the position you've taken. How concerned are you about the prospect of facing almost an endless cycle of court appearances and jail terms, right? That's what you could be looking at.
I am concerned, of course. It's scary.
I wonder what Israeli jails are like.
But
Where do you think they are on the spectrum? Do you think they're more like U.S. Japanese prisons in terms of developed world terms, or do you think they're more at like the Norway, like South Korea level when it comes to?
Oh, that spectrum. I thought you were talking about the other kind of spectrum.
That's hilarious. But anyway, let's.
I think it's more like the Canadian part of the spectrum.
Yeah. Then it must be terrible.
I do have
Damn
a support
Canadians.
bot network, which also supports Talmitnik, that was just sent to prison. And they accompany us on this process, and it does help a lot. But of course, it's scary, and I don't know how much time, and it can be different now with the war, because the political sphere in Israel has changed and gone in a dramatic shift to the right. But as I said before, I'm concerned, but it is worth it, and I stand with my decisions and my morals all the way.
Well, since your decision, of course, that a war has started, and there have been reports by multiple Israeli as well as international human rights groups, there have been statements by UN experts, 36 in fact, on November the 16th, talking about a genocide in the making going on. Has that strengthened your resolve that this is not something you want to be associated with? And how is that playing out with others?
Now, is it really genocide, or is that just a bunch of like liberal propaganda? What do you think?
Bunch of libtards. What do you think, Drunken Crow?
And
yes.
Yeah.
The war has only made my decision.
Such great commentary.
So we're currently covering like the conscientious objectors, but once we get to like all the stuff that's happening within Gaza, you'll see how it definitely doesn't fall within the parameters of a genocide.
It made me more sure in my decision. And the war in Gaza is horrible. It causes horrible destruction and death. And it can never be justified the same way that the massacre on October 7th can never be justified. And it's unrelenting, and it...
Yeah, I am, well, I wouldn't say I'm pro one side or the other. I think that what Israel's doing to all the people is unethical. And I think that they kind of have committed, like what they've done so far, they've kind of surpassed the October 7th like terrorist attack from Hamas in terms of the scale of like tyranny. I don't agree with what Hamas did on October 7th, but I don't think any innocent people deserve to die. I don't care whether they're Gazan or Israeli.
It does no well. But to most people in Israel, the war changed them in the opposite direction. And there has been a shift to the right, and young people in Israel in general, in contrast to the rest of the world, tend to be more right-wing. So it hasn't really made other people not want to associate themselves with it, and it's why I want to refuse to show them that there are reasons to not want to be associated with the idea and with that war.
Sophie, how much of the war do Israelis actually see? How much of the civilian suffering do they see?
I think that Israelis know the least about what's going on in Gaza in the entire world. The media in Israel does not show the civilian damage and deaths and destruction. Do
you think what she's saying is true, or do you think she's just trying to get out of her military service? She's saying the media doesn't show all the destruction and stuff.
I can't understand her.
Oh my God, Crow.
The IDF in general tries to present itself a lot of the time.
I don't think she's that hard to understand.
In the world.
Gene, what's the difference between a Hasidic Jew and a non-Hasidic Jew?
I think they're just Hasidic Jews are just kind of more. What's the right term? They're more devoted when it comes to following the faith. I think it's just. I don't really know exactly. I do know that usually they're much more extreme when it comes to their attire, their religious attire.
Oh, Skeppy says orthodoxy, or like Orthodox Jew. I think they have the like curls and they keep to themselves.
Yeah.
What was the other one?
Unorthodox.
Oh, but like Ashkenazi or whatever the fuck it's called. I think that is the like I've said it before. If you can.
Well, they're just different sects or denominations, like Lutherans, Catholics, Sunni and Shiites. They have different approaches to just following the faith. I don't know exactly what those, I guess, varying different approaches are.
Social media, because there are Israeli soldiers that post proudly videos from Gaza, horrible videos. So it can be seen, but most people won't see it in mainstream media, and also don't want to see it because people want to feel that they're in the right and that they're supporting a right cause.
It seems like even CNN is like covering like the fucked up stuff that's happening in Gaza. So I'm shocked when I talk to people and they're completely oblivious to like just how fucked up it is in Gaza. It's like, where are they getting their news from? Because it seems like CNN is one of the more mainstream. It's definitely up there when it comes to the like television, like news sources. It's like one of the top 5. So I think it's odd, like people in the US, you talk to them and they're completely blind to just all the fucked up things that Israel's doing.
That it's only self-defense and that they don't have a choice. So definitely don't see a lot of it.
Where's Two Guns? Two Guns doesn't like us anymore, so they don't come around at all.
Two Guns loves
Thank
me.
you so much, Sophie Orr, for...
When's the last time Two Guns came to like one of your chats or streams?
He comes around.
Dirt.
He tips more than you do.
When's the last time he came to one of your streams?
Like recently, he became a member again.
Oh, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
In the last week.
Wow. Why hasn't he come to any of my streams the last week? Piece of shit.
Suck.
Ooh. So, are those protesters, are those rioters, or are those terrorists? So I know, like, in the United States, there's usually, I don't know, a lot of confusion in terms of how to classify people that kind of fall within this realm of behavior.
They're probably all speed bumps.
There. I think I see some Hasidic Jews. Or no, they're ultra-Orthodox Jews.
Do you see any alkaline Jews?
Yeah.
No? Shit. Only acidic. That sucks.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Got the joke.
Well, as Netanyahu was speaking on Sunday, thousands were again
Jabs.
taking to the streets
like
of Jerusalem
that?
and other Israeli cities, calling
That
for his
was a mean
resignation
joke.
and the release of all hostages.
So you liked it?
No, I think here, this is the response it deserves. Here we go.
Hostages in Gaza. Now, the protests are still ongoing. The Israeli Prime Minister met with the family of one of the hostages on Sunday. The father of 19-year-old Nama Levy told Israel's army radio that they left the meeting, quote, disturbed and with no good news. Nadav Salzberger from the Change Generation movement is leading the Tel Aviv protests, and he told the UK's Telegraph newspaper on Sunday that the protests over the weekend were, quote, an eruption of underground currents that have reached the boiling point. And he joins us now live from Jerusalem. Great to see you, Nadav. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Okay, this video is 10 minutes. Next vid. Oh, is this one earbud?
Flour to find food.
Oh.
This woman screams. Where are they? Her husband.
Yeah,
children,
this is one of those stupid 2 earbud kind of like videos.
and other relatives are nowhere to be found. Their home destroyed in an Israeli airstrike while she was gone. Moments later, her nephew is pulled from the rubble. But he is barely clinging on to life. In central Gaza, as bombs continue to rain down, so do these foreboding leaflets. A warning from the Israeli military for civilians to flee southwards, directed at those...
Why do they keep telling them to flee? I mean, seems like they've been telling them to do that for a while. It seems like wherever they flee to, they keep having to either relocate or they continue to have bombs dropped on their heads. Why is that?
That seems historically familiar. I wonder what else, what other country did the same thing.
I think like
drop propaganda on their own cities.
all countries that have existed prior to the 50s.
Those living in the Elderly Man neighborhood, and the thousands currently sheltering in the nearby Al Shifa hospital complex. This was the scene at the beleaguered medical complex on Monday, the alarming sound of artillery fire echoing through the early hours of the morning. Nobody has been able to reach those injured or killed at Al Shifa, this eyewitness says, filming discreetly. Some 3,000 people are believed to have been sheltering in and around the hospital when the raid began, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry.
See, it's Hamas's fault for using their civilians as shields.
Israeli military vehicles, seen here in video filmed by a doctor in the hospital, have surrounded the complex for days. On Tuesday, one civilian
See,
trapped
John,
inside
there's your killdozer right there. There's
The
your
Israel,
killdozer.
they know what they're doing. Like, you don't see the United States utilizing killdozers. We're all about our aircraft carriers and air drones and stuff, but Israel, they got killdozers. They got, like, tank bulldozers.
This audio recording. The hospital is still under bombardment. There has been heavy shelling and live fire, Lemia says. One man was just looking out of the window on the second floor when he was hit by a sniper and killed. The Israeli military says it is conducting what it has described as...
Now, do you think it was a Hamas soldier that was hit by a sniper? Wasn't a civilian. They were a military-aged man.
a precise military operation.
Probably was that a Hamas soldier, but probably more like a dumbass soldier. You know what I'm saying?
What?
I'm not gonna claim that as one of my jokes. That is.
See, even Drunken Crow liked it.
I think the point is that they were a civilian who was killed by a sniper.
Oh, I didn't get that.
Oh.
But they were a soldier. What? Stop doing that, Gene. I don't like when you do that.
Wait. Let's hear what they said exactly.
You shouldn't have the power to do this.
The hospital is still under bombardment. There has been heavy shelling and live fire, Lemia says. One man was just looking out of the window on the second floor when he was hit by a sniper and killed.
Yeah, one man was just looking out the balcony on the
How do you know it wasn't a soldier?
The Israeli military...
I just made that joke. They were probably like a Hamas soldier.
So you're saying I'm
military-aged man.
She says it is conducting what it has
Yeah, whatever, chef.
So you liked my joke.
Targeting senior Hamas militants operating
My
within
joke
the
made
hospital
sense.
complex. Israeli military
Do you
spokesman
condemn
Daniel
dumbass?
on Monday of using the hospital as a command center. It is the very same claim made by the IDF ahead of its raid on Al Shifa back in November. On Monday, the IDF released this video showing a safe full of cash, an envelope with Hamas and Islamic Jihad insignia, and a series of weapons, presented as evidence to justify its raid on the hospital. But much like the IDF raid...
There were a bunch of bad guys there, hiding behind the civilians, so it's okay to bomb your way through the civilians. In the same way in the United States, if there were like 4 criminals holding a group of 40 people hostage, and you blow up the entire building, we'd see nothing wrong with it. I mean, there were some criminals in there the cops had to deal with.
In November, little other evidence was provided to prove the presence of a Hamas command center at the Al Shifa hospital. Hamas's military wing, meanwhile, has acknowledged that its fighters have been engaged in fierce clashes with Israeli troops in the area surrounding the hospital, adding that Gaza's civil police chief, Faik al-Mabhouh, who led the coordination of food and aid deliveries to the Strip, was killed during the raid. In a statement, the IDF
He's probably working for Hamas.
said Wednesday that approximately 90, quote, terrorists were killed, including al-Mabhouh. The IDF also maintained that no harm had been inflicted on civilians or medical staff in the hospital. But testimonies from Palestinians inside Al Shifa tell a very different story.
It's probably a bunch of propaganda from Hamas. I mean, who are you going to believe? Hamas or the IDF?
We were informed by the Israelis
I
that anyone
believe
moving within the
the
hospital
people that don't use like left and right focused fucking videos, because like this is tripping me out right now.
Yeah.
around the hospital complex would be targeted by snipers, this medical student says. We can't leave the building to treat those injured outside. Some families attempted to leave, but they were targeted and killed. Those who have been able to leave central Gaza are now forced to make the uncertain journey south, with no guarantee of protection or survival.
It's like constantly make them relocate as a sign of power. It's like it's almost like that's a notable tactic that authoritarian and oppressive governments have been using throughout human history. Like in we did with the Native Americans, the Trail of Tears. It's constantly making them relocate. Like the military shows up, hey, you guys got to relocate. We want to build a fur trade town here, and if they refuse, genocide them, shoot them with a bunch of musket men, and then like what apartheid in South Africa, they would just go to these like these towns and stuff and make everyone relocate to another town. It was just a sign of power. It was to show them who's boss. It's almost like not only do you throw in some genocide, some war crimes, you also constantly fuck with them. Hey, relocate here, and then we'll start bombing those areas, and constantly have them malnourished, and they have to constantly be on the run, on the go.
Stripped to their underwear and barefoot.
Gene,
These young boys
at
say
least
they are
they're
thankful just
civilized.
Those are military-aged men. They're definitely part of Hamas.
They have parking lots, so they're civilized.
to have escaped with their lives. Recounting their harrowing experience, they say they were met with Israeli tanks and forced into an open square where they were interrogated and ordered to undress. Other men around them, they say, were killed.
Okay, so they're saying men. I'm usually bad at predicting people's age, but they look kind of like minors as opposed to men.
Look like they're almost men, if not maybe men.
I don't know. They could be young adults, but
Men around them, they say, were killed.
Send Dan Schneider
Many
to
evacuees have been badly wounded.
Gaza.
Limp, bloodied bodies are carried by cart. But there is little care available
The
in the
ones
south
that
anymore.
don't get touched.
And there is no telling
yeah, they're not men.
whether these men, like so many others, will survive.
Oh, come on!
Anna Bashir, CNN, London.
Meantime, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is holding high-stakes talks in Egypt today as the U.S. pushes for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. He's also expected to meet with Arab foreign ministers and a top Palestinian official in Cairo today. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed...
Seems like they've been talking about a ceasefire for quite a while. Seems like, for some reason, they never really seem to get around to it.
Senate Republicans via video link yesterday. And this comes less than a week after Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer criticized Netanyahu's handling of the war.
Why do they look alike?
Who?
Go back just like 5 seconds. They both look alike. But one's with glasses. The fucking old politician.
I don't know. All corrupt old politicians look the same.
I made it clear to him that it's not the business of the United States to be giving a Democratic
Except
ally
him.
advice.
He has a very unique look. He looks
He's a
like
turtle.
fucking turtle.
It's about when to have
Yeah,
an election
he's a fucking
or
turtle.
what kind of military campaign they may be conducting.
Our members conveyed to the Israeli
John
Prime Minister
Thune,
our
yeah!
strong
My fucking goddamn fucking old senator. Fuck him.
support for their efforts to defeat once and for all and get rid of the influence of Hamas.
All of this comes as CBS News confirms the U.S. is looking to cut off funding for the UN's main aid agency in Gaza under a spending bill negotiated by Congress and the White
Good thing they're covering up.
House. Our Chris Livesay has more on that.
Good morning. Well, a ban on U.S. funding to UNRWA would be dramatic. UNRWA is the primary aid agency for an estimated 6 million Palestinians here in the region. And the United States is the biggest single donor to that agency, giving roughly $300 to $400 million annually. And they'd already paused funding earlier amidst these allegations when they first surfaced. In fact, we spoke to the director of operations for UNRWA in the West Bank. He told us that he already can't see beyond the month of May when it comes to the funding that they already have at their disposal. Now, these allegations are extremely serious. According to Israel and evidence they presented to the United States, 12 employees of UNRWA directly participated in the kidnappings and the massacre of October 7th. For its part, UNRWA says it immediately terminated the contracts it had with 10 of those staff. 2 of them, Anne-Marie, had already been killed in the war.
I do want to give you some breaking news right now.
See, they're not just killing or Gazan citizens. They're killing indiscriminately. They're killing a bunch of humanitarian aid workers and journalists for countries across the globe. So
The Israeli military is reporting
it's not just a Gazan genocide.
That Israeli troops have quote-unquote eliminated another 70 terrorists over the last 24 hours. The information from the Israel Defense Forces daily update that was released a short time ago, the IDF saying more than 50 of those terrorists were killed during exchanges of fire with IDF troops at Gaza Shifa Hospital, where terrorist infrastructure and weapons storage facilities were also found. We know that operation at Shifa did begin on Monday. The other deaths there happening in central Gaza. I do want to talk more about the latest developments here out of the Middle East, so let's bring in Dr. Asaf Romarowski, the Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
For having me.
All right. Well, first off, I do want to talk to you about the significance of this operation that is going on at Shifa Hospital. Why is it so significant, as we know that already, 200 or so terrorists have been eliminated, according to the IDF?
Well, Shifa, as we know, has been used and abused as the central command of Hamas, and we've seen it back and forth. Many of the attacks we've seen on Shifa have been because it's been a target. The underground tunnels,
bring in the air raids.
Nucleus has been there, and so that's been a legitimate and ongoing target for the Israelis throughout.
Okay, we got a lot of Gazan videos stuff to cover, so that's pretty long.
What are those?
They're supply packages.
What?
Okay. Now, the IDF might want to go in to supervise this because all the people there, they might start attacking the supply packages, and they don't want them to cause all that collateral. So,
do you think they have any good weapon schematics in them, Gene?
Yeah, that's probably what they are. So,
I hope so.
Until now, we have arrested over 250 Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists that we identified. We're still conducting an investigation on over another 350 people that we suspect that they are also connected to terror.
Yeah, he's in a ditch where there's a bunch of fucking bodies that didn't get fucking filmed. Are you fucking kidding me?
wait. God, I hate these stories. It's like, yeah, let's cover a bunch of different stories and different topics or whatever, but more misleading titles. Okay. How do we know they're not going to raid those trucks?
Their aid trucks?
Yeah.
I don't think giving aids to the Gazans is going to help them.
Yeah.
Our analysis. Well, if everyone has AIDS, then no one has AIDS.
Amount of food entering Gaza every.
It's true.
Day.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue our coverage of Israel's war on Gaza, the World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus warned Thursday the future of an entire generation of Palestinians is in serious peril.
On Tuesday, the integrated food security phase.
I got to go back there.
That Gaza, the integrated food security phase.
Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus warned Thursday the future of an entire generation.
They're all partially responsible. It's their fault for voting Hamas in office.
Of Palestinians is in serious peril.
On Tuesday, the integrated food security phase classification partnership said that Gaza faces imminent famine because so little food has been allowed in. Up to 16% of children under 5 in northern Gaza are now malnourished, compared with less than 1% before the conflict began. Virtually all households are already skipping meals every day, and adults are reducing their meals so children can eat. Children are dying from the combined effects of malnutrition and disease and lack of adequate water and sanitation. The future of an entire generation is in serious peril.
We're joined now by Dr. Nahreen Ahmed. She's a pulmonary and critical care doctor based in Philadelphia, the medical director of the medical humanitarian aid group Med Global. Her first medical mission to Gaza was January. Earlier this month, she returned to Gaza, where she volunteered for 2 weeks. She left on Wednesday and is joining us now from Gaziantep, Turkey. Dr. Ahmed, thanks so much for being with us as you've just come out of Gaza. Talk about what you've seen in terms of child hunger.
Yeah, thank you for having me and for this opportunity to speak about what's going on.
Tell us how sad and hungry the children were.
The malnutrition has risen in Gaza. I had the ability to actually go and see what was happening in the north as well. I'll start with what's happening.
Next vid.
And we begin with breaking news out of the United Nations this morning. The UN Security Council just voted against a U.S.-led resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, with vetoes from Russia and China. This was the first time that the U.S. had backed UN calls for ceasefires in this war. It comes with the Secretary of State in Israel meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the war cabinet.
Next vid. They already covered that. Imagine being like a mother with her like 2 malnourished kids, and you're like in one of these buildings, and you hear this gunfire.
I mean, it's probably like Chicago times 10.
Hmm. Is that another killdozer?
Yeah, where's your fucking killdozer, John? Stop fucking.
Actually, that looks like a regular tank. That's not a killdozer.
Out of nowhere, fucking John to want a flying bulldozer.
We need like an aircraft carrier that is like one of those like amphibious like assault vehicles. So it's like a giant aircraft carrier with like the wheels and stuff like the duck boats, but it also has a giant bulldozer, and that just comes on land, and it becomes like not just like a land aircraft carrier, but it's a bulldozer or a killdozer all in one, and they can just killdoze all of the buildings and stuff, and it's so large that it can just like topple all the fucking towers.
It's amphibious or amphibious, and it can fly as well.
Yeah. Well, no, you have a bunch of smaller like killdozers that fly, and they're on like the what is it, the runway of the aircraft carrier, and then they all do their thing. They all like what are you doing, Shab? Dude, Shab's head shaved.
Yeah,
and Shab's hat's white. Yeah. That's him like symbolizing that. Yeah.
Unlike you fuckers, I will have a shaved head in the next day or two.
I won't.
Prove it.
Gene's hair is sharing all out.
Now to Israel and the Israel-Hamas war. Prime Minister Netanyahu vowing to invade Rafah in southern Gaza. ABC's Matt Gutman joins us live now from Israel as the U.S. and other allies continue to push for a possible ceasefire and hostage release. Matt, good morning to you.
Okay, they're covering the same thing with the ceasefire.
Take a look at this video coming in out of the Israel-Gaza border just minutes ago here. The Israeli military now saying that it has killed more than 170 gunmen and detained 800 terror suspects during its operation at Gaza Shifa Hospital. The Israel Defense Force releasing its latest figures a short time ago, saying the operation, which began Monday, will not end until all terrorists are caught, quote, dead or alive. This comes as Russia and China actually vetoed a U.S. measure in the United Nations.
It won't be until like all the Hamas soldiers are caught dead or alive, and every single like hostage that they're trying to rescue is found dead or alive.
Security Council that would have called for, quote, an immediate and sustained ceasefire in Gaza. I do want to talk about all of this here, so let's bring in Mark Chandler, Director of Government Relations at Coastal Carolina University and a professor of practice, also a former senior defense intelligence official. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us on Live Now.
Yeah, I'm going to start filtering all of these interview videos.
This is 16-year-old Rafiq Dugmouche before the war, a regular at his local gym in Gaza City, building strength for the football.
He's a military-aged man. Or marriage.
He doesn't
you
have
may have
good
seen
form.
him before on this program, but you may not recognize him. On Monday,
what
we brought
happens
you
when
his
you don't
story.
have good form at the gym.
I don't know. Seems like he neglected his exercise routine.
And that of his younger sister Rafif from inside Al Shifa Hospital.
يعني أقصد ولا أرد ولا إشي يعني كيف صدمت أنا مش عارف
11 members of their family, including their mother, had been killed when an Israeli missile hit their family home back in November. The siblings were brought to Al Shifa, where they both had to have...
Dude, there's a lot of Grave of Firefly scenarios going on here. It's like the 12th story we've covered of like, here is a young kid that is crippled, and they have a younger sibling, and all the adult relatives in their family are dead. And now this like 11, 16-year-old boy has to take care of their younger sibling who's like missing a leg, and they're both malnourished.
Amputations.
Their younger sibling's probably going to die of malnourishment or die from stepping on a landmine in the next like week. And their entire family is dead. They've lost their parents, their grandparents, their like aunties and uncles. And then like once their little brother dies, they'll be holding them in their arms as they die of fucking starvation. And what do they do then? The last death of their bloodline is through suicide. And I have no doubt that that scenario I just described, there's probably countless examples of that actually being the case here.
Some of the fiercest fighting this week has been in and around the hospital, with Rafiq and Rafif inside, along with hundreds of other patients. Over the last couple of days, we lost touch with them, then we got through to their father in Cairo. He was in Egypt when the war broke out and got stuck there. His children had been moved to the basement of the hospital, he said. They were safe, but hungry and in pain.
I mean, Bryant makes a really good counter-argument. Did those kids condemn Hamas? Yeah. If they didn't condemn Hamas, that definitely would have made, like, it definitely makes what the IDF is doing to them okay.
There was a telephone conversation between himself and Rafiq a few days ago while the fighting was taking place all around.
ابني كلمني بقول لي يابا اليهود بفجروا بطخطخوا برا وانا خايف كتير وتعال خدني يابا وانا مش قادر اعمل له حاجه. يعني بيقول لي بعت لي، يعني مش فاهم، هو مسكين حبيبي يابا مش عارف ايش يعني اليهود بفكرنا انه احنا بنقدر نعمل له حاجه. بيقول لي يابا انا جعان بدي اكل، هاتوا لي اكل. طيب لما ابنك يقول لك يابا انا جعان بدي اكل، مش ما فيش اكل. لما يقول لك يابا انا كل يوم بموت ومحدش حاسس فيا، خدني عندك يابا، ايش بدي يكون انا موقفي معاه؟
So his father is in some other part of the strip, and it's like, I don't know. It's almost like they keep telling everyone to relocate, and they have like, I showed like you hear all that gunfire and stuff. It's having a hard time going from point A to point B to get to his son.
With an active military operation still taking place, Rafiq and Rafif are stuck in the hospital. Healthcare workers have told us they're trying to transfer the siblings from Al-Shifa to Al-Aqsa Hospital, just 12 miles south, but with ambulances being targeted, have been unable to do so. The dialogue of international diplomacy posing big questions. Will a truce materialize? Will more aid get in? More hostages get out? In a hospital in Gaza City, a brother and a sister are asking questions too.
Targeting ambulances. It's Israel that's targeting the ambulances? Because it's like that should be like terrorism right there or something.
It is.
You're saying that it's kind of hypocritical of the Israeli government to be calling Hamas a terrorist group? You're saying that a lot of the stuff they're doing kind of is indicative of terrorism? Like bombing like civilian infrastructure and destroying human aid like transports and so forth, and cargo, and bombing ambulances and so forth, make it as hard as possible for people to receive medical care and food and basic necessities. God, I think Shab's onto something. Maybe Israel, maybe their government kind of falls within the parameters of a terrorist group.
No, that's straight up a war crime. You can't go like you can't target medics or army medics or military medics. That's a war crime. And
Hamas did it.
No, and you also can't, like, let's say you're moving forward into a hostile area, you're like making ground. If you shoot someone and they're not dead and you move past them and you come back, you can't be like, boom, you can't just like take them out, like come back and take them out.
Hamas did it.
Yeah, that's a war crime. So yeah, there's a lot of war crimes going on, and
that stuff you described, Israel wasn't doing those things. The media's lying. Hamas did it.
Yeah, they're not doing anything like that. Neither is Russia.
No, Hamas did it. All the air, like the missile strikes and Kharkiv or whatever, it's Hamas. It's not Russia.
امشي تاني يابا، بنتي رفيف مش عشان رجلها برضه الثانيه إلها رجل مقطوعه، بتقول يابا انا بكره لو رحت على المدرسه حيشوفوا رجلي مقطوعه البنات انا ومش هقدر امشي. بيفكروا كيف بدهم يلعبوا بكره يا حرام.
Now, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called the queue of aid trucks waiting to be allowed into Gaza, where people face starvation, a moral outrage. He was visiting the border crossing between Egypt and Gaza, not far from Rafah, where almost half of Gaza's population have been displaced, and where Israel is threatening to launch a major military operation.
Next vid.
More on this. I'm joined by David Miliband. He's the president and the CEO of the International Rescue Committee. He's a former foreign secretary for the United Kingdom. He's the author of the book Rescue, Refugees and the Political Crisis of Our Time. David, it's good to see you again. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks so much for having me on, Ali, and thanks for drawing attention to what in some ways is a complicated situation, but has some very simple consequences that we need to address.
Yes, you've said that well. That's exactly.
Yes, skeptical Jesus. I lost my car keys equals Hamas.
Right. It's a super complicated situation, but right now we have a problem that can be solved. You've just released, in fact, an important national security memorandum alongside other prominent NGOs.
Somebody built a settlement on top of my camp in Fallout 76. Hamas did it.
This morning, including Action Against Hunger, CARE, Med Global, Oxfam, Save the Children. I want to read you a little bit from it. You're talking about the fact that under a new policy directive from President Biden, National Security Memorandum 20, U.S. security partners must now provide written assurances that they will use U.S. security assistance in accordance with international law and facilitate humanitarian assistance. In the coming weeks, therefore, the U.S. government will assess these assurances from Israel. Tell me about the importance of that.
So there are two aspects of this that are very, very important. First, it is important to understand the technical assessment that was published last Monday that produced these 3 gradations of food insecurity. Level 5, which is famine, 1 million people facing that. Then there is the catastrophic, that's the catastrophic level. Then emergency level 4 and crisis level 3, where people don't know where their next meal is coming from. That is how you get to the total of the whole Gazan population, 2.2 million Palestinian civilians, plus, let's not forget, more than 100 hostages. They are facing this catastrophe. Now, the second part is where the National Security Memorandum comes in and where it's important to be clear. This is not about whether or not there is a ceasefire. It's whether or not aid is allowed to flow. And at the moment, there are significant blockages on aid flows that are erected as bureaucratic constraints in the main by the Israeli authorities. This relates to, first, the number of trucks that are allowed in. Secondly, the time it takes to vet the amount of material in the trucks, which is extensive and leads to long backups. Thirdly, critically, trucks being turned back because there's an allegation that one item in the truck might be quote-unquote dual use. In other words, a pair of scissors that someone could allege is
there you go.
going to be used for military purposes, when in fact it's for medical purposes, gets turned around and the whole truck gets turned around. Then even once the trucks get across the border, what about the...
That's kind of like your bullshit, like kind of legal semantics of yelling at somebody is assault, or like a kid brought a live projectile to, or like, a firearm that shoots live rounds to school because they brought like a BB gun.
Ability of the trucks to drive to northern Gaza, where we're desperately concerned about serious famine. At the moment, World Food Programme trucks have been turned back. And then finally, how do civilians get to access the aid once the truck arrives? There are not proper arrangements.
They had like a bottle opener, like on their keychain. Therefore, they had an item that could be used as a weapon. So turn around that truck with all the humanitarian aid and food.
For that either. And these are practical things that could be done even while this
person had a cigarette lighter.
Negotiation, which we've called for, is being conducted.
That last part is really, really important. The infrastructure inside Gaza for the distribution of food, aid, fuel, medical care. It's a big problem because Israel has not been active on that front for many years because Israel has not had a presence inside Gaza. The UN has and is the main distributor of that sort of thing, not counting Hamas. But now that infrastructure has largely been destroyed. So there's, it came up when those pallets were being dropped, the airdrops. Like, well, pallet drops, a bunch of people with guns surround it, and people who are starving continue to starve.
Hamas did it.
That's basically
it wasn't Israel that was surrounding those supply drops with guns. Those were Hamas soldiers.
But the human infrastructure of people, many
that's
of whom are
basically
in
the
local
plot of Black Hawk Down.
I haven't seen that movie.
There are NGOs, non-governmental organizations that work with us. We have an emergency medical team at a hospital in Gaza, but we also have local partners. And this goes to the core of the argument about why the airdrops or the pier that's been proposed are fourth or fifth best options. The first, second, and third best options are to use the land routes, the more crossings, clearer removal of the bureaucratic impediments, and the use of trusted, vetted local partners who can then deliver the aid.
If Israel wants to show that they're not the bad guys, they need to use their killdozers to clear a path so the trucks can get the aid through.
In an organized way. Because just to make the obvious point, an aid drop on a beach is a recipe for chaos.
Right.
Aid that is delivered through trusted partners, through agreed routes where there's organized access, especially for the most vulnerable, makes the most sense. And is a practical thing that can be done alongside this desperate need for a longer-term settlement.
So this is not a broad area of disagreement. David, you and other NGOs agree on this. The United Nations seems to agree on it. The United States seems to understand it. And there are certainly people in government here who are pressing the administration to say Israel is not an adversary. It's not a country where you have to go over enemy lines to drop aid or do these things. Why can't we switch to the more direct way of offering aid? Saving innocent Palestinian lives is not the same as acquiescing to Hamas and agreeing to their terms on anything. We're just talking about saving people's lives here.
Well, you've put this well. And one thing that I think isn't clear and hasn't been mentioned so far, there was less aid in February than there was in January. In fact, about half as much aid got in February as in January. That's why you're ending up in this desperate situation. And I'm afraid a lot of responsibility does come down to the engagement of the US administration with the Israeli authorities and the United Nations. They are the big players in this, alongside Qatar and the Gulf countries. But honestly, the bureaucratic impediments are actually costing lives today. And that's what needs to be central. The National Security Memorandum number 20 that Secretary Blinken put out.
This picture right here,
it does apply to US responsibility.
I just like the way the guy's looking at it. He's looking at it like, oh my God, this is disgusting, but I have to eat it. The one guy, he's looking at it like this is just slop, disgusting, and it does look like it for sure.
Hamas did it.
Don't just have a moral right.
Oh, no, but we're looking
right.
at this and we're like, oh yeah, this is disgusting and whatnot. But no, there's women in New York getting punched for no fucking reason.
Okay. Why are we going back to that?
What if, Gene? You know what would be. What if Drunken Crow was punched? I bet he wouldn't complain at all about it.
Not at all.
He would just be like, he'll just shrug off,
He wouldn't
whatever.
be telling anybody on Facebook or be like, hey, like he wouldn't post in the Discord. Look, this guy,
look, guys, somebody hit me. He wouldn't be like that. He'd be like, it doesn't matter. Remember Hamas is going on, so this doesn't matter. Hamas.
He'd be able to give like the most like clear and precise like image imaginable. Like he'd be able to describe.
Not saying that.
I'm
just saying. No, I'm just saying that there's fucking more fucking shit going on. Oh yeah, it's a trend. We gotta fucking cover it. Like
so, you're saying that you can't cover like all the various different issues that are going on. You can only cover the most extreme things.
No, we can, but is being a woman in New York more important than this? Like, I feel more empathy for these people because most of them are fucking kids, and like I said before, how many of those women are fucking lying about getting punched? Because
this person has a eating complex because of how verbally abusive their parents were. So they're going through like some kind of eating disorder. Who cares about this shit? They could be a kid starving to death in some war-torn country. Their case doesn't matter.
Didn't say that either.
Okay.
I equivocated it to them being celebrities. Celebrities, yeah, they make fucking millions of dollars. Who gives a fucking shit? They're making millions of fucking dollars. And
so
people that, and
rich
people
kids are sexually abused, that makes it okay because they're rich. I'm pretty sure a lot of them aren't rich as adults because the parents steal most of the money.
Okay. You got anything to say, Shab?
I was gonna say something, but then I forgot. I can't remember what I was gonna say. It was gonna be something great, I'm sure.
Okay. Continue. To aid as well, and that's what we're calling for to be upheld.
David Miliband, thank you for joining me. We have important things to continue to discuss, and I always appreciate the time that you've taken for our viewers. David Miliband is the president and the CEO of the International Rescue Committee. He's a former foreign secretary for the United Kingdom.
Thank you. No, I didn't want to click on that.
Since the beginning of the war in Gaza on October 7th, Israel has called up nearly 300,000 reservists. This was in addition to the regular standing army, in which almost 90% of Israeli Jewish youth serve. In contrast, among ultra-Orthodox Jewish young men, only about 3% are drafted into the Israeli army. This almost blanket exemption from the draft was granted to the ultra.
Yeah.
Dork
I mean,
alert.
Don't you like how they'll give exemptions based on you having a religion? Like, if you're part of religion, then they're exempt because they don't want to discriminate against it. But what if you're somebody who's just a conscientious objector and you don't belong to some religion? I know priests and everything, they're exempt from being drafted in the military in the U.S.
Orthodox, so they can study the Torah in religious institutions instead of doing military service. But it is now the subject of heated
That's important. We need people studying the Torah.
Debate.
Public opinion polls clearly demonstrate that Israelis care deeply about the issue of recruitment and are deeply worried about the exemption for the ultra-Orthodox community, exemption from service.
And that's the thing. So it's like that one kid who's being locked up because he doesn't agree with it based on the ethics, based on all the civilian casualties. He needs to go to prison. But if somebody belongs to some different sect of a religion where it's like, I guess they're more like extreme with the pacifism, then yeah, like they're not cowards or whatever, and like they're not people who like they have a legit excuse. They need to spend a lot of time studying the Torah. Well, you don't have anything to say there, Shab?
I like
studying the Torah is a good reason why a person doesn't need to be like conscripted or drafted into some war. But somebody who doesn't approve of, I guess, the goals and objectives of the war and the human rights violations that are taking place, there's somebody who needs to be locked up. That's not a legit excuse for not like committing to your military service. But like going through and studying a book of fairy tales, well, hey, they got an important thing to do.
This has been the case before October 7th, and now, given the war situation and the increasing burden on the serving population, this is extremely disconcerting for the majority of the population.
The exemption policy was initiated when the State of Israel was founded over 75 years ago. Then 400 ultra-Orthodox students received exemptions, while last year that number surged to 66,000. Israel's Supreme Court has repeatedly ruled that these exemptions are discriminatory and demanded that successive governments compel the ultra-Orthodox.
A whole room just full of virgins, Jane, back there. Did you see it? Did you see that?
Well, Shad.
It was crazy. Yeah, I know. Womp, womp, womp for them for being virgins.
To law by the end of March. But ultra-Orthodox parties are an essential part of Prime Minister Netanyahu's hardline coalition, and they are threatening to bring down the government if their military exemptions are canceled. Israel's chief Sephardic rabbi declared that if a law is passed to draft all ultra-Orthodox men into the military, the men would leave the country. Ultra-Orthodox demonstrations against the army draft have been stormy and sometimes...
Who's going to study the Torah if they leave? I mean, come on.
Violent.
They want us.
Everyone has a job to do in times of war. Some people need to keep the economy going. Some people need to keep the Torah, sort of like fairy tale studies going.
The Orthodox people here in Israel, to go to the Israeli army, they have one intention. They want us to be not religious. Therefore, we prefer to die. We don't mind going to prison. We prefer to die and not go to the Israeli army.
The ultra-Orthodox live in insular communities, completely separate from secular Israeli society. They say that going to the army could tempt many of the young men to abandon their religious way of life. But
I don't want to say he's doing something dirty.
Well, I like how a lot of people will be like, hey, if you laugh at how people go about their religious prayers, oh my God, you're like that's not okay, that's racist, even though it has nothing to do with race. But then it's like, what if you have somebody who's like LARPing or whatever? What if you have somebody who's in the crystal healing and they do some kind of chant like wah, it's like it's okay to laugh at them, even though they're both equally as ridiculous.
Community who favor military service, as long as the army would provide strictly kosher food and keep men and women separate.
They'll point and laugh at a meth addict and say that they're not living life right, but I'd argue that someone that's a meth addict is probably living life better than somebody who lives their whole life doing that shit that we just saw there in the window where they're humping sideways and stuff. At least the meth addict experiences some neat things in their brain that's real instead of this fake bullshit their whole life.
They experience God.
Able to hold such a big community in such a small state that are not serving in the army, and especially after October 7th, we need the soldiers. The army need the soldiers. So we need to find a way how to let Haredim join the army, and serve in the army like everyone, and from the other way keep their identity and way of life.
While the debate rages on whether to end the ultra-Orthodox military service exemption, Israeli lawmakers have proposed increasing military service for both regular and reserve soldiers.
Following content, I understand.
We begin tonight with new video published by Al Jazeera and obtained by NBC News. It shows us one of the most troubling scenes to emerge since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war. It documents the last living moments of 4 men targeted by the Israeli military. And a warning to our viewers, what we're about to show you is very disturbing. Here, we see what appears to be 4 civilian men walking through the devastated city of Khan Yunis, talking amongst them.
I think they're Hamas militants.
Cells along tracks left by Israeli tanks. They appear in the video to be unarmed. And according to our social news gathering experts here at NBC,
how do you know? They're wearing those jackets and stuff. How do you know they're not concealing? They could be packing.
They could have a
tank. To be struck by an IDF missile.
Yeah, they just have a tank underneath their jacket. They just pull out the entire tank.
Yeah.
And then the tank drives forward. It's like some kind of pocket dimension.
It's true.
What's it doing? Fuck.
We begin tonight.
I like how they blurred out everything, and it's supposed to be like, oh man, this is really hard to watch. It's like, no, it's kind of not.
Oh, took us away from the...
It would be really hard to watch if I had to see some guts blown up and stuff like that. That would have been hard to watch. Me watching a blur and an explosion and some people walking, that's not hard to watch.
We begin tonight with new video published by Al Jazeera and obtained by NBC News Zone in Khan Yunis that underwent significant blast site before falling to his knees and being hit by yet another missile. Now, according to Al Jazeera, this footage was retrieved from an Israeli drone that was shot down, and the attack is believed to have happened to be unarmed. And according to our social news gathering experts here at NBC, the men appear to be struck by an IDF missile. 2 of the men were instantly killed. A 3rd man survived.
Do you think maybe those were Hamas missiles? Can't prove that it wasn't Hamas.
The initial strike and gets up. The drone footage then zooms out to show the 4th man walking ahead. About 50 seconds later, that man is struck by another missile. The last survivor is...
Do you think that was just They were just launching missiles, and it was like indirect civilian casualties.
It was an accident.
Do you think they intentionally targeted them? They were going out of their way to hit them. Which one do you think it is?
Both of the shots were a coincidence.
The guy's running away and everything, and
Seen stumbling to get away from the initial blast site before falling to his knees and being hit by yet another missile. Now, according to Al Jazeera, this footage was retrieved from an Israeli drone that was shot down, and the attack is believed to have happened in early February. In a statement, the Israeli military responded saying, quote, "The area shown in the video is an active combat zone in Khan Yunis that underwent significant civilian evacuation. The IDF is now investigating the footage." Videos like this are raising concerns about how the Israeli military is conducting
the IDF is investigating something the IDF did.
Itself in this war. We only know about this attack because the footage.
Yeah, it's like when the police police the police. It's like they find out that their fellow pigs aren't guilty.
Was leaked. Imagine how many more times something like this has happened without being captured on camera.
Don't you think maybe there should be a little bit more checks and balances there?
That we or the world don't know about. And while those 4 men died instantly, thousands more could die by starvation as famine looms imminent. As part of its strategy, Israel is restricting shipments of food aid to just a fraction of what Palestinian civilians need to survive. Purposely restricting humanitarian aid and food using starvation as a...
Well, all the others, like those metrics are biased because a lot of like those civilians that they're claiming need the food are Hamas militants. So when you take all the Hamas militants out of the equation, there enough food's going through to meet the ratio of like the civilians who actually need it.
Weapon of war and targeting innocent civilians both amount to war crimes under international law. And it's important to remember here, the American supply of weapons to Israel is contingent upon its compliance not just with international law, but with our own U.S. laws. Here's how bluntly Senator Chris Van Hollen put it last month.
Yeah, like the U.S. government cares about its own fucking laws. To be fair, which country does care? Like, which governments do care about abiding by the law?
October 7, 2023. 1,200 Hamas gunmen pour through the barrier separating the Gaza Strip from Israel. They overrun army bases and kill more than 1,000 Israelis and foreign nationals.
They took dozens of children, bound them up, burned them, and executed them.
A family of 4 around the breakfast table. The father his eye gouged out. The mother's breast cut off. The girl's foot amputated. The boy's fingers cut off before they were executed.
These accounts were used to justify an assault on Gaza that has killed at least 31,000 Palestinians. 13.
They did attack them first, and you know the setting. One wrong justifies another wrong. Very, very common saying.
1,000 of them children.
Finish them. Finish them. Don't ever forget what happened.
Al Jazeera's investigative unit has carried out a forensic analysis of the events of October 7. The I unit examined 7 hours of footage, much of it taken from the headcams of dead Hamas fighters. It reviewed the testimonies of hundreds of survivors and compiled a comprehensive list of victims. It found widespread war crimes, but discovered that many of the most horrific stories were untrue.
Misinformation has been used, and sometimes deliberate disinformation has been used by official spokespersons. I'm sorry to be graphic here, but I can't see a baby here. If you can activate people's sense of disgust, they're more likely to support.
And that I didn't see a baby there.
Dire retribution against Palestinians.
Al Jazeera, they clearly have a bias. Ooh.
It reveals some of the victims were killed by Israeli forces.
This footage I find very disturbing. We don't know who those individuals are, gunmen, civilians, or hostages.
And it finds that October 7 may have changed the politics of the region forever.
I regret to say that I think it was a phenomenal success from their point of view.
October 7th has sent a very strong and clear message. No one can bypass the Palestinians.
In Palestine, there exist many thriving communities built by refugees who have already found a home there.
The Israeli settlements, known as kibbutzim, that surround the Gaza Strip were built around the time of the creation of the State of Israel in 1948.
The immediate area around Gaza is mostly small villages, kibbutzim. In the early years, at least, kibbutzim and other villages had a defense role. And the idea was wherever you established a kibbutz like this, I mean, that would determine Israel's border, that would hold the border.
Today, the kibbutzim are prosperous farming communities.
Oh, copyright detected. Next vid.
15th of May, 1967. A parade of military might.
It took me away from my playlist again.
Oh, you're so dumb.
We begin tonight with new video published by Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I'm like, why?
You don't know how to fucking work a playlist, you dumb piece
Negotiations
of shit.
between Israel and Hamas have hit.
Well, I didn't take myself away. It keeps doing it with that one video that has the disclaimer.
Drunken Crow, make the womp womp.
Another major snag. Israel says Hamas has once again rejected the current deal on the table, opting instead to, quote, repeat its extreme demands. Hamas says Israel won't agree to a complete withdrawal of forces from Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Hamas is not interested in making a deal. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clement joins us from Tel Aviv right now. Britt, negotiations stalling as the IDF conducts its northernmost strike since the start of this war. What more do we know about that strike?
Yeah, Phil, the IDF struck a military compound they say is used by Hezbollah's aerial units in northeastern Lebanon Tuesday afternoon. Now, as you say, that's the deepest strike inside Lebanon the IDF has struck since the start of the war. The army also said that earlier today, Hezbollah hit the Mount Meron air traffic control base. Meanwhile, Phil, in Gaza, witnesses say Israeli warplanes bombed the southern city of Rafah, where around 1.3 million people are taking refuge.
Can I ask a question that Drunken Crow would usually ask in this situation?
Yeah, what's that?
Would you do her?
Oh my God, Shab.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
Or John, would you punch her in New York?
In New York. So it was funny. All right. On with the video.
Fled northern parts, fearing bombardment there by the IDF. Now, Palestinian media reports that at least 18 people were killed in an airstrike on a residential building, and elsewhere, fierce gun battles continue to rage around hospitals nearby Khan Yunis and Gaza City. Now, Israel claims it has killed and arrested hundreds of Hamas fighters who were using the Al-Shifa hospital as a base. That's something Hamas and medical staff deny.
And, Britt, all of this happening in and around a major humanitarian crisis. The Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health says at least 7 people drowned while attempting to reach aid that was airdropped into northern Gaza. What's the latest on the really horrific famine conditions there in Gaza right now?
Yeah, horrific is the right word. You know, Hamas now say that those deaths happened after an airdrop malfunctioned. Some of them are believed to have drowned. Some of them kind of got trampled on during a kind of, when as people were scrambling to get that desperately needed.
Next vid.
Oh la la, blah blah. Oh yeah yeah. Sorry, I wanted what? Am I allowed
So
to join
funny,
in?
Shab.
I don't know what they're saying, but I want to be part of this dorky crew. Look at them with their cool hats. Oh.
Well, don't you think it does add to the absurdity? They're keeping them they're keeping them dry, protecting them from rain.
Yeah, they're like shower caps for their hats. That's so weird looking.
They might be special, like rain protective, like caps, or it might just be them using regular plastic bags.
We are not interested.
They look like they're made for it.
Of the yeshiva who is learning full time, he is what we call the Holy of Holies, and the army is not the place that they should be. They should be sitting and learning Torah to protect the people of Israel and the land of Israel. But for the many thousands of Haredi youth that are not sitting and learning in a full-time capacity, then we are waiting for them. Our organization is there to help them integrate.
They need to learn at a full-time capacity. They're not able to study the Torah 24/7.
Into the army.
So minus the fact that that some people or like different people don't believe in your God, you all the religious people have different silly hats. So, I mean, and then
way to generalize religious people.
Oh, fucking Jews.
Us atheists need a fancy hat.
I mean, they're Buddhists are one of the probably more humanitarian religions or humanist religions. There is.
Jeez, Crow, headwear, not hats.
But oh yeah, headwear. That's why fucking Pastafarians became a thing. Like they wanted to fucking joke on religions and like, oh, the spaghetti monster. Oh, if the Jews want to wear a yarmulke in their fucking driver's license, why can't I wear a fucking pasta strainer?
I agree.
I mean, I don't think most Christian denominations wear like some kind of symbolic headwear.
No, but like you got the Jews, you got the fucking Orthodox Russians or Orthodox Russian Christians, right? They got the fucking like fuzzy fucking big ass fucking hat. I mean, like, what's the correlation?
What about Confucians? I don't know if they're called that. Or people who follow Shintoism in Japan. They don't wear silly
they do.
They do. What about like Hinduism? Like I know Shikas, they wear the.
But the main or the vast majority of fucking religions are just like, I gotta say
it's more 50-50. I don't think it's the vast majority.
Okay, fine, 50-50, but they're like, I got a fucking special hat. Why do you wear it? Oh, because
we need to create a religion where it's like everyone wears the dunce cap, like the cone-shaped hat. It's like what was it? He was some kind of Christian scholar from like the 15th century, and his name was like I think it was like Edward Dunce, and he believed that the like cylindrical cap that it like or the cone-shaped cap, it like would capture the spiritual essence in the atmosphere. And
Confucianism.
Yeah, and then it started like he started to be viewed as like a quack. So that's why they adopted like the dunce caps in school and stuff to like humiliate kids, like you're like a dunce. And then like the Catholic Church, because they modeled their pointy caps after that for the same reason, captured spiritual essence. They the Pope like gave them some kind of like special recognition or whatever, like some kind of like word recognition. It's like, I wonder why. I think the KKK, they're kind of like the dunce cult. They have their pointy like dunce caps.
אנחנו רוצים את החרדים בצבא עכשיו. לא דחיות, לא פוליטיקה ולא תרגילים.
Yeah. Those Orthodox Jews, they have the right ethics. They don't want to go to war because they need to study the Torah.
And to derive
that
right
is
now,
the reason why a person shouldn't go to war.
The United States and Israel.
Did
President
that
Biden
last
says he
person,
wants a
like declare that we want the ultra orthodox people in the military? That's like us saying like, oh, during the Afghan war or whatever, oh, we want all the fucking extremist Christians in the military.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody should be drafted in the military, it should be them.
Ceasefire to protect the people living.
I don't think, like, what is it, Taoism? I don't think they have special headwear. I think Confucianism, there's like 1 billion people that follow Confucianism. And then Christianity is the most popular religion on the planet. They don't wear silly hats.
Well, it depends on which denomination.
But the overwhelming majority don't. And then, yeah, Taoists don't. Yeah. Scientologists don't.
Also, the Israeli Defense Minister
No,
visited
they got
U.S. officials
fucking
this week.
tinfoil caps.
Yeah. I was going to say Mormons don't, but Mormons wear their religious undergarments.
With an agenda,
their holy undergarments.
including a meeting last night with the director of the CIA.
Through a sheet too.
Yeah. They got their holy undergarment keyholes.
Bill Burns, he is leading the U.S. cause to push.
Scientologists. Wait, no, not Scientology. It's fucking Jews and the Amish. They fuck through a sheet.
Yeah, they got things figured out.
Pause the fighting. Another side of the rift is that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's top advisors are not in Washington as previously planned. The Prime Minister says he canceled because the U.S. abstained from a UN ceasefire vote instead of vetoing it. Now the U.S. is going further and backing that.
I found a way to make Shad's
The
jokes
U.S. Security
funny.
Council resolution carries weight and should be respected. We wanted to have that meeting with Israel to present to them an alternative way to accomplish their legitimate security goals.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the U.S. only abstained.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is blaming Hamas over the latest round of ceasefire talks in Qatar. Israeli officials say negotiators left the table in Doha after the talks hit a dead end. Netanyahu says his country will not surrender to Hamas's, quote, delusional demands. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay is in Tel Aviv. Chris, what specifically?
Both of them are in the wrong. I mean, like, just agree to a fucking ceasefire. Netanyahu, it's like they want them to release these Hamas militants. It's just, yeah. I don't know. I think Could there be notable consequences if they release them all? Maybe, but it's also Hamas. It's like they are also giant assholes in this scenario. Like, look at all the Gazans that are suffering. You'd think that they would just want to get it over with and sign some, like, treaty of surrender if they really cared about all the innocent people dying, which they clearly don't.
They caused this latest round of negotiations to fall through.
Hey, Lana. Yeah, these talks, they are behind closed doors. However, what we do know is that there had been renewed optimism surrounding the ceasefire talks because Israel said it was open to a U.S. proposal that would have seen 40 hostages, Israeli hostages who have been in Hamas captivity for more than 5 months now, released in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and a 6-week pause in fighting. However, Hamas did not agree to that. Now, both sides, they do blame each other for this. But one thing we do know is that over and over again, it does seem to be Hamas who always goes back to a demand for something like a permanent ceasefire or to having IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, pulling out completely.
Permanent ceasefire. So does that mean, like, I wonder what that means, because if Hamas is promising, okay, we won't fire any more missiles at Israel, why not agree to that? I mean, that's something like people keep calling them out on, as like firing missiles towards Israel. So if they're willing to agree, we will no longer fire projectiles at Israel, a permanent ceasefire. I don't know 100%, so I don't know what they actually mean by a permanent ceasefire, but if that's what they're putting on the table, I mean, then fuck Netanyahu, fuck Israel, fuck the IDF for not accepting that.
Completely from the Gaza Strip, effectively waving the white flag, and Israel has made it clear that's not something they're about to do.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the U.S. is really putting the most pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to date. What is the current status of his plans for expanded operations in Rafah?
After they pulled that...
Dad, what do you keep typing?
Just messaging your mom, bitch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so was the permanent ceasefire against Israel and Hamas, or was it against Israel?
They said
and
that Hamas is the one that keeps trying to, like, that's ruining the negotiations. They're going back on it by trying to add more, like, stipulations. And one of the things they mentioned was a permanent ceasefire. And it's just, I got to look into, like, what that entails, because if they are actually offering, like, a permanent ceasefire, meaning that, like, we will no longer, for, like in the long term, from here on out, not just like the end of the war, will no longer fire missiles at you, then they should take them up on that offer.
Yeah, no, cause they're not doing that because they want the fucking land. They want those.
Yeah.
That's fucking bullshit. And this is a fucking war crime, a hate crime, and anyone that supports fucking Israel for this shit is a piece of shit.
I support them for this shit.
You're just a Hamas apologist.
There.
No,
I'll be the one.
I totally agree with you, Gene, that they both have done shit. I mean, basically fucking war crimes. But, like, Israel is, I guess, Germany, and Palestine is, like, the rest of the fucking world, I guess. And equivocally, if you know what I'm trying to say.
No. You being racist?
You know what I am saying?
Do you know what I am saying?
Oh, guys, I'm saying all of that.
All that? Like the show?
No, all of that.
Oh, all of that, like the show when John mentions it.
I did not say it was all of that. I mentioned something else,
that show, all of that, is really good.
I mentioned several examples of something, and I'm like, and all of that, and then you weren't paying attention. Because Shad doesn't understand English. Dumb fuck.
Guys, everybody... Well, Troy, I'll put it in the Discord.
The Israel-Hamas war in Gaza rages on. Many Christian pilgrims have stayed away from the Holy Land this Easter weekend. But in Jerusalem, the 15,000 Christians who live there have begun their annual Easter rituals in increasingly hostile environments. Holly Williams has more from Jerusalem.
On Good Friday, Christian pilgrims filled the ancient alleyways of Jerusalem, praying and singing as they walked the Via Dolorosa, in English, the Way of Suffering.
Christians believe that around 2,000 years ago, Jesus walked this route through Jerusalem, carrying...
Oh, Skeppy. Yeah. gotta stop stop shilling
I
your fucking
just dropped a new shirt. Everyone needs to get
okay,
one.
shut the fuck up, Chef.
Get one of my shirts, Gene.
But this year, the procession was smaller than usual. Many stayed away because of the Israel.
Will you get one?
Time of war in this country. Will you?
Will you
Shut the fuck up?
But will you get one,
Gene?
Gene? Okay, will you get one?
Frightened to come here?
No. Kurt Blackwelder is a minister from North Carolina who made the pilgrimage despite the violence and told us his guides have been a family of Palestinian Muslims.
And I love them dearly. I love them all. I wish we could all come together in one spirit, one belief. The trouble here, I understand, it's biblical.
Jerusalem is a contested city.
Biblical?
Biblical.
I mean, yeah, it's the Christian scripture where that's what the issue is, because that's the right faith. It's not. I guess it's yeah.
A holy place for Jews, Muslims, and Christians, claimed as a capital by both Israelis and Palestinians. The tiny Christian community in Jerusalem only numbers around 15,000.
We should watch the movie Kingdom of Heaven. The director's cut, not the really shitty theatrical cut, which the studio butchered. But they go over a lot of the politics that you saw in the Crusades of letting all religions have some level of presence in the city.
You know what I want to say real quick?
What's that?
I just did a sad face in the chat like that, and it just takes me back because Scooby, you remember the days when it was normal to just type like that and it didn't come up with a fucking emoji? Whenever I do a sad face like that, I almost feel like I'm not typing right or something because I didn't properly put an emoji in the chat. Remember the no emoji days?
Yeah, it's a very important thing to derail the stream.
Like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Man, shut up, Gene. You can't fucking relate because you're 12 or something.
Community is under
Gene,
attack.
if you just
There's been a
overuse
spike in
those.
assaults by ultra-Orthodox Jews.
Okay, shut the fuck up!
Spitting at Christians and
continue.
desecrating this cemetery.
Shut up!
Father Bernard Poggi is from California, but has lived in Jerusalem for 10 years and preaches to Palestinian Christians in fluent Arabic.
Look at those people that are one with their
Your
faith.
worst fear for Jerusalem.
Our worst fear is that people won't
You
have
gotta
rights.
respect people that they're willing to go to a very volatile area, just so they can practice their faith.
You gotta respect people
worst
who
fear
are
is that
just complete conformists and have no individuality and no critical thinking skills of their own, and just care to follow the next person and don't care to question things. Those people, man, I really look up to those kind of people. Those are the amazing type of people in this world.
And it is a lot of this is due to stupid religion because they had to with Zionism, they had to carve out the Jewish state in Israel, a very, very, very fucking volatile area, just because of the religious background. When it's they could have given them the Falklands, they could have carved out a chunk of land for them in Europe or in a place where it would have been a lot safer when it came to the neighboring countries in the region. And they decided to put them in, to put the Jewish state in one of the worst possible locations imaginable. Why? Religion.
People will be removed.
In Gaza, Palestinian Christians are struggling simply to stay alive. Hundreds have taken shelter inside churches, but one church compound was hit by an Israeli airstrike in October.
Oh my
killing
God. Bombing mosques and stuff and synagogues, that's one thing. Now they're bombing churches. Jesus. Is anything sacred?
At least 18. At Gaza's Holy Family Church, they
The Norwegians did it before it was cool.
Okay.
celebrated
When a
Palm Sunday last
president
weekend.
is in control and is just making things like this happen, for the people in power, it's like it's like the little kid that tortures little animals, got too much power or something. It's like these fucking weirdos, because it's like, how do you not feel bad at the end of the day when you're bombing hospitals and shit like that?
Yeah.
How do you not feel at least a little bit of remorse? I feel bad if I accidentally kill a little lizard or something like that. I feel like such an asshole. If I killed a person, it would a little kid or something like that. That would lay on me for the rest of my life. I'd probably be drinking way more and stuff like that just because of it.
Yeah. You wouldn't
These
be
kind of
able to get
people
it out of your head.
Yeah, these kind of people
It's like
bomb
the
hospitals
Machinist.
and cities, and it's all due to their command, and they just, at the end of the day, are like, yeah, well, fuck it. I'll just, go to sleep. I'm fine.
You'd be like Christian Bale in The Machinist, where he did a hit and run, and just over that, it's like, he's not sleeping, he's not eating, he's drinking, it's,
Was that a movie?
Yeah. Yeah.
We watched it like twice, Shabisky.
What movie?
Yeah, Sheb.
The Machinist.
Christian Bale, The Machinist. So essentially, spoilers in the chat, he ends up hitting a kid in a hit and run, and then, he didn't turn himself in. So it takes place a few years after, and he's just kind of, losing his mind. Yeah, he can't sleep.
I want to watch that again.
Yeah, he's not eating, and the whole point of it is that you don't really know what's going on. It's kind of like Jacob's Ladder and stuff. Yeah, is he going crazy? Is somebody messing with him? And it's kind of like he can't... when he turns himself in, and he kind of, deals with that demon, he's able to sleep again, and...
Yeah. Skep said, cowards avoid accountability. They'll never confront doing something wrong.
Yeah, people like police officers, people who...
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
people who abuse kids, abuse power, like Dan Schneider, people that fall into that category.
They're the same people who just follow blindly to stuff like this because they never take a second to step back and think, wait, am I right in this situation? Am I thinking right? They never...
Or teachers that abuse people's kids, but they're the teachers, so they can just abuse their power and write something in a referral.
You should always be ready to question yourself. You should always be super critical of yourself.
Well, unless you're a cop or a social worker, a teacher, people in positions of power and authority, then they don't need to question themselves at all.
You should always be ready to say, did I just do something that's wrong? Should I stop doing that? Should I do things different? You should always be questioning yourself.
They recited the Catholic profession of faith. He will come again in glory, he said in Arabic, to judge the living and the dead.
Like I grew up.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
The Pope didn't do any. The Pope didn't do anything. The Pope supported Hitler.
The Catholic Church, they investigated the Catholic Church, and they came to the conclusion that the Catholic Church is innocent. In the same way, the IDF has been investigating the IDF, and U.S. police departments investigate the U.S. police departments, and they find out that the cops didn't do anything wrong.
For CBS Saturday Morning, Holly Williams.
The latest U.S. arms shipments to Israel, F-35 fighter jets and bombs in the pipeline as the Biden administration faces some criticism for the ongoing support. ABC's Brett Clement
Israel really does need the extra aircraft and artillery and stuff.
It's the latest from Tel Aviv.
They just don't have enough. They're not able to really cause enough damage to Hamas and everything. They really need to cripple Hamas's infrastructure, and they really don't have enough arms to do so.
Talking about
we need to invest more billions on our end. Give to the IDF
of dollars.
Wait,
I performed an investigation as to why I fell asleep 3 hours ago, and I've discovered that I was able to clear myself of any wrongdoing. In fact, it was Gene's fault that I fell asleep.
What a drug!
It wasn't Hamas.
No, Gene. It was you.
Scooter. It's Sunday now, so what did you say you wanted to do? Sunday evening, Sunday night?
Well, I have to work today, so maybe we could do Baldur's Gate later on.
What are we doing? What are we doing Monday?
Monday?
Was it Hairspray?
No, let Dirt answer.
I think it was
Hairspray. I think it was
Team America.
Oh no,
Team America.
We're doing Movie Mondays, and Dirt. For now on, what we're gonna do is we're gonna oscillate back and forth each weekend. I'll pick a movie one week. Dirt picks the movie next week. So Dirt, the last several weeks, he picked Leprechaun. So I'm gonna pick this week's movie. Dirt will pick next week's movie. And that's our formula from here on out. And I'm wondering what we should watch. So I'll pick a really fun film for everybody.
Oh,
I will be there every other week that Dirt has to pick a movie.
Oh, yeah. You don't like my movie picks? You don't like the Warzone?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
That was the incest one where the dad fucked the sister of the brother, and the brother
got
fucked the
back
sister.
at the dad. He daddy because he didn't like what daddy
It was
did.
a big
to his
family
mother.
orgy. It was great.
It was a Warzone.
I was there for that. Yeah.
Young Minded really liked that movie.
But fucking you brought up musicals. Fuck musicals.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
musicals,
Well, watch
except the one made by Trey Parker and Mass.
We'll watch Canduro, which is like ranked as one of the most fucked up films of all time, and it's about like that Brazilian prison that we covered in the world's the world's worst prisons or history's worst prisons episode on PPP, and it's one of Brazil's most infamous prisons. So we'll watch that.
Tension between the White House and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over a military offensive in southern Gaza. Now, the Washington Post are first reporting the new arms transfer, which, according to the report, includes MK-84 2,000-pound bombs. Citing a U.S. official, the report also said the State Department last week approved the transfer.
Do you think Israel needs more of that?
25
Do you think they have enough?
fighter jets and engines. Now, this is a move to fulfill long-standing weapons deals.
I mean,
wait
people are criticizing the U.S. like spending all this money giving aid and support to Ukraine. But I kind of find that it's definitely much more ethical to, if you are going to invest a shit ton of money in like some kind of like military aid, I think Ukraine definitely deserves it over Israel.
Deals that were signed off by Congress years ago.
Do you
as far
think
back as
Israel
2008.
is saving money on, pilots' helmets, and it's just like a metal yarmulke or like bulletproof yarmulke?
I think they're wearing helmets over their yarmulkes. I believe that's what's going on
The
here.
States provides $3.8 billion in
But
military
they're
assistance
saving
every year
money
to Israel.
if they don't wear the helmets. It's just like bulletproof yarmulke.
It protects a lot of their head.
Cracks in the relationship they have.
Oh,
been showing
Scooby tipped
mostly
$1.
after the US refused.
And he said something, but I can't read it.
Why are people giving me money for putting up with Shad and everything?
I'm the greatest.
You earned it, Gene.
You
I
earned that
earned
dollar, you dumb bitch.
Look at all these streams I've been doing recently, and Skeppy's there, and he's not tipping me at all.
After he just tips you.
God,
All the
Scooby never tips.
All the
Too little,
Streamlabs
too late,
goes-
skeptical Beavis.
Exactly.
All the Streamlabs goes to the bridge that got brought down by.
Yeah, the Bridge Restoration Fund.
Yeah, Gene has to pay up for his mistakes. He designed the bridge
Let
wrong.
Dirt know I sent him a message on Discord about video game art. Okay. Dirt, Jesse says they sent you a message on Discord about video game art. Just wanted to let you know I was passing a message along.
To veto a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Netanyahu then called off a visit to D.C. by a delegation that was meant to discuss Israel's ground invasion of Rafah. That meeting, it's now being rescheduled. And now news of this continued weapons supply. Democrats have been urging President Biden to...
Yeah, but Skeppy, the money that you send me is going into all the entertainment I'm giving you guys. Like, I'm streaming more often for you guys. I'm doing all the, group community streams, and I actually let people chill in the voice chat with me and stuff, and I don't just exclusively play Fortnite. So, yeah.
to put any conditions on
does.
sales of arms to
Shut
Israel,
up.
saying the U.S. has a responsibility to withhold those weapons due to Israel's bombardment in Gaza, mass civilian casualties, and restrictions on aid getting in. Trevor?
Britt Clement for us in Israel once again. Britt, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Doris Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel.
Shut up. Nobody asks you.
Good morning, Ruby. Ruby's up. Yeah. Dirk just woke up as well. He's spent the entire night in our voice chat. We've heard him talking about how he just can't stand Danny in his sleep when he's talking in his sleep, and how he wants to leave her and everything.
He's like,
I just fell asleep 2 hours ago. Eat a dig.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Ruby did try to join the chat like 3 times.
They did?
Yes.
I missed it. When was that? When we were like talking about Israel, or was that when we were talking about Hairspray?
Or was that when you were talking about the knockout punch one?
I don't know.
Yeah, the sucker punch.
We spent fucking like 3 hours on Dan Schneider. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I wasn't asleep that long because y'all were talking about the punch stuff when I zonked out, and you were talking about it when I woke up.
الى ما لا نهايه يكون الاشهر ان شاء الله، لكن ما بعرف احنا اليوم 16 رمضان وبكره 16 رمضان لحتى الان ما فيش اطلاق النار، فان كان في فيتو او ان كان فيش فيتو نخلص شهر رمضان يعني. بالنسبه لاطلاق النار يكون مؤقت.
No subtitles.
You think those guys were worried about getting punched?
Listen to this, very upbeat music.
Is this a video game or is this
live action Call of Duty? Look at all this action.
Whoa, bro! Boom, boom, boom! Super score. 200 points, 300 points. Super attack. The triple kill. Quadruple
Did you
kill.
handle the wipeout Hamas mission?
This morning, an Israeli airstrike hit an encampment of tents near the Al-Aqsa hospital in Gaza. The Associated Press happened to be filming at the time. They also recorded the sound of an Israeli military drone overhead. 4 people were reported killed, though the Israelis described this as a...
Okay, let's take a closer look. What's going on there? Play this part maybe in slow motion. Because it looks
they
like
tried
some people...
to blur out half a body being pushed. Right.
Well, it looks like there's a bunch of different pieces of a person scattered all over the place here.
Yeah, they blurred the parts that matter.
They tried.
Well, looks like their torsos there, or whatever that is.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, it looks like... is that an arm there?
Please describe this as...
Well, we don't know if they were like a Hamas militant, though.
Wait, John, let's watch the whole fucking 7
on
hours.
Islamic Jihad militants intended to minimize harm to civilians.
You can rest fairly assured that was indeed a person.
Yeah.
Good journalists who claimed that there had been no militants and that they
Is
had
it
been
bad
working in
that
the
made me
camp.
hungry?
Yes, that's actually fucking terrible. Yeah, stab horns indeed.
We are unarmed journalists and we have nothing to do with anything. We were preparing to see where we should go to cover the news.
Well, he looks like a military-aged man, and he doesn't look white, so he's probably a Hamas militant.
Israel says militants deliberately hide in or near hospitals. But was this attack proportionate, or is international law being broken? A few weeks ago, a senior Tory MP told a party fundraiser in a recording obtained by a newspaper of what she described as the
Ooh, what do you think they're blurring out there?
British government's concern.
The Foreign Office has received official legal advice that Israel has broken international humanitarian law, but the government has not announced it. They have not said it, they haven't stopped arms exports, they've done a few very small sanctions on Israeli settlers.
Back in January, the Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, denied the existence of any such legal advice.
Am I worried that Israel has taken action that might be in breach of international law because this particular...
Isn't this ex-Prime Minister, like UK?
Has been bombed. Or
he was their Prime Minister like 2 Prime Ministers ago.
Of course I'm worried, and that's why I consult the Foreign Office lawyers when giving this...
Or am I tripping?
Have you received legal advice which says that Israel...
I know Skeptical Jesus lives in like a British territory, so maybe he knows.
The short answer to that is no.
But since then, the government has enrolled the Royal Air Force in dropping aid on Gaza because its people are starving, while the International Court of Justice has ordered Israel to stop blocking deliveries by land.
Do you guys know if that's
Lord
Scotty?
Cameron wrote to Miss Kearns that British aid has been routinely held up by the Israelis. The main blockers remain arbitrary denials by the government of Israel and lengthy clearance procedures, he added. As for the lack of water,
I can
Israel
detect
has
the
the ability
Scotty account with 99.9% accuracy.
See, and
every time.
I get fucking shit on by fucking Gene. Oh, you think everyone's Scotty.
Yeah, well, you got rid of unspecified human.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I don't think everyone's Scotty, but I know it's Scotty.
Dude, I'm not 99.9%. I'm like 90% sure.
Well,
that's
that
the
means
problem.
1 out of 10 of the people banning are Scotty.
That's a big percentage.
9% that matters, bro.
To turn the taps back on, they should do so.
That was funny. That was funny.
The government says it's delivered 27 tons of aid this past week alone. But the Shadow Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, says there are serious questions about whether the government is complying with its own law over arms sales to Israel, adding that they should publish the legal advice they have received. 15 people were reported injured in this morning's Israeli
Remember the
attack.
time?
But almost 6
Remember
months
the
into
time
this
that
war-
I came into a chat with my other account, and then Galen was like, "Ban that account."
I know who it is.
Yeah, they had no clue it was me, and I just said something to fuck with Galen, thinking they would understand that it's me. They're like,
no,
"Ban!"
No. I timed you out as a joke. Like Galen, didn't know it was you, so they're like, yeah. I know that person. I'm like, here, I'm gonna time them out. And he's like, and he mentioned, I'd get rid of them. I know them. I've seen them before.
Yeah, it's like, no, it was my Where's the Jam account. Yeah.
Oh, Galen's here. I'm sorry, Galen.
You're fine, Galen.
We've been bullying Drunken Crow. We need some other people to bully as well.
We're just bullying
opportunity bullies.
Fucking 9 out of fucking 10 times I'm right.
It was just funny, Galen, what happened.
That's the COVID argument of yeah, it's only 4% of millions of people. It's 10%. That's quite a bit.
I think
Foreign Office says it's legal
Drunken
advice
Crow
on
should
Israel's
show us
actions
his
remains
nips.
confidential, though we are told it is kept under review.
Well, while
Oh yeah, yes. That's all I ever wanted.
We never give anybody credit.
talks resumed in Cairo today. The Israeli Prime
What do you
Minister
mean I don't
Benjamin
give you
Netanyahu is under growing
credit?
pressure from families of the
I give you
hostages
credit
to reach a deal. Many of them joined mass
Gene,
demonstrations.
do I
calling
not
for early-
speak positively of Galen at all?
Yeah. Galen,
do I not say that he's somebody that I respect his
99%
opinion?
of the time when we're criticizing people for timing out the wrong person, it's Crow. you fall into the one in several people that we criticize the 0.01% of the time.
And also one of the people that we like to go to talk to about stuff sometimes, although it seems, I don't know. Last time I was trying to talk to you, I think we never got around to talking. But we'll want to come to you for talking and advice on certain things. We do think you're wrong plenty of times, but we also think you're right plenty of times too. So you're somebody who's a decent enough mind where I respect you enough to go to.
Think about Crow. You don't want him to deal with all the roasting. I mean, come on. We need to occasionally roast some other people.
Yeah, someone else
Share
get
the
in
load.
here to get shit on for being right most of the time.
Crow needs a break every once in a while. Help by taking some of the load off of Crow.
early elections to replace him. And there were other protests today by ultra-Orthodox Haredi Jews who want to preserve their exemption from military duty. Kieran Moodley has this report.
You do study subjects unlike others, and I don't.
Yeah,
and that
Crow, you need to learn to study Scottyology more.
I do, and that's why I'm mostly right, you fuck.
The online forensics.
Are you trying to
You gotta be more accurate when it comes to your Scotty analytics and identification.
Nine out of fucking 10 times, it's Scotty.
It's like I falsely imprisoned.
That's an A plus. That's an A plus.
Only 1 in 10 times. Only 1 in 10 cases do I put the wrong person in prison.
Who gives a shit? There's probably like 12.
During that time, this plaza in Tel Aviv has been renamed.
What's up, Ruby?
Hostages Square.
Scotty phrenology.
With regular rallies calling for their return.
My blood pressure
But last
is
night,
really
the family said this protest was their last. That they will now take to the streets, demanding the Prime Minister gets a deal done now.
No, Shab doesn't study porn. He studies getting up and leaving, taking pee breaks during the stream, and he studies weed.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
John, have you been counting how many times that Shab has walked away?
He's actually hasn't been that bad this stream with that, but he did spend the first 2 hours of the stream just staring at his staring in the same spot. He was in some trance. I don't know what he was doing. It's almost like he was staring at his dick the whole time.
It's about
Maybe.
6
I
times.
don't know if my husband is
Hey, I'm studying.
alive. Don't talk to me about victory. Don't talk to me about military pressure. Nothing has worked so far.
Some have already taken to the streets. Here, they're demanding not just the release of the hostages, but the resignation of the deeply unpopular Benjamin Netanyahu.
Ooh, he's got a flaming sword there.
While talks resume today over a possible ceasefire,
That's
the deal may
dude,
not save the
Galen,
Prime
it's
Minister,
Azor
because there's
Ahai
another issue
reborn.
that could topple.
What's that?
He's the prince who was promised.
This is another protest from the ultra-Orthodox Haredi community. They're chanting to jail, not the army. Unlike other Jews, Haredis are exempt from...
Yeah, Shab was like working on Photoshop during work hours. It was either Photoshop or he was playing video games or he was like rolling. He was probably like rolling a like fucking joint or a blunt for like 10 hours.
I was playing with my asshole.
I guess 2 hours. Shab, what were you doing the first 2 hours of the stream where you were like staring?
I was working on old shorts. Getting some of my old shorts uploaded.
Oh, it's almost like you should be focused on the stream that you're on.
Oh, but then I make a joke and you say it's not good, even though it's always good.
Well,
okay?
you need to make jokes that don't suck and
Ruby,
participate.
Ruby, who's funnier, me or Gene?
Participate
Oh wait, no,
the right
I think
way.
I heard you say this before and I hated your answer. Never mind, don't answer. I'm smarter and
Am I
funny.
tripping or do I not hear Ruby?
Yeah, I don't hear Ruby either.
I don't hear
him either.
Ruby dead. Ruby dead.
Got no audio, son. Got no audio.
Better not fix your mic, boy.
Oh, Skeppy makes a good point. Pay attention so you can sit in silence, Spisky. Yeah.
Yes, Khabib, exactly.
It's like what the Chesh person said. Shab doesn't even like add anything to the
Yeah, I don't add
streams.
nothing. That's why people invite me on their big ass shows and stuff, because I don't add shit.
To be fair, Shab, not all your jokes suck. Just 9 of them. But still, get some hits 10% of the time.
What's up, Jules?
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just gonna say, Shabisky's shorts are so funny. They have me laughing so hard each time. The last one I saw was when Shabisky was in the blue wig. That one was gold. And you want to know something? Shabisky's shorts, he needs to work on those. He needs to make as many of those as possible.
Thank you, Ruby. See, Ruby gets me.
But who is the superior comedian, Ruby?
Oh, you guys are putting me on the spot. I'm gonna be honest with you. Gene, your sophisticated humor is funny. You're very funny, Gene. I love you to death. But Shabisky knows how to rock and roll.
He knows how to pander to the mainstream with his poopy jokes.
Shabisky knows how to rock an entire audience.
Exactly, Gene. Okay, you need me, you stupid bitch.
I'm gonna have to get rid of Ruby now.
You're nothing without me, Gene.
Conscription. Yet the Supreme Court has said that rule is discriminatory.
Thank you,
Calling
Ruby.
to reform the system. And today the Israeli Central Bank said
Gene, at
the
least
Haredi
you're
should
not a
join the
crow
army to
or a
help the
dirt.
economy.
Day 170.
Could be worse.
7 of the war.
Go fuck yourself, Jules.
In Gaza, the ongoing operation at Shifa
Crow or
Hospital
dirt.
continued over the weekend with troops killing gunmen, including a top Hamas leader. IDF Chief of Staff Herzia Levy said on Friday that
No,
Israel
but
has achieved
I
a
like
major goal
pedantic
in Shifa
pedestrians
Hospital.
because
Israel is
I like learning about cool stuff. I like learning. Gene likes to teach. His hobby is learning. So I'm gonna learn from Gene. But I will say, whenever I want to do a giggle or happiness, I always go to Shabisky.
See, Gene?
Chad's the Family Guy. I'm the Rick and Morty. You need a really high IQ to grasp
Exactly.
the intricacies of my humor. Yeah.
Exactly.
Shab, when he watches Rick and Morty, all the jokes just go over his head. Like,
Shut
you
up.
just aim
I'm
high
the
enough
South
to-
Park. Okay? And you're the...
No, you're giving
you're
yourself too
the-
much credit there.
What's that one fucking geeky-ass show everybody used to watch? I can't even remember what it was called. With all the
He's
nerds.
like Bob's Burgers. He's like Bob's Burgers.
The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, you're like the Big Bang Theory, No fucking funniness. Just barf material. Okay, and I'm South Park. Gene. Okay.
Jab's succumbing to the Dunning-Kruger effect.
And Gene tries to compare himself to a Shabisky. A Shabisky? Come on, bro.
Come on, Gene.
Put yourself on someone else's level. Be nice. Be nice to yourself.
You'll never be on my level, Gene. Get over it.
Only.
Compare yourself
I'm
to
only
people
above
on
Shab's
your
level. I when I met him in person. Shab's below me.
He wears special shoes, okay? Guys, go on with the video.
Also,
it's Shab all insecure over his height.
Yeah, nobody believes you just because you walk around in moon shoes, John.
The head of manpower in Hamas's military wing.
Trubisky is the war on Hamas,
in
and
Shifa
John
Hospital.
is the war on Ukraine.
Skeppy's trying to be like, I don't know, moderate here. They're like, calm down, guys. It's not a competition. Neither of you are all that funny.
I'm funny.
And Skeppy.
The city. Thabat was known to be among Hamas's top 10 senior commanders.
Personally, I
for
think
R&D and
a little bit of conditioner would go a long way, Gene.
Yeah, bitch. Try using some moisturizer.
You think I need conditioner?
Damn, that's some catty shit. You're a catty bitch, Ruby Jewel.
It just falls out.
My hair is pretty luscious. Be fair, I didn't comb it before I went live.
Damn.
That's like the 3 pubes that you make fun of the kid when he fucking first hits.
He was found
puberty.
Okay, so now we're gonna test your capabilities here, Crow and Dirt and Galen. This buckshot dude.
Yes, it is Scotty.
What about you, Crow?
Yeah, that's
Galen. Galen. Final vote. Do you think buckshot's Scotty?
I shouldn't have answered first. They can all just cheat off my answer. I'm a Scott.
No. Hi, I'm new.
Hey, Shep, your opinion doesn't matter.
No.
Galen, Dirt, and Crow. They're the Scotty detectives. I'm waiting for Galen's answer.
Oh, I'm gonna say no because I got shit on for saying yes.
Hey, shut the fuck up, Crow.
Shifa attempting to escape, along with 2 other terrorists, into the hospital courtyard, part of a planned attack on IDF soldiers. Fighting in Hamas has also continued in southern Gaza's Al-Qarara
If
and Al-Amal
anything, Gene, I
neighborhoods
think
of Khan
you should be
Yunis, as
taking
the
notes from Shabisky.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah, Gene. I like having Ruby on.
Notes from me.
Let me have Ruby on.
The IDF seized weapons and located sites belonging to the terror group in the area.
Dude, don't say that, Brian.
In Al-Amal, troops of the Givati Brigade killed several gunmen who tried to attack them with explosive devices. The Air Force carried out dozens of strikes across Gaza.
No, I am Spartacus.
Over the weekend, mostly in Al-Amal and Al-Qarara.
No, it's like that episode of South
Meanwhile,
Park.
Israel is contesting.
I broke the dam.
I broke the dam. No, I broke the dam.
Yeah.
I'm Scotty.
We're all Scotty.
Well, I'm Scotty. You're Scotty.
UN-backed report on the humanitarian
No, I am Scotty.
Situation in Gaza that said famine was imminent and likely by May in northern Gaza.
I'm
the Israeli Defense Ministry body responsible for civilian affairs in Palestinian territory.
Galen? Well, does it really matter? They're all the same shows. Wait, Galen says they're not Scotty.
Galen don't know nothing about nothing.
He said they're all the same.
Crow resented their vote, so I guess it's 1 out of 3. So I guess maybe we should just let them be.
One report contains multiple factual flaws based on information.
The Are They Scotty Council have voted.
It doesn't really
not
matter.
Scotty.
They underestimate the amount of water available.
Galen wouldn't smell a Scotty if he stuck his wet sock right under his nose.
Of all types and kinds in various parts of Gaza. Kojat will continue expanding efforts to facilitate aid.
No, Skep, you're not on the Scotty or not council.
Into and across the Gaza Strip.
I've appointed the 3 members of the Scotty or not council, and you're not part of the committee.
They deny
your vote doesn't matter.
I only said no because I get shit on because you think everyone. Hey, we were talking about it.
The new Nazis we face today will stop at nothing to destroy civilization as we know it. The World Jewish Congress was created exactly for these times.
How could you look at Trubisky's face? How could you say no to that angel?
Wait, what angel?
Trubisky. how could you say no to that angel? Like when you look at Shabisky and he asks you like, "Oh, Gene, would you please tie my shoes? Would you do it?"
Well, get on your knees for me, Gene. Tie my
Chad
shoes.
does need help with tying his shoes. He hasn't figured out how to do that yet.
Get on your knees and tie my shoes for me, Gene.
Just look at him. He's like an ASPCA commercial.
Oh yeah.
That's why he rides an e-bike, because if he rode an actual bike, his tennis shoes, the strings will get caught in the chain.
That's true. That's true. I just tying is hard.
Personally, it's trials and tribulations like this that Shabisky has to go through on a daily basis that really makes me sympathize with Shabisky in divine ways.
He's simply the better man, John.
He's just an angel. Like whenever I see Shabisky, I'm like, I couldn't say no to that angel. I'd get right on my knees. I get right on my knees.
He's an innocent child.
I get on my right knee, then I get on my left knee, and then I tie his shoes, Gene. And I really suggest you do the same thing sometime.
Yeah, Gene, you should join in with Ruby and help me tie my shoes. Everybody should get on their knees and help me tie my shoes.
You gotta learn to do it on your own, Chad.
No, I'd love it if everybody got around and
According
tied
to
my
Israeli
shoes.
investigative journalists at 972 Plus magazine, Israel has been using an artificial intelligence machine called Lavender to identify thousands of potential
I think
Hamas
it's
targets
little
in Gaza.
things.
The report says Israeli intelligence sources who served in the current war told how Lavender collects information.
Shabisky do those little things, and the world can be a better place. There won't be any war. There won't be any hunger. A happy Shabisky is a good Shabisky.
That sucks.
On almost all the 2.3 million residents of the Gaza Strip through a system of mass surveillance. And on a scale of 1 to 100 gives a likelihood that each person is a member of the military wing of Hamas.
Gene, you're looking like Eileen Wuornos right now.
Wait, Crow says that it's like 1 in 10, or like he has a 9 in 10 success rate in hitting the target. What do you think Israel's success rate, the IDF's success rate is when it comes to hitting their targets?
100%.
Ruby says
all of
100. What do you say?
I mean, all of them. That's great. That's a great answer.
Yeah.
Oh my
Dirt,
gosh.
what's your guess?
Is that what this is talking about by target scoring? What the fuck is this?
It's like they have a rate of like they hit their the Hamas targets. What is it?
That gives a likelihood that each person is a member of the military wing of Hamas. War told how Lavender collects information on almost all the 2.3 million residents of the Gaza Strip through a system of mass surveillance. And on a scale of 1 to 100 gives a likelihood that each person is a member of the military wing of Hamas.
Okay.
Being in a WhatsApp group with a known militant, changing address frequently,
Oh,
or
so they have a
swapping phones every few
social
months.
credit score.
So yeah, it's are you part of Hamas sort of credit score?
Could all be factors in the machine determining potential targets to kill.
What the
The report claims that
Okay, the generative AI is putting you on the are you from in the red zone or the green zone when it comes to being
October the 7th, Israel decided to move from targeting high-level Hamas figures to anyone regarded as
you could be more accurate than Lavender.
The organization, no matter how junior, and alleges that during the first stage of the war, when thousands were killed in a few weeks, the military allowed for 15 to 20 civilians to be killed as collateral damage per militant. In a system dubbed Where's Dan?
So right there, 15 to 20 civilian casualties per one militant casualty.
The bombings are taking place.
That doesn't seem like a really good ratio. It seems
Is that Palestine?
Yeah, this is Gaza.
Dude, that's worse than Drunken Crow's numbers. That's
I'm gonna tell you what you said. You said on a scale from 1 to 10, on a scale from 1 to 100, how much does Israel hit their target? I'm looking at Gaza right now, and it looks like 100.
We're talking about how accurate they are at, I guess, differentiating Hamas from civilians, and it seems like how often do they actually hit a target that's part of Hamas, as opposed to hitting a target who isn't part of Hamas?
Well,
sounds like about 0.00015%.
Well, according to Israel's own numbers, like with their AI program, they have established that it's like 15 to 20 of the targets killed are civilians, as opposed to so only 1 in 15, 1 in 20 are part of Hamas, according to Israel's, and that's Israel that's providing that data.
If there was one Hamas terrorist in this giant ass building that's filled with 200 people, and we blow it up, that's 100%. That's 100% rate. If we blow that one building
I
up.
will say though, these people legitimately, and I'm being serious now, like I can make all the jokes right now, but like these people legitimately just go out in the open and like go out of their way to get into the crossfire, because that's all Palestine and Hamas uses are human shields. They'll put their own people in front of the crossfire before they're self-destructive. They'll put their own people in front of the crossfire before they'll ever even think about giving up.
Dude, it's the size of land, the size of New Jersey.
Okay, wait 1 sec. I gotta pee. First pee break of the stream. So while I'm gone,
for John,
like Dirt, Crow, Shab, why don't you guys try to break apart, respond to Ruby's argument there? Let's have a little discourse. I'll be back.
Yeah, so you're talking about crossfire. I mean, you're talking about an extremely population-dense area the size of New Jersey. There's nothing but crossfire. There's going to be civilian casualties no matter what the fuck they do. Or I say no matter what the fuck they do. When they're carrying out airstrikes like this, I mean, it's not a matter of hiding behind their people or sending their people to the front lines. It's when the United States does a supply drop for, like food and supplies, whatever the fuck they need, and the IDF is literally shooting at these civilians as treating these supply drops as a fucking, a trap, while these people are running for life-saving supplies. Oh, we'll just pick them off there. That's real easy. They're all congregating in one place. That's not crossfire. That's human rights violations.
I will say though, war is an ugly thing. Like in Fallout, war never changes. But I will say that these people have been lobbing missiles and have been causing terroristic
probably not most of the
years.
people that die.
I know. I'm just saying, but when your next door neighbor starts throwing rocks at your windows, like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna just sit there and let all your windows get broken in until there's no more house?
Wait.
What's happening here is, let me respond to that analogy.
Okay.
So if your neighbor's throwing rocks at your windows, if that's the case of what Israel is dealing with right now, the metaphorical rocks with the windows, Israel's response is to go to their neighbor's house, kick their door in, and shoot their fucking neighbors in the face with a shotgun in Minecraft over some rocks being thrown at their windows. Which again, we can go back to October 6th, and that was the event that kicked this off. That was a little more than a rock at a window.
You could put it that way, but a lot of rocks, when rocks hit windows on a daily basis, and then it's like these rocks are constantly being shot down, and then not only that, the neighbor's dog is attacking, your family members, and then
this would be like when the Middle East attacked America, and instead of us sending troops in and trying to find the people that caused it and whatever, we just leveled the whole fucking country or whatever. Or we just leveled the whole Middle East or something. That's what this is. They're just like, there's some people there that cause some issues, and they're like, oh, let's level the whole place.
I mean, look at this fucking picture. Like people live there, and they're the minority in that fucking region. And look at this. Look.
Yeah, but that's Hamas. Hamas is just as bad as ISIS.
This isn't Hamas though. You're looking at the homes of civilians that
I know, but they
So,
are
Ruby.
they are under Hamas.
Do you think that in order to get rid of the terrorism in this area, that's the only way they could have done it is by leveling? Because, like, if there's terrorism,
I think there's more than just one terrorist in Gaza.
No, I'm not saying that, but let's say there was a city in America.
If there's a city in America,
where there's a bunch of terrorists.
Well, wait one
Should we
sec,
level the city or send people in to neutralize the area? This is level the city.
Yeah, what percent of the people living in Gaza, which is one of the most densely populated, like regions, territories on the planet, which percentage of those people do you think are actually part of Hamas, who are Hamas militants?
Probably about 60%.
60%? I think that is an excessive.
How do you come to those numbers?
Usually, when it comes to like countries
I don't know,
and stuff,
I just feel like that's accurate because the
Hamas
Hamas controls like that whole Gaza area, right? Like they have
but that's like
they have tunnels underground and they keep lobbing rockets at Israel.
That's like saying that the Al Qaeda controls Afghanistan, therefore most people in Afghanistan must be Al Qaeda militants.
Yeah, the problem with that logic is not understanding like the whole thing with like having guns and things that give you power. Like if they're a military, and there's only 100 of them, they're way stronger than 1,000 citizens with no weapons, because they have weapons. I assume that's probably why they were such a big power in the area. They probably had a lot of weapons to them, as well as they were aggressive and whatever. That has a big factor on it.
And here's the other thing:
when there's a threat right outside your door, like when there's a threat like right across the street, I think if it's trying to kill you with missiles and terroristic attacks and underground tunnels and all this other shit over and over again, there's kind of a point where you have to decimate.
No, you don't have to decimate. You address the threat, and there's a way to go about addressing the threat, and there's the proper amount, the right level of cadence to apply, and there's such a thing as excessive force or excessive use of military force, and you're ignoring that nuance. And I just looked it up. North Korea, which is a country that's known for having the largest population when it comes to actively serving or people actively serving in their military, is 30%. You said 60% here. And North Korea is the most totalitarian country on the fucking planet where they force everyone in the country to serve.
Hey, don't quote me. I was giving out numbers that a simpleton would give out. Everybody likes to give out numbers. I gave out a number. But I will say though, they are under Hamas control. All right, the Gaza is under Hamas control, so
they're the government.
They are an enemy. They work for the enemy.
So does everyone in Russia? They're under Putin's control. So is everyone in Russia an enemy? Like, I mean, in China, everyone in China is part of Xi Jinping's control. So if we went into China, where there's over a billion people living there,
every time I go to Twitter, I see little 12-year-olds with their fucking legs blown off. I don't think they're the enemy.
Let's go to villages in China and let's
First of all, we're gonna address this really quick. I gave out just some random number. I don't think kids should be killed or anything. I don't think war is necessary at all.
They're the enemy.
I don't think war is necessary. What I will say though is that if you start, attacking my people, missiles and terroristic attacks in underground tunnels and all this other shit. Like they do abomination. Like these people aren't innocent. Like these people
And is the IDF
actively
innocent?
Plenty of the people are innocent.
These people actively commit abominations.
These people, they're not a Borg, they're not a hive mind.
Yeah,
they're all
yeah,
individual
the children
people.
get bombed too. That's cool. They actively commit abominations so that they can get an emotional reaction from Israel. Like
Hamas is doing that.
I really want to say all the shit that I see that Palestine does to Jewish women and children, but even me saying it would make me look like something was off. But it really does happen. And whenever I think about all the abomination they do just because they're Jewish, they don't even do it for any other reason other than they're Israeli Jew. They're an enemy of Palestine. So what these people do is they make these tunnels and they traffic people and they traffic missiles and they traffic weapons and they traffic children and they traffic all sorts of shit in these underground tunnels, and they're everywhere.
Hamas in the military doing it, and you can see
that's Hamas. But you see, if that's Hamas and that's right in Gaza, then something has to give. All right, we're
not saying they shouldn't do anything, but the point is their practice here is unethical.
Everyone wants to pretend, oh, Palestine is innocent. Palestine is innocent. No, these fucking people.
No, they're not. Like we're not talking about. We're not talking that Palestine's not one entity. They're not. Like that's the point. We're talking about all the people living in Palestine. Those borders are arbitrary. Hamas, the organization Hamas, isn't innocent. But the problem is Gaza isn't Hamas.
To me, that's arbitrary because the whole region is controlled by Hamas. So it's under Hamas control. I'm not saying anybody needs to. I'm not saying anybody. Like nobody. War shouldn't exist. First of all, I'm gonna flat out say right now, there should never be war on this planet ever. Yeah, war should never exist.
But here, let me point this out. Wait. Ruby, you mentioned when you gave a random number of random estimate, you said 60%. Now, here's the thing. I know you didn't look into that at all. You just threw a random number out there. But if you're somebody that reads a lot about like foreign affairs and stuff on a regular basis, like I know that the overwhelming majority of countries, even the U.S. and China, countries that are known for having really powerful militaries, less than 1% of their population is like serving in the military. And when I looked it up, it's like North Korea is an outlier where they conscript everybody and so forth. And the metrics show that like the highest percentage is like something like 30. And it seems like most of the sources are saying that it's something around 4%. And North Korea is a vast outlier. And then you got Eritrea, and the third on the list is Singapore. And Singapore, it's like less than 1%. It's 38 like even Eritrea is 45 out of 1,000 people. So that's like 0.04%. And you said 60%. So it just kind of shows that you're not very mindful. You're not like of how stuff works. The fact that you predicted that.
You're reading into things. I threw out a completely random number.
But the problem is we're talking about civilians that are dying in Gaza. And when you're saying you think 60% of people in those borders.
Hey, Gene, what I was just about to say was this. I don't like war. I honestly, I'm going to tell you the most logical answer anybody could ever give on this situation. It's the most logical. I just want people to stop dying. I want people to stop fighting. I want people to stop fucking.
That's what happens when you have moral values. You want those things.
Yeah,
you have good moral values, and also when you have good moral values, you understand things like statistics and like 1% of the the whatever is likely to be in the military, and the Hamas or whatever, Hamas is a military, so 60% of them is not in the military. So those numbers didn't make sense.
You guys are reading a random number.
You were using that as
but I said it once.
Why did you say it?
But the reason you said it...
I said it once because I threw out a random number. Gene asked, what do you think, what percent do you think is working for
Why did you
Hamas?
say that number?
Why did I say 60%? Because I just said a random number.
What led up to that? The reason you said that is because you were trying to act like the majority there is part of Hamas, and it's justified to blow up the place.
I do think there's a lot of Hamas members out there, believe me.
Well, hold on. If it comes...
Shep. Like, when it comes to... The reason I brought it up, that it's very rare that you even see, like, over 1% of a nation that is, like, serving in the military, is that that's just how the dynamics work. Is that gathering up people... in the military, that's beyond 1% is kind of hard to do.
Hey, I'm sure they're very loyal to Hamas. I'm sure all these people in Palestine are very loyal. I'm pretty sure they're like, oh yeah, we're Muslims, so we believe in terrorist organizations. So Hamas.
That right there is kind of have you done your research on what percentage of people in these different regions actually support that? Because earlier in the stream we were going over that. They were interviewing young boys in Afghanistan that's currently controlled by Al-Qaeda, and they're disagreeing with what Al-Qaeda is doing, claiming that they think women have a right to education. And what you'll find is that in a lot of Middle Eastern countries, they don't agree with what the government's doing. If you interview a lot of the civilians, they don't agree with what the U.S. is doing, but they'll claim that they don't hate people they don't hate the people in the United States. They hate the government, but they also criticize their own government as well. So what you'll find is there's a lot of variation depending on what country you're looking at, because they're not all... The Middle East isn't one entity. All the people in the Middle East aren't just one collective people. You'll find that there's varying different cultures and varying different degrees of radicalism across the entire Middle East. And in Gaza, it's like when people say they elected Hamas into office. They didn't elect them into office. They're a terrorist group. So that's something that people use to justify going in and attacking Hamas, gloves off and everything. But if they're a terrorist group, do you think they were having fair and genuine elections? That's like saying that the people of Iraq, where most of them didn't support Saddam Hussein, it's something like the majority of them were I think Shiite or whatever, and Saddam Hussein supported the Sunni minorities. So he was the only person on the ballot. He was a dictator. So it's the same thing with
Ruby's not even here.
What's that?
Their phone died, which
Can we get off this fucking topic, please? Please.
Let's
to their family
continue.
homes. At its peak, Lavender allegedly picked out 37,000 possible targets. In its development, it is claimed human checks on the targets selected by Lavender suggested it was accurate 90% of the time in picking out Hamas members. So in a campaign killing thousands, it was accepted that 1 in 10 targets were not...
I feel like a good analogy for this, though, would be like if the gangs in Mexico came and attacked America, and our response was to just blow up Mexico.
Yeah, we got to declare a war against Mexico. A handful of
instead of the gangs in Mexico that are running shit.
Those people,
treat it like it's
they're all one. Yeah, they're all one entity.
Allegedly wrongly picking police officers, civil defense workers, or relatives of militants. In a statement to Channel 4 News, the IDF denied using AI to identify targets and said, contrary to Hamas, the IDF is committed to international law and acts accordingly.
They denied it. They weren't using the AI. Hamas did it. Hamas was using the AI. They claimed to make efforts to reduce harm to civilians and said that exceptional incidents undergo thorough examinations and investigations, and the process of identifying military targets in the IDF consists of various types of tools and methods. Well, earlier I spoke to the journalist Yuval Abraham, who wrote that article for Plus 972 magazine. The IDF have issued a statement saying the IDF does not use an artificial intelligence system that identifies terrorist operatives or tries to predict whether a person is a terrorist.
Well, fuck you, Galen. I don't suck. Galen says the whole panel sucks.
Yeah,
you kind of do, Crow.
What?
I think that's rude, Galen. You need to learn how to be more nice. I think that attitude sucks. I think that's a negative attitude and it's rude, and it's not appreciating the individualism here in any of the commentary I gave, or anybody else here. I think at the very least you could say John and I have given some decent commentary here, because we're the greatest.
Don't we?
Drunken Crow's some good stuff too, but
yeah, but
mostly
you're saying
me
we
and
don't
John.
understand. What are the things that we don't understand?
What do we not understand? And when we were having that back and forth with Jules, I could get you saying like Jules maybe doesn't understand, but I don't get the whole panel doesn't understand.
I think glue.
I think we're speaking really quick, and I think there's some stuff that you misunderstood about what something me and John said or something like that, because it doesn't make sense unless
well,
you're high.
John,
are you high? What?
John, apparently we had someone that is. Did they say they were Muslim? But bruh, we lived in Palestine for thousands of years before those colonizers came to Palestine. America and Mexico is not an appropriate comparison.
What was it? I hope we're pronouncing your name right, but we agree with what you're saying there. This is like what you're saying in that comment is stuff that we're constantly arguing for. Shabisky was just trying to make an analogy. So the whole point is we don't think that, like the U.S. and Mexico are the same. The whole point is the excuse that people are using to justify what the IDF is doing. It's stupid because in any scenario where it's like, hey, a group of people in one set of borders, they attack another group of people in another set of borders, that doesn't justify committing like mass murder and genocide. Like they need to stop treating everyone in Gaza like they're a collective and they're a Borg. And we just established like the overwhelming majority, chances are.
Would you disagree with that, Galen? Would you disagree with that?
Yeah,
that we shouldn't treat them like a gore?
Stop spewing that pig shit, Gene.
Yeah,
That's a bunch of pig shit you're talking.
Yeah,
dude.
was that pig shit, Galen? That we shouldn't treat the country like it's a Borg, like all these the people in that country? Is that stupid? Is that pig shit?
Elementary analysis at best, Gene.
Let's focus on one thing at a time. Is that pig shit?
Well, no, I think the best comparison would be like all in the United States, at least, the United States going in and killing and bombing and shooting Native Americans on the reservations, because that's basically what it is.
Well, here, the analogy I use is that the IDF's talking about how they're trying to go after Hamas. They're using their people as shields. And it would be like, okay, they're in the hospitals, using them as bases. Like, the analogy I use is, imagine there's a group of, like, 4 people holding, like, 100 people hostage in a building. And you have the police force that's trying to go after the 4 people holding everyone hostage. What do? Do you apply cadence and send soldiers in to try to apprehend the 4 people? Or do you just blow up the building and kill 100 people in the process? That's what Israel's doing. They just don't care. They're bombing indiscriminately, killing.
I didn't pay attention to what you were saying, but it sounds exactly like what I was going to say earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention fully. But I was going to say, like there's somebody that wants to kill me in a building, and instead of, like, sending the SWAT in to get that one person, we just level the whole building full of hundreds of... Yeah, that's a great analogy to this, especially when only, like, 1% is actually the military. That's like as if in the chat, in order to find out which one's Scotty or get rid of Scotty out of the chat, we banned 99% of the people in the chat.
Nuke the chat.
Or 100, like 1%. 1% is really Scotty, but we ban 100% of the people in the chat to get rid. It's like, that's stupid. That's illogical. Somebody else just tipped,
Amer, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but.
Amar.
Yeah, what you mentioned with Amar, like you said, like, not all people living in Palestine are Muslim, and yeah, like, that's something that people try to act like Muslims and Palestinians are, like, one entity again, and there's a lot of Christian Palestinians. That's something where it is a nationality, it's not a religion. And it's the same thing with, like like Mexico. People treat Mexico like it's a race. It's not a race. It's a nationality. You can be any race and be Mexican. And the same way, being Canadian isn't a race. It's a nationality. So people keep, like, ignoring the fact that Palestine's a set of borders. And, okay, what's that, Shab?
I just want to say real quick, Galen said, "You're not educated on these matters. Speak past it empathetically. It's bad. It's beyond bad. I'm pointing it out. It's so egregious if you understand. You'd be embarrassed if you understood." Well, how about you be a little more specific? Okay.
You keep begging the question. We're asking you, like,
what is
to go
it
into
specifically?
detail.
Like as we say, as we make an argument, say, "Oh, that argument you made about them not being a Borg, that's stupid because this, and that." That would be the right way to go about. I don't know if you're actually trying to make any sort of improvement here. If you're actually somebody that's not trying to just speak like, "Oh, you're dumb, you're wrong," and you're actually trying to teach anybody, then say something. Say something like correct us. Don't just say you're wrong. Say why we're wrong.
Bryant said they donated.
Go into the thing.
Hold on. Galen, hop in the chat. We'll bring you in, and you can say your piece, or whatever the fuck you want to say.
You want to kiss about this? Mustache? Mustache?
Fuck, I think mine's better.
Fuck you. You'll never have a mustache like me. I'll fuck you so hard.
I'm gonna bomb your country if you don't have a mustache.
Whoa. Damn.
That's basically what it is. Like, I have a better mustache. No, you have a better mustache. I'm like, no, that's basically what the fucking conflict is about.
Yeah, and then there are also, like, he mentions, like, Jews and other, like religious groups, because you can be any religion and be Palestinian. The same way you can be any religion and be American.
He burst out laughing. He said it's just not true. It's a lie. I mean, and if you look at, for example, in 2023, the IDF itself, one of the top commanders in the
And
IDF,
see what,
the head,
like Rubio's saying there, we have a Palestinian in the chat who, they're not sitting there and, like, he mentioned that they're all, like, radical Muslims. There's plenty of people all throughout the Middle East, any country, that are not radical Muslims, that they all, just like in the United States, there's people that practice Christianity to various different degrees. It's the same thing in the Middle East. And it's like what I was saying, like, they were showing interviews with, like, young boys in Afghanistan that did not support what Al-Qaeda was doing.
Head of the H200 AI data center, gave a lecture in Tel Aviv University where he presented a machine that, quote, uses AI to identify terrorists. He was relating to 2021. So I don't know who wrote that response from the IDF, but it's clearly not true, based on their own statements in the past, and also based on what I've heard from numerous Israeli intelligence officers. The sources said that they knew there's a data science team that checked. They took a random sampling of this 37,000 and checked one by one. They realized that the machine is occasionally marking complete civilians or people who have a very loose relation to Hamas. The decision was made to authorize strikes based on this list without meaningfully supervising it. One source, for example,
that's the key, isn't it? This question of what they would do with the list to check it, because the Israeli statement is very, they're very insistent that there's a process of identifying
on a big screen
military
TV
targets.
like that. It's cool.
And that these are, that these are people and teams according to international humanitarian law. And what your article
Gene
is
has
suggesting
hair
is
like
that
that.
there were no meaningful checks at all.
So what sources told me is that the protocol,
Hair like what?
in the places that they were in the IDF, was to check. The only check that was in place was to listen if the targeted individual, it has a male voice or a female voice. And if it's a female, they set the machine for.
Yeah, and that's what, like, the IDF has constantly been doing, where they claim that any military-aged, like, male, and I believe they classify minors, like, people who are, like, men, or not men, boys who are, like, 16, as military-aged men. And it's essentially, hey, are they an adult male or at least, like, a late adolescent male? Okay, Hamas.
Jules is back in the waiting.
Yes, Ruby.
War militants. But if it's a male, they were to accept Lavender's recommendation without needing to look at it, without needing to look at the raw intelligence data. And one source asked him, he said, he claimed he bombed dozens of houses every day based on these recommendations in the beginning. He said 40, 50 houses a day that he authorized.
So, Amer, like 100%, so people are like claiming it's a religious conflict, and it goes back to like the early 20th century, World War I, World War II, with like the Zionism stuff, and it was like Britain carving out these unnatural borders, and it's kind of like the last semblance of colonialism, and people keep ignoring that it's more of a territorial issue, where this land used to belong to one group of people, and then they just took millions of people, plopped them into this one setting, and it's just all these European powers at the time, they had control of the entire globe. There are places like the Falkland Islands where like nobody lived in the Falkland Islands. It was give them like, and the Falkland Islands are larger than like I think all of the Israeli territory currently. So I mean, I'm okay with Zionism giving like the Jewish people their own state, but it definitely was unethical to carve out a chunk of the globe where there's already a group of people living there, forcing them to relocate. And that's what most of the fucking conflict is, and people keep ignoring that.
And I asked him, how much time did you spend before bombing a house that is often killing a Palestinian family? And he told me, and this is a quote, he said, roughly 20 seconds. It does not take a long time to figure out if somebody has a male voice or a female voice. And I've heard that criteria, male or female, from more than one source.
How did they explain that they were ordered to work in that way? You know, could Israel say, these were people who were not doing their job properly? You know, analysts are supposed to look at lists, analyze intelligence, and take considered decisions. And if they were only considering it for 20 seconds, they weren't doing their job.
So what I heard from these sources is that
we don't hear you again.
This was this like one source said, quote, there was not a zero mistake policy. In order to accelerate.
And how long have we been going at this point?
Wait, no, I want to hear. I want Galen to fucking pop in for.
We've been going for 6 hours, and it's 7 a.m. here. So, do you think maybe this would be a good like end point of the stream? Things are getting a bit hectic.
I did just shit myself a little bit. We're about to hit 7 hours. Should we keep going another 6 minutes so I can charge you overtime?
Did you read Bryant's donation, Gene?
Yeah, did you read it? Yeah, yeah.
Ryan
I don't know how much he tipped.
Remember, Hamas was elected by a minority, and the majority of the Palestinians did not even vote for the group. Hamas brutally doesn't give the IDF the right to commit war crimes. Yeah, and it's also, I do think that, like, the majority of the people living in Gaza at the time, like, now, it's like, at the time that they were elected, like, most people living in Gaza now were minors. They weren't even old enough to vote then. So it's just, it's a really stupid thing to say. And plus, who cares if they voted them into office, even if that was the case? The crimes of the government do not justify, like, we voted George Bush into office. Look at all the fucked up things our government does. So it's just, do random Americans deserve to die for things that our government has done globally?
Yeah, you get yourself blown in half. It's like, I'm dying. Well, you voted for Trump, motherfucker. It's like, no, that's kind of the nice thing we don't have to deal with, and you should be sympathetic enough to understand, like, they shouldn't have to deal with that either, kinda. They shouldn't have to deal with just trying to get milk for their fucking kids and or food and trying to keep their family alive and trying to get just food on the table at the end of the day. They get their fucking leg blown off or their kid killed or whatever. Like, oh, I can't be empathetic with that. No way. Like, what planet are you living on where you can't be empathetic with that? Like, what the fuck? How great is your life?
So if you're talking about Galen, the word he used was emphatic, which isn't empathetic. Emphatic would be us speaking from a point of assured authority where in our brain we know we're right.
I don't know where he said emphatic.
We don't think we know what we're talking about 100%. We're willing to admit that we could be misguided. Like, that's why we're asking questions. We want to know, like, we're asking you for a follow-up. We're willing to admit that we could be wrong, and we're asking you for, like, some level of refutation. We're willing to hear you out, but, I mean, I'm sorry, Galen, but based on what I'm reading, you're not really providing a follow-up.
Yeah, and imagine if you were doing a podcast, Galen, and me and Gene came in the chat, and we're just like, wow, the whole panel's fucking stupid, trash, bullshit. got nothing to fucking offer. Like, that would be rude. Are we supposed to be friends or are we enemies? Like, I don't get it. Like, that might, and any guests we have on the show, that might make anybody feel bad. But, you know, I don't know. And it's not a competition as well. Like, we're trying to run just a chill show here and everything. It's not about who can be better than the next big podcast or whatever in their commentary. We're doing our own personal commentary. Like, if you don't like my commentary, I guess you don't like me. I don't know.
And when it comes to begging the question, so, like, when your thesis acts as your conclusion, so that's the kind of logical fallacy we're accusing you of. You're claiming that we're trash. That's the thesis of your argument. But then you're not presenting any sort of argument to support that thesis. Your thesis is acting as your conclusion. Like, X is true because X is true. The panel is trash because it is. So, I mean, like, that's what I'm seeing in the chat is just an assertion with no follow-up.
Galen's just being Galen and doing Galen stuff. He, like, from what I understand and from what he's said,
so now that he okay, now it's like move on. Eat the mac and cheese and move on.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
we all wants to know like the name of the guy in the blue hoodie and the white hat. So the guy in the white hat, his internet alias is Shabisky, and people refer to me as Gene or John Morgan. You're saying we can't take criticism, but we're not getting angry and yelling. We're willing to hear you out. So it's like there's so many people on the internet that will just ban you, or we're not yelling and cussing you out. We're just asking for a simple follow-up.
Galen, after the stream, I will talk to you if you want.
We're not taking things personally. We're like, when Skeptical Jesus criticizes us, Skeppy provides us with lots of constructive criticism. And if we ask Skeppy what do they mean, they usually will answer the question and provide a follow-up.
No, Galen. I mean, no. You said the panel was shit. I mean, yeah, I understand you, Galen. That's like a Gene move. But like, yeah, if you want to fucking talk, and you know, I'll try to explain what I understood from this, stream with you, and if you want, Galen. But yeah.
Well, I think your poop smells.
It does. Shab. Fucking does.
Gotta love that commentary that Shab has. Really
when's the last time we had a poop joke?
Okay, stop. I don't want to end the stream on that.
I'm bringing nuance to the conversation, Gene. You just don't get it.
Yeah. Anyway, we've reached the 7-hour mark. I do have a lot of content left over, especially stuff on the Ukraine-Russian war and so forth, but I'm starting to collapse, so maybe we should... do you want to do a second PPP stream tomorrow? Or tonight?
Yes.
Yes?
Maybe. I was thinking of doing a countdown to the Quiet on Set episode that's coming out. And maybe watching it. I don't know. It's just an idea. Comes out at like 5, I think, Pacific Standard Time or something like that. 8
and Amer says, nice podcast. Yeah, thanks. And we need more people in the chat. I definitely would like to see, nice to see like a audience that's more diverse. We need more people globally. We got Skeppy from Canada. We got some British viewers and so forth. We got some Ukrainian viewers. We definitely need more like Palestinian viewers. We need more viewers from abroad. But we'd like to see you back more. Please subscribe, like, do all the good stuff. Do you have anything you want to shill, Shab?
No. Why would I shill things? That's stupid. But We're at 794 subscribers. That's really cool. We're only 6 subscribers away from hitting 800. So yeah, everyone subscribe if you're new to the channel. We'll see you tomorrow or next week.
Or tonight. Tonight, tomorrow, I can't tell the difference. My